Chapter 17 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Old Peasant Woman. Thursday, April 14th. 3 tired wanderers were out in the late evening in search of a night harbor. They traveled over a poor and desolate portion of northern Småland, but the sort of resting place which they wanted they should have been able to find, for they were no weaklings who asked for soft beds or comfortable rooms. If one of these long mountain ridges had a peak so high and steep that a fox couldn't in any way climb up to it, then we should have a good sleeping place, said one of them. If a single one of the big swamps was thawed out, and was so marshy and wet that a fox wouldn't dare venture out on it, this too would be a right good night harbor, said the second. If the ice on one of the large lakes we travel past were loose, so that a fox could not come out on it, then we should have found just what we are seeking, said the third. The worst of it was that when the sun had gone down, 2 of the travelers became so sleepy that every second they were ready to fall to the ground. The third one, who could keep himself awake, grew more and more uneasy as night approached. Then it was a misfortune that we came to a land where lakes and swamps are frozen, so that a fox can get around everywhere. In other places the ice has melted away, but now we're well up in the very coldest Småland, where spring has not yet arrived. I don't know how I shall ever manage to find a good sleeping place. Unless I find some spot that is well protected, Smirre Fox will be upon us before morning. He gazed in all directions, but he saw no shelter where he could lodge. It was a dark and chilly night, with wind and drizzle. It grew more terrible and disagreeable around him every second. This may sound strange, perhaps, but the travelers didn't seem to have the least desire to ask for house room on any farm. They had already passed many parishes without knocking at a single door. Little hillside cabins on the outskirts of the forests, which all poor wanderers are glad to run across, they took no notice of either. One might almost be tempted to say they deserved to have a hard time of it, since they did not seek help where it was to be had for the asking. But finally, when it was so dark that there was scarcely a glimmer of light left under the skies, and the 2 who needed sleep journeyed on in a kind of half-sleep, they happened into a farmyard which was a long way off from all neighbors. And not only did it lie there desolate, but it appeared to be uninhabited as well. No smoke rose from the chimney, no light shone through the windows, no human being moved on the place. When the one among the 3 who could keep awake saw the place, he thought, "Now, come what may, we must try to get in here. Anything better we are not likely to find." Soon after that, all 3 stood in the house-yard. 2 of them fell asleep the instant they stood still, but the third looked about him eagerly to find where they could get under cover. It was not a small farm. Beside the dwelling-house and stable and smoke-house, there were long ranges with granaries and storehouses and cattle-sheds. But it all looked awfully poor and dilapidated. The houses had gray, moss-grown, leaning walls, which seemed ready to topple over. In the roofs were yawning holes, and the doors hung aslant on broken hinges. It was apparent that no one had taken the trouble to drive a nail into a wall on this place for a long time. Meanwhile, he who was awake had figured out which house was the cowshed. He roused his traveling companions from their sleep and conducted them to the cowshed door. Luckily this was not fastened with anything but a hook, which he could easily push up with a rod. He heaved a sigh of relief at the thought that they should soon be in safety. But when the cowshed door swung open with a sharp creaking, he heard a cow begin to bellow. "Are you coming at last, mistress?" said she. "I thought that you didn't propose to give me any supper tonight." The one who was awake stopped in the doorway, absolutely terrified when he discovered that the cowshed was not empty. But he soon saw that there was not more than one cow and 3 or 4 chickens, and then he took courage again. "We are 3 poor travelers who want to come in somewhere where no fox can assail us and no human being capture us," said he. "We wonder if this can be a good place for us." "I cannot believe but what it is," answered the cow. "To be sure the walls are poor, but the fox does not walk through them as yet, and no one lives here except an old peasant woman, who isn't at all likely to make a captive of anyone. But who are you?" she continued as she twisted in her stall to get a sight of the newcomers. "I am Nils Holgersson from Vemingog, who has been transformed into an elf," replied the first of the incomers, "and I have with me a tame goose, who I generally ride, and a gray goose." "Such rare guests have never before been within my 4 walls," said the cow, "and you shall be welcome, although I would have preferred that it had been my mistress come to give me my supper." The boy led the geese into the cowshed, which was rather large, and placed them in an empty manger, where they fell asleep instantly. For himself he made a little bed of straw, and expected that he too should go to sleep at once. But this was impossible, for the poor cow, who hadn't had her supper, wasn't still an instant. She shook her flanks, moved around in the stall, and complained of how hungry she was. The boy couldn't get a wink of sleep, but lay there and lived over all the things that had happened to him during these last days. He thought of Osa the goose girl and little Mats, whom he had encountered so unexpectedly, and he fancied that the little cabin which he had set on fire must have been their old home in Smallland. Now he recalled that he had heard them speak of just such a cabin, and of the big heather heath which lay below it. Now Osa and Mats had wandered back there to see their old home again, and then when they had reached it, it was in flames. It was indeed a great sorrow which he had brought upon them, and it hurt him very much. If he ever again became a human being, he would try to compensate them for the damage and miscalculation. Then his thoughts wandered to the crows, and when he thought of Fumly Drumly, who had saved his life, and had met his own death so soon after he had been elected chieftain, he was so distressed that tears filled his eyes. He had had a pretty rough time of it these last few days, but anyway it was a rare stroke of luck that the goosey gander and Dunfin had found him. The goosey gander had said that as soon as the geese discovered that Thumbietot had disappeared, they had asked all the small animals in the forest about him. They soon learned that a flock of Smallland crows had carried him off, but the crows were already out of sight, and whither they had directed their course no one had been able to say. That they might find the boy as soon as possible, Akka had commanded the wild geese to start out, 2 and 2, in different directions to search for him. But after a 2 days' hunt, whether or not they had found him, they were to meet in northwestern Smallland on a high mountain top, which resembled an abrupt chopped-off tower and was called Taberg. After Akka had given them the best directions and described carefully how they should find Taberg, they had separated. The white goosey gander had chosen Dunfin as a traveling companion, and they had flown about hither and thither with the greatest anxiety for Thumbietot. During this ramble they had heard a thrush, who sat in a tree-top, cry and wail that someone, who called himself Kidnapped by Crows, had made fun of him. They had talked with the thrush, and he had shown them in which direction that Kidnapped by Crows had traveled. Afterward they had met a dovecock, a starling, and a drake. They had all wailed about a little culprit who had disturbed their song, and who was named Caught by Crows, Captured by Crows, and Stolen by Crows. In this way they were able to trace Thumbietot all the way to the heather heath in Sonnerbo Township. As soon as the goosey gander and Dunfin had found Thumbietot, they had started toward the north in order to reach Taberg. But it had been a long road to travel, and the darkness was upon them before they had sighted the mountain top. If we only get there by tomorrow, surely all our troubles will be over, thought the boy, and dug down into the straw to have it warmer. All the while the cow fussed and fumed in the stall. Then, all of a sudden, she began to talk to the boy. "Everything is wrong with me," said the cow. "I am neither milked nor tended. I have no night fodder in my manger, and no bed has been made under me. My mistress came here at dusk to put things in order for me, but she felt so ill that she had to go in soon again, and she has not returned." "It's distressing that I should be little and powerless," said the boy. "I don't believe that I am able to help you." "You can't make me believe that you are powerless because you are little," said the cow. "All the elves that I've ever heard of were so strong that they could pull a whole load of hay and strike a cow dead with one fist." The boy couldn't help laughing at the cow. "They were a very different kind of elf from me," said he, "but I'll loosen your halter and open the door for you so that you can go out and drink in one of the pools on the place, and then I'll try to climb up to the hayloft and throw down some hay in your manger." "Yes, that would be some help," said the cow. The boy did as he had said, and when the cow stood with a full manger in front of her, he thought that at last he should get some sleep, but he had hardly crept down in the bed before she began anew to talk to him. "You'll be clean put out with me if I ask you for one thing more," said the cow. "Oh, no, I won't, if it's only something that I'm able to do," said the boy. "Then I will ask you to go into the cabin directly opposite and find out how my mistress is getting along. I fear some misfortune has come to her." "No, I can't do that," said the boy. "I dare not show myself before human beings." "Surely you're not afraid of an old and sick woman," said the cow. "But you do not need to go into the cabin. Just stand outside the door and peep in through the crack." "Oh, if that is all you ask of me, I'll do it, of course," said the boy. With that he opened the cowshed door and went out in the yard. It was a fearful night. Neither moon nor stars shone, the wind blew a gale, and the rain came down in torrents. And the worst of all was that 7 great owls sat in a row on the eaves of the cabin. It was awful just to hear them, where they sat and grumbled at the weather, but it was even worse to think what would happen to him if one of them should set eyes on him. That would be the last of him. "Pity him who is so little," said the boy as he ventured out in the yard. And he had a right to say this, for he was blown down twice before he got to the house. Once the wind swept him into a pool, which was so deep that he came near drowning, but he got there nevertheless. He clambered up a pair of steps, scrambled over a threshold, and came into the hallway. The cabin door was closed, but down in one corner a large piece had been cut away, that the cat might go in and out. It was no difficulty whatever, for the boy to see how things were in the cabin. He had hardly cast a glance in there before he staggered back and turned his head away. An old gray-haired woman lay stretched out on the floor within. She neither moved nor moaned, and her face shone strangely white. It was as if an invisible moon had thrown a feeble light over it. The boy remembered that when his grandfather had died, his face had also become so strangely white-like. And he understood that the old woman who lay on the cabin floor must be dead. Death had probably come to her so suddenly that she didn't even have time to lie down on her bed. As he thought of being alone with the dead in the middle of the dark night, he was terribly afraid. He threw himself headlong down the steps and rushed back to the cowshed. When he told the cow what he had seen in the cabin, she stopped eating. "So my mistress is dead," said she. "Then it will soon be over for me as well." "There will always be someone to look out for you," said the boy comfortingly. "Ah, you don't know," said the cow, "that I am already twice as old as a cow usually is before she is laid upon the slaughter bench. But then I do not care to live any longer, since she in there can come no more to care for me." She said nothing more for a while, but the boy observed, no doubt, that she neither slept nor ate. It was not long before she began to speak again. "Is she lying on the bare floor?" she asked. "She is," said the boy. "She had a habit of coming out to the cowshed," she continued, "and talking about everything that troubled her. I understood what she said, although I could not answer her. These last few days she talked of how afraid she was lest there would be no one with her when she died. She was anxious for fear no one should close her eyes and fold her hands across her breast after she was dead. Perhaps you'll go in and do this." The boy hesitated. He remembered that when his grandfather had died, Mother had been very careful about putting everything to rights. He knew this was something which had to be done, but on the other hand he felt that he didn't care go to the dead in the ghastly night. He didn't say no, neither did he take a step toward the cowshed door. For a couple of seconds the old cow was silent, just as if she had expected an answer. But when the boy said nothing, she did not repeat her request. Instead, she began to talk with him of her mistress. There was much to tell, first and foremost about all the children which she had brought up. They had been in the cowshed every day, and in the summer they had taken the cattle to pasture on the swamp and in the groves, so the old cow knew all about them. They had been splendid, all of them, and happy and industrious. A cow knew well enough what her caretakers were good for. There was also much to be said about the farm. It had not always been as poor as it was now. It was very large, although the greater part of it consisted of swamps and stony groves. There was not much room for fields, but there was plenty of good fodder everywhere. At one time there had been a cow for every stall in the cowshed, and the ox shed, which was now empty, had at one time been filled with oxen. And then there was life and gaiety both in cabin and cowhouse. When the mistress opened the cowshed door, she would hum and sing, and all the cows lowed with gladness when they heard her coming. But the good man had died when the children were so small that they could not be of any assistance, and the mistress had to take charge of the farm, and all the work and responsibility. She had been as strong as a man, and had both plowed and reaped. In the evenings, when she came into the cowshed to milk, sometimes she was so tired that she wept. Then she dashed away her tears, and was cheerful again. It doesn't matter. Good times are coming for me, too, if only my children grow up. Yes, if only they grow up." But as soon as the children were grown, a strange longing came over them. They didn't want to stay at home, but went away to a strange country. Their mother never got any help from them. A couple of her children were married before they went away, and they had left their children behind in the old home. And now these children followed the mistress in the cowshed, just as her own had done. They tended the cows and were fine, good folk. And in the evenings, when the mistress was so tired out that she could fall asleep in the middle of the milking, she would rouse herself again to renewed courage by thinking of them. "Good times are coming for me, too," said she, and shook off sleep, "when once they are grown." But when these children grew up, they went away to their parents in the strange land. No one came back, no one stayed at home, the old mistress was left alone on the farm. Probably she had never asked them to remain with her. "Think you, Rodlina, that I would ask them to stay here with me, when they can go out in the world and have things comfortable?" she would say as she stood in the stall with the old cow. "Here in Smallland they have only poverty to look forward to." But when the last grandchild was gone, it was all up with the mistress. All at once she became bent and gray, and tottered as she walked, as if she no longer had the strength to move about. She stopped working, she did not care to look after the farm, but let everything go to rack and ruin. She didn't repair the houses, and she sold both the cows and the oxen. The only one that she kept was the old cow who now talked with Thumbietot. Her she let live because all the children had tended her. She could have taken maids and farm hands into her service, who would have helped her with the work, but she couldn't bear to see strangers around her, since her own had deserted her. Perhaps she was better satisfied to let the farm go to ruin, since none of her children were coming back to take it after she was gone. She did not mind that she herself became poor, because she didn't value that which was only hers, but she was troubled lest the children should find out how hard she had it. "If only the children do not hear of this! If only the children do not hear of this!" she sighed as she tottered through the cow-house. The children wrote constantly, and begged her to come out to them, but this she did not wish. She didn't want to see the land that had taken them from her. She was angry with it. "It's foolish of me, perhaps, that I do not like that land which has been so good for them," said she, "but I don't want to see it." She never thought of anything but the children, and of this, that they must needs have gone. When summer came she led the cow out to graze in the big swamp. All day she would sit on the edge of the swamp, her hands in her lap, and on the way home she would say, "You see, Rodlina, if there had been large, rich fields here in place of these barren swamps, then there would have been no need for them to leave." She could become furious with the swamp which spread out so big and did no good. She could sit and talk about how it was the swamp's fault that the children had left her. This last evening she had been more trembly and feeble than ever before. She could not even do the milking. She had leaned against the manger and talked about two strangers who had been to see her and had asked if they might buy the swamp. They wanted to drain it and sow and raise grain on it. This had made her both anxious and glad. "Do you hear, Rodlina?" she had said. "Do you hear they said that grain can grow on the swamp? Now I shall write to the children to come home. Now they'll not have to stay away any longer, for now they can get their bread here at home." It was this that she had gone into the cabin to do. The boy heard no more of what the old cow said. He had opened the cow-house door and gone across the yard and into the dead whom he had but lately been so afraid of. It was not so poor in the cabin as he had expected. It was well supplied with the sort of things one generally finds among those who have relatives in America. In a corner there was an American rocking-chair. On the table before the window lay a brocaded plush cover. There was a pretty spread on the bed. On the walls, in carved wood frames, hung the photographs of the children and grandchildren who had gone away. On the bureau stood high vases and a couple of candlesticks with the thick spiral candles in them. The boy searched for a matchbox and lighted these candles, not because he needed more light than he already had, but because he thought that this was one way to honor the dead. Then he went up to her, closed her eyes, folded her hands across her breast, and stroked back the thin gray hair from her face. He thought no more about being afraid of her. He was so deeply grieved because she had been forced to live out her old age in loneliness and longing. He, at least, would watch over her dead body this night. He hunted up the psalm book and seated himself to read a couple of psalms in an undertone. But in the middle of the reading he paused, because he had begun to think about his mother and father. Think that parents can long so for their children. This he had never known. Think that life can be as though it was over for them when the children are away. Think if those at home longed for him in the same way that this old peasant woman had longed. This thought made him happy, but he dared not believe in it. He had not been such a one that anybody could long for him. But what he had not been, perhaps he could become. Round about him he saw the portraits of those who were away. They were big, strong men and women with earnest faces. There were brides in long veils, and gentlemen in fine clothes, and there were children with waved hair and pretty white dresses, and he thought that they all stared blindly into vacancy and did not want to see. "Poor you," said the boy to the portraits. "Your mother is dead. You cannot make reparation now, because you went away from her. But my mother is living." Here he paused and nodded and smiled to himself. "My mother is living," said he. "Both father and mother are living." End of chapter 17. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 18 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. From Taberg to Huskvarna, Friday, April 15th. The boy sat awake nearly all night, but toward morning he fell asleep, and then he dreamed of his father and mother. He could hardly recognize them. They had both grown gray and had old and wrinkled faces. He asked how this had come about, and they answered that they had aged so because they had longed for him. He was both touched and astonished, for he had never believed but what they were glad to be rid of him. When the boy awoke, the morning was come, with fine clear weather. First he himself ate a bit of bread which he found in the cabin. Then he gave morning feed to both geese and cow, and opened the cow-house door so that the cow could go over to the nearest farm. When the cow came along all by herself, the neighbors would no doubt understand that something was wrong with her mistress. They would hurry over to the desolate farm to see how the old woman was getting along, and then they would find her dead body and bury it. The boy and the geese had barely raised themselves into the air when they caught a glimpse of a high mountain with almost perpendicular walls and an abrupt broken-off top, and they understood that this must be Taberg. On the summit stood Akka with Ixi and Kaxi, Kolmi and Nelia, Visi and Nusi, and all 6 goslings, and waited for them. There was a rejoicing, and a cackling, and a fluttering, and a calling, which no one can describe, when they saw that the goosey gander and Dunfin had succeeded in finding Thumbietot. The woods grew pretty high up on Taberg's sides, but her highest peak was barren, and from there one could look out in all directions. If one gazed toward the east or south or west, then there was hardly anything to be seen but a poor highland with dark spruce trees, brown morasses, ice-clad lakes, and bluish mountain ridges. The boy couldn't keep from thinking it was true that the one who had created this hadn't taken very great pains with his work, but had thrown it together in a hurry. But if one glanced to the north, it was altogether different. Here it looked as if it had been worked out with the utmost care and affection. In this direction one saw only beautiful mountains, soft valleys, and winding rivers, all the way to the big lake Vedern, which lay ice-free and transparently clear, and shone as if it wasn't filled with water, but with blue light. It was Vedern that made it so pretty to look toward the north, because it looked as though a blue stream had risen up from the lake and spread itself over land also. Groves and hills and roofs and the spires of Jönköping's city, which shimmered along Vedern's shores, lay enveloped in pale blue which caressed the eye. If there were countries in heaven, they, too, must be blue like this, thought the boy, and imagined that he had gotten a faint idea of how it must look in paradise. Later in the day, when the geese continued their journey, they flew up toward the blue valley. They were in holiday humor, shrieked and made such a racket that no one who had ears could help hearing them. This happened to be the first really fine spring day that they had had in this section. Until now the spring had done its work under rain and bluster, and now, when it had all of a sudden become fine weather, the people were filled with such a longing after summer warmth and green woods that they could hardly perform their tasks. And when the wild geese rode by, high above the ground, cheerful and free, there wasn't one who did not drop what he had in hand and glance at them. The first ones who saw the wild geese that day were miners on Taberg, who were digging ore at the mouth of the mine. When they heard them cackle, they paused in their drilling for ore, and one of them called to the birds, "Where are you going? Where are you going?" The geese didn't understand what he said, but the boy leaned forward over the gooseback and answered for them, "Where there is neither pick nor hammer." When the miners heard the words, they thought it was their own longing that made the goose cackle sound like human speech. "Take us along with you! Take us along with you!" they cried. "Not this year!" shrieked the boy. "Not this year!" The wild geese followed Taberg River down toward Monk Lake, and all the while they made the same racket. Here, on the narrow land strip between Monk and Vedern Lakes, lay Jönköping, with its great factories. The wild geese rode first over Munksjö's paper mills. The noon rest hour was just over, and the big workmen were streaming down to the mill gate. When they heard the wild geese, they stopped a moment to listen to them. "Where are you going? Where are you going?" called the workmen. The wild geese understood nothing of what they said, but the boy answered for them. "There, where there are neither machines nor steam boxes." When the workmen heard the answer, they believed it was their own longing that made the goose cackle sound like human speech. "Take us along with you!" "Not this year," answered the boy. "Not this year." Next the geese rode over the well-known match factory, which lies on the shores of Vettern, large as a fortress, and lifts its high chimneys toward the sky. Not a soul moved out in the yards, but in a large hall young working women sat and filled matchboxes. They had opened a window on account of the beautiful weather, and through it came the wild geese's call. The one who sat nearest the window leaned out with a matchbox in her hand and cried, "Where are you going? Where are you going?" "To that land where there is no need of either light or matches," said the boy. The girl thought that what she had heard was only goose cackle, but since she thought she had distinguished a couple of words, she called out in answer, "Take me along with you." "Not this year," replied the boy, "not this year." East of the factories rises Jonkoping on the most glorious spot that any city can occupy. The narrow Vettern has high, steep sand shores, both on the eastern and western sides, but straight south the sand walls are broken down, just as if to make room for a large gate through which one reaches the lake. And in the middle of the gate, with mountains to the left and mountains to the right, with Monk Lake behind it and Vettern in front of it, lies Jonkoping. The wild geese traveled forward over the long, narrow city, and behaved themselves here just as they had done in the country. But in the city there was no one who answered them. It was not to be expected that city folks should stop out in the streets and call to the wild geese. The trip extended further along Vettern's shores, and after a little they came to Sana Sanitarium. Some of the patients had gone out on the veranda to enjoy the spring air, and in this way they heard the goose cackle. "Where are you going?" asked one of them with such a feeble voice that he was scarcely heard. "To that land where there is neither sorrow nor sickness," answered the boy. "Take us along with you," said the sick ones. "Not this year," answered the boy, "not this year." When they had traveled still farther on, they came to Huskvarna. It lay in a valley, the mountains around it were steep and beautifully formed. A river rushed along the heights in long and narrow falls. Big workshops and factories lay below the mountain walls, and scattered over the valley bottom were the working men's homes, encircled by little gardens, and in the center of the valley lay the schoolhouse. Just as the wild geese came along, a bell rang, and a crowd of school children marched out in line. They were so numerous that the whole schoolyard was filled with them. "Where are you going? Where are you going?" the children shouted when they heard the wild geese. "Where there are neither books nor lessons to be found," answered the boy. "Take us along," shrieked the children. "Not this year, but next," cried the boy. "Not this year, but next." End of chapter 18. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 19, Part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Big Bird Lake, Jarro the Wild Duck. On the eastern shore of Vettern lies Mount Amberg. East of Amberg lies Dagmosse. East of Dagmosse lies Lake Tackern. Around the whole of Tackern spreads the big, even Ostergade plain. Tackern is a pretty large lake, and in olden times it must have been still larger, but then the people thought it covered entirely too much of the fertile plain, so they attempted to drain the water from it that they might sow and reap on the lake bottom. But they did not succeed in laying waste the entire lake, which had evidently been their intention, therefore it still hides a lot of land. Since the draining, the lake has become so shallow that hardly at any point is it more than a couple of meters deep. The shores have become marshy and muddy, and out in the lake little mud islets stick up above the water's surface. Now there is one who loves to stand with his feet in the water if he can just keep his body and head in the air, and that is the reed, and it cannot find a better place to grow upon than the long, shallow tackern shores and around the little mud islets. It thrives so well that it grows taller than a man's height, and so thick that it is almost impossible to push a boat through it. It forms a broad green enclosure around the whole lake, so that it is only accessible in a few places where people have taken away the reeds. But if the reeds shut the people out, they give, in return, shelter and protection to many other things. In the reeds there are a lot of little dams and canals with green, still water, where duckweed and pondweed run to seed, and where gnat eggs and blackfish and worms are hatched out in uncountable masses. And all along the shores of these little dams and canals there are many well-concealed places where seabirds hatch their eggs and bring up their young without being disturbed, either by enemies or food worries. An incredible number of birds live in the tackern reeds, and more gather there every year as it becomes known what a splendid abode it is. The first who settled there were the wild ducks, and they still live there by thousands. But they no longer own the entire lake, for they have been obliged to share it with swans, grebes, coots, loons, fen ducks, and a lot of others. Tackern is certainly the largest and choicest bird lake in the whole country, and the birds may count themselves lucky as long as they own such a retreat. But it is uncertain just how long they will be in control of reeds and mud banks, for human beings cannot forget that the lake extends over a considerable portion of good and fertile soil, and every now and then the proposition to drain it comes up among them. And if these propositions were carried out, the many thousands of water birds would be forced to move from this quarter. At the time when Nils Holgersson traveled around with the wild geese, there lived at Tackern a wild duck named Jarro. He was a young bird who had only lived one summer, one fall, and a winter. Now it was his first spring. He had just returned from South Africa, and had reached Tackern in such good season that the ice was still on the lake. One evening, when he and the other young wild ducks played at racing backward and forward over the lake, a hunter fired a couple of shots at them, and Jarro was wounded in the breast. He thought he should die, but in order that the one who had shot him shouldn't get him into his power, he continued to fly as long as he possibly could. He didn't think whither he was directing his course, but only struggled to get far away. When his strength failed him so that he could not fly any further, he was no longer on the lake. He had flown a bit inland, and now he sank down before the entrance to one of the big farms which lie along the shores of Tackern. A moment later, a young farm-hand happened along. He saw Jarro and came and lifted him up. But Jarro, who asked for nothing but to be let die in peace, gathered his last powers and nipped the farm-hand in the finger so he should let go of him. Jarro didn't succeed in freeing himself. The encounter had this good in it, at any rate: the farm-hand noticed that the bird was alive. He carried him very gently into the cottage, and showed him to the mistress of the house, a young woman with a kindly face. At once she took Jarro from the farm-hand, stroked him on the back, and wiped away the blood which trickled down through the neck feathers. She looked him over very carefully, and when she saw how pretty he was, with his dark green shining head, his white neckband, his brownish-red back, and his blue wing mirror, she must have thought that it was a pity for him to die. She promptly put a basket in order and tucked the bird into it. All the while Jarro fluttered and struggled to get loose, but when he understood that the people didn't intend to kill him, he settled down in the basket with a sense of pleasure. Now it was evident how exhausted he was from pain and loss of blood. The mistress carried the basket across the floor to place it in the corner by the fireplace, but before she put it down, Jarro was already fast asleep. In a little while Jarro was awakened by someone who nudged him gently. When he opened his eyes, he experienced such an awful shock that he almost lost his senses. Now he was lost, for there stood the one who was more dangerous than either human beings or birds of prey. It was no less a thing than Caesar himself, the long-haired dog, who nosed around him inquisitively. How pitifully scared had he not been last summer, when he was still a little yellow-down duckling, every time it had sounded over the reed stems, "Caesar is coming! Caesar is coming!" When he had seen the brown and white spotted dog with the teeth-filled jowls come wading through the reeds, he had believed that he beheld death itself. He had always hoped that he would never have to live through that moment when he should meet Caesar face to face. But, to his sorrow, he must have fallen down in the very yard where Caesar lived, for there he stood right over him. "Who are you?" he growled. "How did you get into the house? Don't you belong down among the reed banks?" It was with great difficulty that he gained the courage to answer. "Don't be angry with me, Caesar, because I came into the house," said he. "It isn't my fault. I have been wounded by a gunshot. It was the people themselves who laid me in this basket." "Oh ho, so it's the folks themselves that have placed you here," said Caesar. "Then it is surely their intention to cure you, although for my part I think it would be wiser for them to eat you up, since you are in their power. But, at any rate, you are tabooed in the house. You needn't look so scared. Now we're not down on tackern." With that Caesar laid himself to sleep in front of the blazing log fire. As soon as Jarro understood that this terrible danger was past, extreme lassitude came over him, and he fell asleep anew. The next time Jarro awoke, he saw that a dish with grain and water stood before him. He was still quite ill, but he felt hungry nevertheless, and began to eat. When the mistress saw that he ate, she came up and petted him and looked pleased. After that, Jarro fell asleep again. For several days he did nothing but eat and sleep. One morning Jarro felt so well that he stepped from the basket and wandered along the floor. But he hadn't gone very far before he keeled over and lay there. Then came Caesar, opened his big jaws and grabbed him. Jarro believed, of course, that the dog was going to bite him to death, but Caesar carried him back to the basket without harming him. Because of this, Jarro acquired such a confidence in the dog Caesar that on his next walk in the cottage he went over to the dog and lay down beside him. Thereafter Caesar and he became good friends, and every day for several hours Jarro lay and slept between Caesar's paws. But an even greater affection than he felt for Caesar did Jarro feel toward his mistress. Of her he had not the least fear, but rubbed his head against her hand when she came and fed him. Whenever she went out of the cottage he sighed with regret, and when she came back he cried welcome to her in his own language. Jarro forgot entirely how afraid he had been of both dogs and humans in other days. He thought now that they were gentle and kind, and he loved them. He wished that he were well, so he could fly down to Tackern and tell the wild ducks that their enemies were not dangerous and that they need not fear them. He had observed that the human beings, as well as Caesar, had calm eyes which it did one good to look into. The only one in the cottage whose glance he did not care to meet was Clawina the house cat. She did him no harm either, but he couldn't place any confidence in her. Then, too, she quarreled with him constantly because he loved human beings. "You think they protect you because they are fond of you," said Clawina. "You just wait until you are fat enough, then they'll wring the neck off you. I know them, I do." Jarro, like all birds, had a tender and affectionate heart, and he was unutterably distressed when he heard this. He couldn't imagine that his mistress would wish to wring the neck off him, nor could he believe any such thing of her son, the little boy who sat for hours beside his basket and babbled and chattered. He seemed to think that both of them had the same love for him that he had for them. One day, when Jarro and Caesar lay on the usual spot before the fire, Clawina sat on the hearth and began to tease the wild duck. "I wonder, Jarro, what you wild ducks will do next year when Tackern is drained and turned into grain fields," said Clawina. "What's that you say, Clawina?" cried Jarro, and jumped up, scared through and through. "I always forget, Jarro, that you do not understand human speech, like Caesar and myself," answered the cat. "Or else you surely would have heard how the men, who were here in the cottage yesterday, said that all the water was going to be drained from Tackern, and that next year the lake bottom would be as dry as a house floor. And now I wonder where you wild ducks will go." When Jarro heard this talk, he was so furious that he hissed like a snake. "You are just as mean as a common coot," he screamed at Clawina. "You only want to incite me against human beings. I don't believe they want to do anything of the sort. They must know that Tackern is the wild duck's property. Why should they make so many birds homeless and unhappy? You have certainly hit upon all this to scare me. I hope that you may be torn in pieces by Gorgo the eagle. I hope that my mistress will chop off your whiskers." But Jarro couldn't shut Clawina up with this outburst. "So you think I'm lying," said she. "Ask Caesar, then. He was also in the house last night. Caesar never lies." "Caesar," said Jarro, "you understand human speech much better than Clawina. Say that she hasn't heard aright. Think how it would be if the people drained Tackern and changed the lake bottom into fields. Then there would be no more pondweed or duck food for the grown wild ducks, and no blackfish or worms or gnat eggs for the ducklings. Then the reed banks would disappear, where now the ducklings conceal themselves until they are able to fly. All ducks would be compelled to move away from here and seek another home. But where shall they find a retreat like Tackern? Caesar, say that Clawina has not heard aright." It was extraordinary to watch Caesar's behavior during this conversation. He had been wide awake the whole time before, but now, when Jarro turned to him, he panted, laid his long nose on his forepaws, and was sound asleep within the wink of an eyelid. The cat looked down at Caesar with a knowing smile. "I believe that Caesar doesn't care to answer you," she said to Jarro. "It is with him as with all dogs. They will never acknowledge that humans can do any wrong. But you can rely upon my word, at any rate. I shall tell you why they wish to drain the lake just now. As long as you wild ducks still had the power on Tackern, they did not wish to drain it, for at least they got some good out of you. But now grebes and coots and other birds, who are no good as food, have infested nearly all the reed banks, and the people don't think they need let the lake remain on their account." Jarro didn't trouble himself to answer Clawina, but raised his head and shouted in Caesar's ear, "Caesar, you know that on Tackern there are still so many ducks left that they fill the air like clouds. Say it isn't true that human beings intend to make all of these homeless." Then Caesar sprang up with such a sudden outburst at Clawina that she had to save herself by jumping up on a shelf. "I'll teach you to keep quiet when I want to sleep," bawled Caesar. "Of course I know that there is some talk about draining the lake this year, but there's been talk of this many times before without anything coming of it, and that draining business is a matter in which I take no stock whatever. For how would it go with the game if Tackern were laid waste? You're a donkey to gloat over a thing like that. What will you and I have to amuse ourselves with when there are no more birds on Tackern?" End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Big Bird Lake, the Decoy-Duck. Sunday, April 17th. A couple of days later, Jarro was so well that he could fly all about the house. Then he was petted a good deal by the mistress, and the little boy ran out in the yard and plucked the first grass blades for him which had sprung up. When the mistress caressed him, Jarro thought that, although he was now so strong that he could fly down to Tackern at any time, he shouldn't care to be separated from the human beings. He had no objection to remaining with them all his life. But early one morning the mistress placed a halter or noose over Jarro, which prevented him from using his wings, and then she turned him over to the farmhand who had found him in the yard. The farmhand poked him under his arm, and went down to Tackern with him. The ice had melted away while Jarro had been ill. The old dry fall leaves still stood along the shores and islets, but all the water growths had begun to take root down in the deep, and the green stems had already reached the surface. And now nearly all the migratory birds were at home. The curlews' hooked bills peeped out from the reeds, the grebes glided about with new feather collars around the neck, and the jacksnipes were gathering straws for their nests. The farmhand got in a scow, laid Jarro in the bottom of the boat, and began to pole himself out on the lake. Jarro, who had now accustomed himself to expect only good of human beings, said to Caesar, who was also in the party, that he was very grateful toward the farmhand for taking him out on the lake. But there was no need to keep him so closely guarded, for he did not intend to fly away. To this Caesar made no reply. He was very close-mouthed that morning. The only thing which struck Jarro as being a bit peculiar was that the farmhand had taken his gun along. He couldn't believe that any of the good folk in the cottage would want to shoot birds. And besides, Caesar had told him that people didn't hunt at this time of year. "It is a prohibited time," he had said, "although this doesn't concern me, of course." The farmhand went over to one of the little reed-enclosed mud islets. There he stepped from the boat, gathered some old reeds into a pile, and lay down behind it. Jarro was permitted to wander around on the ground with the halter over his wings and tethered to the boat with a long string. Suddenly Jarro caught sight of some young ducks and drakes, in whose company he had formerly raced backward and forward over the lake.
They were a long way off, but Jarro called them to him with a couple of loud shouts. They responded, and a large and beautiful flock approached. Before they got there, Jarro began to tell them about his marvelous rescue and of the kindness of human beings. Just then 2 shots sounded behind him. 3 ducks sank down in the reeds, lifeless, and Caesar bounced out and captured them. Then Jarro understood. The human beings had only saved him that they might use him as a decoy-duck, and they had also succeeded. 3 ducks had died on his account. He thought he should die of shame. He thought that even his friend Caesar looked contemptuously at him, and when they came home to the cottage he didn't dare lie down and sleep beside the dog. The next morning Jarro was again taken out on the shallows. This time, too, he saw some ducks, but when he observed that they flew toward him, he called to them, "Away, away! Be careful! Fly in another direction! There's a hunter hidden behind the reed pile! I'm only a decoy bird!" And he actually succeeded in preventing them from coming within shooting distance. Jarro had scarcely had time to taste of a grass blade, so busy was he in keeping watch. He called out his warning as soon as a bird drew nigh. He even warned the grebes, although he detested them because they crowded the ducks out of their best hiding places. But he did not wish that any bird should meet with misfortune on his account, and, thanks to Jarro's vigilance, the farm hand had to go home without firing off a single shot. Despite this fact, Caesar looked less displeased than on the previous day, and when evening came he took Jarro in his mouth, carried him over to the fireplace, and let him sleep between his forepaws. Nevertheless, Jarro was no longer contented in the cottage, but was grievously unhappy. His heart suffered at the thoughts that humans never had loved him. When the mistress or the little boy came forward to caress him, he stuck his bill under his wing and pretended that he slept. For several days Jarro continued his distressful watch service, and already he was known all over Tackern. Then it happened one morning, when he called as usual, "Have a care, birds! Don't come near me! I'm only a decoy-duck!" that a grebe nest came floating toward the shallows where he was tied. This was nothing especially remarkable. It was a nest from the year before, and since grebe nests are built in such a way that they can move on water like boats, it often happens that they drift out toward the lake. Still, Jarro stood there and stared at the nest, because it came so straight toward the islet that it looked as though someone had steered its course over the water. As the nest came nearer, Jarro saw that a little human being, the tiniest he had ever seen, sat in the nest and rowed it forward with a pair of sticks. And this little human called to him, "Go as near the water as you can, Jarro, and be ready to fly. You shall soon be freed." A few seconds later the grebe nest lay near land, but the little oarsman did not leave it, but sat huddled up between branches and straw. Jarro, too, held himself almost immovable. He was actually paralyzed with fear lest the rescuer should be discovered. The next thing which occurred was that a flock of wild geese came along. Then Jarro woke up to business and warned them with loud shrieks, but in spite of this they flew backward and forward over the shallows several times. They held themselves so high that they were beyond shooting distance. Still the farmhand let himself be tempted to fire a couple of shots at them. These shots were hardly fired before the little creature ran up on land, drew a tiny knife from its sheath, and with a couple of quick strokes cut loose Jarro's halter. "Now fly away, Jarro, before the man has time to load again," cried he, while he himself ran down to the grebe nest and pulled away from the shore. The hunter had had his gaze fixed upon the geese, and hadn't observed that Jarro had been freed. But Caesar had followed more carefully that which happened, and just as Jarro raised his wings, he dashed forward and grabbed him by the neck. Jarro cried pitifully, and the boy who had freed him said quietly to Caesar, "If you are just as honorable as you look, surely you cannot wish to force a good bird to sit here and entice others into trouble." When Caesar heard these words, he grinned viciously with his upper lip, but the next second he dropped Jarro. "Fly, Jarro," said he. "You are certainly too good to be a decoy-duck. It wasn't for this that I wanted to keep you here, but because it will be lonely in the cottage without you." End of chapter 19, part 2. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 19, part 3 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Big Bird Lake, The Lowering of the Lake. Wednesday, April 20th. It was indeed very lonely in the cottage without Jarro. The dog and the cat found the time long, when they didn't have him to wrangle over, and the housewife missed the glad quacking which he had indulged in every time she entered the house. But the one who longed most for Jarro was the little boy, Per Ola. He was but 3 years old, and the only child, and in all his life he had never had a playmate like Jarro. When he heard that Jarro had gone back to Tackern and the wild ducks, he couldn't be satisfied with this, but thought constantly of how he should get him back again. Per Ola had talked a good deal with Jarro while he lay still in his basket, and he was certain that the duck understood him. He begged his mother to take him down to the lake that he might find Jarro and persuade him to come back to them. Mother wouldn't listen to this, but the little one didn't give up his plan on that account. The day after Jarro had disappeared, Per Ola was running about in the yard. He played by himself as usual, but Caesar lay on the stoop, and when the mother let the boy out, she said, "Take care of Per Ola, Caesar." Now, if all had been as usual, Caesar would also have obeyed the command, and the boy would have been so well guarded that he couldn't have run the least risk. But Caesar was not like himself these days. He knew that the farmers who lived along Tackern had held frequent conferences about the lowering of the lake, and that they had almost settled the matter. The ducks must leave, and Caesar should never more behold a glorious chase. He was so preoccupied with thoughts of his misfortune that he did not remember to watch over Per Ola. And the little one had scarcely been alone in the yard a minute before he realized that now the right moment was come to go down to Tackern and talk with Jarro. He opened a gate and wandered down toward the lake on the narrow path which ran along the banks. As long as he could be seen from the house, he walked slowly, but afterward he increased his pace. He was very much afraid that mother or someone else should call to him that he couldn't go. He didn't wish to do anything naughty, only to persuade Jarro to come home, but he felt that those at home would not have approved of the undertaking. When Per Ola came down to the lake shore, he called Jarro several times. Thereupon he stood for a long time and waited, but no Jarro appeared. He saw several birds that resembled the wild duck, but they flew by without noticing him, and he could understand that none among them was the right one. When Jarro didn't come to him, The little boy thought that it would be easier to find him if he went out on the lake. There were several good craft lying along the shore, but they were tied. The only one that lay loose and at liberty was an old leaky scow which was so unfit that no one thought of using it. But Per Ola scrambled up in it without caring that the whole bottom was filled with water. He had not strength enough to use the oars, but instead he seated himself to swing and rock in the scow. Certainly no grown person would have succeeded in moving a scow out on Tackern in that manner, but when the tide is high, and ill luck to the fore, little children have a marvelous faculty for getting out to sea. Per Ola was soon riding around on Tackern and calling for Jarro. When the old scow was rocked like this, out to sea, its cracks opened wider and wider, and the water actually streamed into it. Per Ola didn't pay the slightest attention to this. He sat upon the little bench in front and called to every bird he saw, and wondered why Jarro didn't appear. At last Jarro caught sight of Per Ola. He heard that someone called him by the name which he had borne among the humans, and he understood that the boy had gone out on Tackern to search for him. Jarro was unspeakably happy to find that one of the humans really loved him. He shot down toward Per Ola like an arrow, seated himself beside him, and let him caress him. They were both very happy to see each other again, but suddenly Jarro noticed the condition of the scow. It was half filled with water, and was almost ready to sink. Jarro tried to tell Per Ola that he, who could neither fly nor swim, must try to get upon land, but Per Ola didn't understand him. Then Jarro did not wait an instant, but hurried away to get help. Jarro came back in a little while, and carried on his back a tiny thing, who was much smaller than Per Ola himself. If he hadn't been able to talk and move, the boy would have believed that it was a doll. Instantly the little one ordered Per Ola to pick up a long, slender pole that lay in the bottom of the scow, and try to pull it toward one of the reed islands. Per Ola obeyed him, and he and the tiny creature together steered the scow. With a couple of strokes they were on a little reed-encircled island, and now Per Ola was told that he must step on land. And just the very moment that Per Ola set foot on land, the scow was filled with water and sank to the bottom. When Per Ola saw this, he was sure that father and mother would be very angry with him. He would have started in to cry if he hadn't found something else to think about soon, namely, a flock of big gray birds who lighted on the island. The little midget took him up to them and told him their names and what they said, and this was so funny that Per Ola forgot everything else. Meanwhile the folks on the farm had discovered that the boy had disappeared and had started to search for him. They searched the outhouses, looked in the well, and hunted through the cellar. Then they went out into the highways and bypaths, wandered to the neighboring farm to find out if he had strayed over there, and searched for him also down by Tackern. But no matter how much they sought, they did not find him. Caesar, the dog, understood very well that the farmer folk were looking for Per Ola, but he did nothing to lead them on the right track. Instead, he lay still as though the matter didn't concern him. Later in the day, Per Ola's footprints were discovered down by the boat landing, and then came the thought that the old leaky scow was no longer on the strand. Then one began to understand how the whole affair had come about. The farmer and his helpers immediately took out the boats and went in search of the boy. They rowed around on Tackern until way late in the evening without seeing the least shadow of him. They couldn't help believing that the old scow had gone down, and that the little one lay dead on the lake bottom. In the evening Per Ola's mother hunted around on the strand. Everyone else was convinced that the boy was drowned, but she could not bring herself to believe this. She searched all the while. She searched between reeds and bulrushes, tramped and tramped on the muddy shore, never thinking of how deep her foot sank and how wet she had become. She was unspeakably desperate. Her heart ached in her breast. She did not weep, but wrung her hands and called for her child in loud, piercing tones. Round about her she heard swans and ducks and curlews' shrieks. She thought that they followed her, and moaned and wailed. "Surely they too must be in trouble, since they moan so," thought she. Then she remembered. These were only birds that she heard complain. They surely had no worries. It was strange that they did not quiet down after sunset, but she heard all these uncountable bird throngs, which lived along Tackern, send forth cry upon cry. Several of them followed her wherever she went. Others came rustling past on light wings. All the air was filled with moans and lamentations. But the anguish which she herself was suffering opened her heart. She thought that she was not as far removed from all other living creatures as people usually think. She understood much better than ever before how birds fared. They had their constant worries for home and children, they as she. There was surely not such a great difference between them and her as she had heretofore believed. Then she happened to think that it was as good as settled that these thousands of swans and ducks and loons would lose their homes here by Tackern. "It will be very hard for them," she thought. "Where shall they bring up their children now?" She stood still and mused on this. It appeared to be an excellent and agreeable accomplishment to change a lake into fields and meadows, but let it be some other lake than Tackern, some other lake which was not the home of so many thousand creatures. She remembered how on the following day the proposition to lower the lake was to be decided, and she wondered if this was why her little son had been lost just today. Was it God's meaning that sorrow should come and open her heart just today, before it was too late to avert the cruel act? She walked rapidly up to the house, and began to talk with her husband about this. She spoke of the lake and of the birds, and said that she believed it was God's judgment on them both. And she soon found that he was of the same opinion. They already owned a large place, but if the lake draining was carried into effect, such a goodly portion of the lake bottom would fall to their share that their property would be nearly doubled. For this reason they had been more eager for the undertaking than any of the other shore owners. The others had been worried about expenses, and anxious lest the draining should not prove any more successful this time than it was the last. Per Ola's father knew in his heart that it was he who had influenced them to undertake the work. He had exercised all his eloquence so that he might leave to his son a farm as large again as his father had left to him. He stood and pondered if God's hand was back of the fact that Tackern had taken his son from him on the day before he was to draw up the contract to lay it waste. The wife didn't have to say many words to him before he answered. "It may be that God does not want us to interfere with his order. I'll talk with the others about this tomorrow, and I think we'll conclude that all may remain as it is." While the farmer folk were talking this over, Caesar lay before the fire. He raised his head and listened very attentively. When he thought that he was sure of the outcome, he walked up to the mistress, took her by the skirt, and led her to the door. "But, Caesar," said she, and wanted to break loose. "Do you know where Per Ola is?" she exclaimed. Caesar barked joyfully and threw himself against the door. She opened it, and Caesar dashed down toward Tackern. The mistress was so positive he knew where Per Ola was that she rushed after him, and no sooner had they reached the shore than they heard a child's cry out on the lake. Per Ola had had the best day of his life, in company with Thumbietot and the birds, but now he had begun to cry because he was hungry and afraid of the darkness, and he was glad when father and mother and Caesar came for him. End of chapter 19, part 3. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Ulvåsa-Lady, The Prophecy, Friday, April 22nd. One night when the boy lay and slept on an island in Tackern, he was awakened by oar strokes. He had hardly gotten his eyes open before there fell such a dazzling light on them that he began to blink. At first he couldn't make out what it was that shone so brightly out here on the lake, but he soon saw that a scow with a big burning torch stuck up on a spike aft lay near the edge of the reeds. The red flame from the torch was clearly reflected in the night-dark lake, and the brilliant light must have lured the fish, for round about the flame in the deep a mass of dark specks were seen that moved continually and changed places. There were 2 old men in the scow. One sat at the oars, and the other stood on a bench in the stern and held in his hand a short spear which was coarsely barbed. The one who rowed was apparently a poor fisherman. He was small, dried up, and weather-beaten, and wore a thin, threadbare coat. One could see that he was so used to being out in all sorts of weather that he didn't mind the cold. The other was well fed and well dressed, and looked like a prosperous and self-complacent farmer. "Now stop," said the farmer, when they were opposite the island where the boy lay. At the same time he plunged the spear into the water. When he drew it out again, a long, fine eel came with it. "Look at that," said he as he released the eel from the spear. "That was one who was worth while. Now I think we have so many that we can turn back." His comrade did not lift the oars, but sat and looked around. "It is lovely out here on the lake tonight," said he. And so it was. It was absolutely still, so that the entire water surface lay in undisturbed rest with the exception of the streak where the boat had gone forward. This lay like a path of gold and shimmered in the firelight. The sky was clear and dark blue and thickly studded with stars. The shores were hidden by the reed islands except toward the west. There Mount Omberg loomed up high and dark, much more impressive than usual, and cut away a big, 3-cornered piece of the vaulted heavens. The other one turned his head to get the light out of his eyes and looked about him. "Yes, it is lovely here in Östergyllen," said he. "Still, the best thing about the province is not its beauty." "Then what is it that's best?" asked the oarsman. "That it has always been a respected and honored province." "That may be true enough." "And then this, that one knows it will always continue to be so." "But how in the world can one know this?" said the one who sat at the oars. The farmer straightened up where he stood and braced himself with the spear. "There is an old story which has been handed down from father to son in my family, and in it one learns what will happen to Östergötland." "Then you may as well tell it to me," said the oarsman. We do not tell it to anyone and everyone, but I do not wish to keep it a secret from an old comrade. At Ulvåsa, here in Östergötland," he continued, and one could tell by the tone of his voice that he talked of something which he had heard from others and knew by heart, "many, many years ago, there lived a lady who had the gift of looking into the future and telling people what was going to happen to them, just as certainly and accurately as though it had already occurred. For this she became widely noted, and it is easy to understand that people would come to her, both from far and near, to find out what they were going to pass through of good or evil. One day, when Ulvåsa-Lady sat in her hall and spun, as was customary in former days, a poor peasant came into the room and seated himself on the bench near the door. "I wonder what you are sitting and thinking about, dear lady," said the peasant after a while. "I am sitting and thinking about high and holy things," answered she. "Then it is not fitting, perhaps, that I ask you about something which weighs on my heart," said the peasant. "It is probably nothing else that weighs on your heart than that you may reap much grain on your field. But I am accustomed to receive communications from the emperor about how it will go with his crown, and from the pope about how it will go with his keys." "Such things cannot be easy to answer," said the peasant. "I have also heard that no one seems to go from here without being dissatisfied with what he has heard." When the peasant said this, he saw that Ulvåsa-Lady bit her lip and moved higher up on the bench. "So this is what you have heard about me," said she. "Then you may as well tempt fortune by asking me about the thing you wish to know, and you shall see if I can answer so that you will be satisfied." After this the peasant did not hesitate to state his errand. He said that he had come to ask how it would go with Östergötland in the future. There was nothing which was so dear to him as his native province, and he felt that he should be happy until his dying day if he could get a satisfactory reply to his query. "Oh, is that all you wish to know?" said the wise lady. "Then I think that you will be content. For here where I now sit, I can tell you that it will be like this with Östergötland. It will always have something to boast of ahead of other provinces." "Yes, that was a good answer, dear lady," said the peasant, "and now I would be entirely at peace if I could only comprehend how such a thing should be possible." "Why should it not be possible?" said Ulvåsa-Lady. "Don't you know that Östergötland is already renowned? Or think you there is any place in Sweden that can boast of owning, at the same time, two such cloisters as the ones in Alvastra and Vreta, and such a beautiful cathedral as the one in Linkoping?" "That may be so," said the peasant, "but I'm an old man, and I know that people's minds are changeable. I fear that there will come a time when they won't want to give us any glory, either for Alvastra or Vreta or for the cathedral." "Herein you may be right," said Ulvåsa-Lady, "but you need not doubt prophecy on that account. I shall now build up a new cloister on Vadstena, and that will become the most celebrated in the north. Thither both the high and the lowly shall make pilgrimages, and all shall sing the praises of the province, because it has such a holy place within its confines." The peasant replied that he was right glad to know this, but he also knew, of course, that everything was perishable, and he wondered much what would give distinction to the province if Vadstena cloister should once fall into disrepute. "You are not easy to satisfy," said Ulvåsa-Lady, "but surely I can see so far ahead that I can tell you, before Vadstena cloister shall have lost its splendor, there will be a castle erected close by, which will be the most magnificent of its period. Kings and dukes will be guests there, and it shall be accounted an honor to the whole province that it owns such an ornament." "This I am also glad to hear," said the peasant, "but I'm an old man, and I know how it generally turns out with this world's glories, and if the castle goes to ruin, I wonder much what there will be that can attract the people's attention to this province." "It's not a little that you want to know," said Ulvåsa-Lady, "but certainly I can look far enough into the future to see that there will be life and movement in the forests around Finspång. I see how cabins and smithies arise there, and I believe that the whole province shall be renowned because iron will be molded within its confines." The peasant didn't deny that he was delighted to hear this, but if it should go so badly that even Finspång's foundry went down in importance, then it would hardly be possible that any new thing could arise of which Östergötland might boast. "You are not easy to please," said Ulvåsa-Lady, "but I can see so far into the future that I mark how, along the lake shores, great manors, large as castles, are built by gentlemen who have carried on wars in foreign lands. I believe that the manors will bring the province just as much honor as anything else that I have mentioned." "But if there comes a time when no one lauds the great manors," insisted the peasant. "You need not be uneasy at all events," said Ulvåsa-Lady. "I see how health springs bubble on Medevi meadows by Vätter's shores. I believe that the wells at Medevi will bring the land as much praise as you can desire." "That is a mighty good thing to know," said the peasant. "But if there comes a time when people will seek their health at other springs—" "You must not give yourself any anxiety on that account," answered Ulvåsa-Lady. "I see how people dig and labor from Motala to Mem. They dig a canal right through the country, and then Östergötland's praise is again on everyone's lips." But, nevertheless, the peasant looked distraught. "I see that the rapids in Motala stream begin to draw wheels," said Ulvåsa-Lady, and now 2 bright red spots came to her cheeks, for she began to be impatient. "I hear hammers resound in Motala, and looms clatter in Norrköping." "Yes, that's good to know," said the peasant, "but everything is perishable, and I'm afraid that even this can be forgotten and go into oblivion." When the peasant was not satisfied even now, there was an end to the lady's patience. "You say that everything is perishable," said she, "but now I shall still name something which will always be like itself, and that is that such arrogant and pig-headed peasants as you will always be found in this province until the end of time." Hardly had Ulvåsa-Lady said this before the peasant rose, happy and satisfied, and thanked her for a good answer. Now at last he was satisfied, he said. "Verily I understand now how you look at it," then said Ulvåsa-Lady. "Well, I look at it in this way, dear lady," said the peasant, "that everything which kings and priests and noblemen and merchants build and accomplish can only endure for a few years. But when you tell me that in Östergötland there will always be peasants who are honor-loving and persevering, then I know also that it will be able to keep its ancient glory. For it is only those who get bent under the eternal labor with the soil who can hold this land in good repute and honor from one time to another." End of chapter 20, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 20, Part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Ulvåsa-Lady, the Homespun Cloth. Saturday, April 23rd. The boy rode forward, way up in the air. He had the great Östergötland plain under him, and sat and counted the many white churches which towered above the small leafy groves around them. It wasn't long before he had counted 50. After that he became confused and couldn't keep track of the counting. Nearly all the farms were built up with large whitewashed 2-story houses which looked so imposing that the boy couldn't help admiring them. "There can't be any peasants in this land," he said to himself, "since I do not see any peasant farms." Immediately all the wild geese shrieked, "Here the peasants live like gentlemen! Here the peasants live like gentlemen!" On the plains the ice and snow had disappeared, and the spring work had begun. "What kind of long crabs are those that creep over the fields?" asked the boy after a bit. "Plows and oxen, plows and oxen," answered the wild geese. The oxen moved so slowly down on the fields that one could scarcely perceive they were in motion, and the geese shouted to them, "You won't get there before next year! You won't get there before next year!" But the oxen were equal to the occasion. They raised their muzzles in the air and bellowed, "We do more good in an hour than such as you do in a whole lifetime." In a few places the plows were drawn by horses. They went along with much more eagerness and haste than the oxen, but the geese couldn't keep from teasing these either. "Aren't you ashamed to be doing ox duty?" cried the wild geese. "Aren't you ashamed yourselves to be doing lazy man's duty?" the horses neighed back at them. But while horses and oxen were at work in the fields, the stable ram walked about in the barnyard. He was newly clipped and touchy, knocked over the small boys, chased the shepherd dog into his kennel, and then strutted about as though he alone were lord of the whole place. "Rammy, Rammy, what have you done with your wool?" asked the wild geese, who rode by up in the air. "That I have sent to Drag's woolen mills at Norrköping," replied the ram with a long drawn-out bleat. "Rammy, Rammy, what have you done with your horns?" asked the geese. But any horns the rammy had never possessed, to his sorrow, and one couldn't afford him a greater insult than to ask after them. He ran around a long time and butted at the air, so furious was he. On the country road came a man who drove a flock of skein pigs that were not more than a few weeks old, and were going to be sold up country. They trotted along bravely, as little as they were, and kept close together as if they sought protection. "Nuff, nuff, nuff! We came away too soon from father and mother. Nuff, nuff, nuff! How will it go with us poor children?" said the little pigs. The wild geese didn't have the heart to tease such poor little creatures. "It will be better for you than you can ever believe," they cried as they flew past them. The wild geese were never so merry as when they flew over a flat country. Then they did not hurry themselves, but flew from farm to farm and joked with the tame animals. As the boy rode over the plain, he happened to think of a legend which he had heard a long time ago. He didn't remember it exactly, but it was something about a petticoat, half of which was made of gold-woven velvet and half of gray homespun cloth. But the one who owned the petticoat adorned the homespun cloth with such a lot of pearls and precious stones that it looked richer and more gorgeous than the gold cloth. He remembered this about the homespun cloth as he looked down on Östergötland, because it was made up of a large plain which lay wedged in between two mountainous forest tracts, one to the north, the other to the south. The two forest heights lay there, a lovely blue, and shimmered in the morning light as if they were decked with golden veils, and the plain, which simply spread out one winter-naked field after another, was, in and of itself, prettier to look upon than gray homespun. But the people must have been contented on the plain, because it was generous and kind, and they had tried to decorate it in the best way possible. High up, where the boy rode by, he thought that cities and farms, churches and factories, castles and railway stations were scattered over it like large and small trinkets. It shone on the roofs, and the window panes glittered like jewels. Yellow country roads, shining railway tracks, and blue canals ran along between the districts like embroidered loops. Linkoping lay around its cathedral like a pearl setting around a precious stone, and the gardens in the country were like little brooches and buttons. There was not much regulation in the pattern, but it was a display of grandeur which one could never tire of looking at. The geese had left Oberg district and traveled toward the east along Gotha Canal. This was also getting itself ready for the summer. Workmen laid canal banks and tarred the huge lock gates. They were working everywhere to receive spring fittingly, even in the cities. There masons and painters stood on scaffoldings and made fine the exteriors of the houses, while maids were cleaning the windows. Down at the harbor, sailboats and steamers were being washed and dressed up. At Norrköping the wild geese left the plain and flew up toward Kolmarden. For a time they had followed an old hilly country road, which wound around cliffs and ran forward under wild mountain walls, when the boy suddenly let out a shriek. He had been sitting and swinging his foot back and forth, and one of his wooden shoes had slipped off. Goosey gander, I have dropped my shoe," cried the boy. The goosey gander turned about and sank toward the ground. Then the boy saw that two children, who were walking along the road, had picked up his shoe. Goosey gander, screamed the boy excitedly, fly upward again, it's too late. I cannot get my shoe back again. Down on the road stood Osa, the goose girl, and her brother, little Mats, looking at a tiny wooden shoe that had fallen from the skies. Osa, the goose girl, stood silent a long while and pondered over the find. At last she said slowly and thoughtfully, "Do you remember, little Mats, that when we went past Ovid Cloister, we heard that the folks in a farmyard had seen an elf who was dressed in leather breeches and had wooden shoes on his feet like any other working man? And do you recollect when we came to Vitskovel, a girl told us that she had seen a Goanise with wooden shoes who flew away on the back of a goose? And when we ourselves came home to our cabin, little Mats, we saw a goblin who was dressed in the same way, and who also straddled the back of a goose and flew away. Maybe it was the same one who rode along on his goose up here in the air and dropped his wooden shoe." "Yes, it must have been," said little Mats. They turned the wooden shoe about and examined it carefully, for it isn't every day that one happens across a Goanise's wooden shoe on the highway. Wait, little Mats," said Osa the goose girl. "There is something written on one side of it." "Why, so there is, but they are such tiny letters." "Let me see it. It says, 'Nils Holgersson from W. Vemminghog.' That's the most wonderful thing I've ever heard," said little Mats. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 21, Part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Story of Karr and Grayskin, Karr. About 12 years before Nils Holgersson started on his travels with the wild geese, there was a manufacturer at Kolmarden who wanted to be rid of one of his dogs. He sent for his gamekeeper and said to him that it was impossible to keep the dog because he could not be broken of the habit of chasing all the sheep and fowl he set eyes on, and he asked the man to take the dog into the forest and shoot him. The gamekeeper slipped the leash on the dog to lead him to a spot in the forest where all the superannuated dogs from the manor were shot and buried. He was not a cruel man, but he was very glad to shoot that dog, for he knew that sheep and chickens were not the only creatures he hunted. Times without number he had gone into the forest and helped himself to a hare or a grouse chick. The dog was a little black and tan setter. His name was Karr, and he was so wise he understood all that was said. As the gamekeeper was leading him through the thickets, Karr knew only too well what was in store for him, but this no one could have guessed by his behavior, for he neither hung his head nor dragged his tail, but seemed as unconcerned as ever. It was because they were in the forest that the dog was so careful not to appear the least bit anxious. There were great stretches of woodland on every side of the factory, and this forest was famed both among animals and human beings, because for many, many years the owners had been so careful of it that they had begrudged themselves even the trees needed for firewood. Nor had they had the heart to thin or train them. The trees had been allowed to grow as they pleased. Naturally, a forest thus protected was a beloved refuge for wild animals, which were to be found there in great numbers. Among themselves they called it Liberty Forest, and regarded it as the best retreat in the whole country. As the dog was being led through the woods, he thought of what a bugaboo he had been to all the small animals and birds that lived there. "Now, Karr, wouldn't they be happy in their lairs if they only knew what was awaiting you?" he thought, but at the same time he wagged his tail and barked cheerfully, so that no one should think that he was worried or depressed. "What fun would there have been in living had I not hunted occasionally?" he reasoned. "Let him who will regret. It's not going to be Karr." But the instant the dog said this, a singular change came over him. He stretched his neck as though he had a mind to howl. He no longer trotted alongside the gamekeeper, but walked behind him. It was plain that he had begun to think of something unpleasant. It was early summer. The elk cows had just given birth to their young, and the night before, the dog had succeeded in parting from its mother, an elk calf not more than 5 days old, and had driven it down into the marsh. There he had chased it back and forth over the knolls, not with the idea of capturing it, but merely for the sport of seeing how he could scare it. The elk cow knew that the marsh was bottomless so soon after the thaw, and that it could not as yet hold up so large an animal as herself, so she stood on the solid earth for the longest time watching. But when Karr kept chasing the calf farther and farther away, she rushed out on the marsh, drove the dog off, took the calf with her, and turned back toward firm land. Elk are more skilled than other animals in traversing dangerous marshy ground, and it seemed as if she would reach solid land in safety, but when she was almost there, a knoll which she had stepped upon sank into the mire, and she went down with it. She tried to rise, but could get no secure foothold, so she sank and sank. Karr stood and looked at her, not daring to move. When he saw that the elk could not save herself, he ran away as fast as he could, for he had begun to think of the beating he would get if it were discovered that he had brought a mother elk to grief. He was so terrified that he dared not pause for breath until he reached home. It was this that the dog recalled, and it troubled him in a way very different from the recollection of all his other misdeeds. This was doubtless because he had not really meant to kill either the elk cow or her calf, but had deprived them of life without wishing to do so. "But maybe they are alive yet," thought the dog. "They were not dead when I ran away. Perhaps they saved themselves." He was seized with an irresistible longing to know for a certainty while there was yet time for him to find out. He noticed that the gamekeeper did not have a firm hold on the leash, so he made a sudden spring, broke loose, and dashed through the woods down to the marsh with such speed that he was out of sight before the gamekeeper had time to level his gun. There was nothing for the gamekeeper to do but to rush after him. When he got to the marsh, he found the dog standing upon a knoll, howling with all his might. The man thought he had better find out the meaning of this, so he dropped his gun and crawled out over the marsh on hands and knees. He had not gone far when he saw an elk cow lying dead in the quagmire. Close beside her lay a little calf. It was still alive, but so much exhausted that it could not move. Karr was standing beside the calf, now bending down and licking it, now howling shrilly for help. The gamekeeper raised the calf and began to drag it toward land. When the dog understood that the calf would be saved, he was wild with joy. He jumped round and round the gamekeeper, licking his hands and barking with delight. The man carried the baby elk home and shut it up in a calf stall in the cow shed. Then he got help to drag the mother elk from the marsh. Only after this had been done did he remember that he was to shoot Karr. He called the dog to him and again took him into the forest. The gamekeeper walked straight on toward the dog's grave, but all the while he seemed to be thinking deeply. Suddenly he turned and walked toward the manor. Karr had been trotting along quietly, but when the gamekeeper turned and started for home, he became anxious. The man must have discovered that it was he that had caused the death of the elk, and now he was going back to the manor to be thrashed before he was shot. To be beaten was worse than all else. With that prospect, Karr could no longer keep up his spirits, but hung his head. When he came to the manor he did not look up, but pretended that he knew no one there. The master was standing on the stairs leading to the hall when the gamekeeper came forward. "Where on earth did that dog come from?" he exclaimed. "Surely it can't be Karr. He must be dead this long time." Then the man began to tell his master all about the mother elk, while Karr made himself as little as he could and crouched behind the gamekeeper's legs. Much to his surprise, the man had only praise for him. He said it was plain the dog knew that the elk were in distress and wished to save them. "You may do as you like, but I can't shoot that dog," declared the gamekeeper. Karr raised himself and pricked up his ears. He could hardly believe that he had heard aright. Although he did not want to show how anxious he had been, he couldn't help whining a little. Could it be possible that his life was to be spared simply because he had felt uneasy about the elk? The master thought that Karr had conducted himself well, but as he did not want the dog, he could not decide at once what should be done with him. "If you will take charge of him and answer for his good behavior in the future, he may as well live," he said finally. This the gamekeeper was only too glad to do, and that was how Karr came to move to the gamekeeper's lodge. End of chapter 21, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 21, Part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The story of Karr and Grayskin, Grayskin's flight. From the day that Karr went to live with the gamekeeper, he abandoned entirely his forbidden chase in the forest. This was due not only to his having been thoroughly frightened, but also to the fact that he did not wish to make the gamekeeper angry at him.
Ever since his new master saved his life, the dog loved him above everything else. He thought only of following him and watching over him. If he left the house, Karr would run ahead to make sure that the way was clear, and if he sat at home, Karr would lie before the door and keep a close watch on everyone who came and went. When all was quiet at the lodge, when no footsteps were heard on the road, and the gamekeeper was working in his garden, Karr would amuse himself playing with the baby elk. At first the dog had no desire to leave his master even for a moment. Since he accompanied him everywhere, he went with him to the cowshed. When he gave the elk calf its milk, the dog would sit outside the stall and gaze at it. The gamekeeper called the calf Grayskin because he thought it did not merit a prettier name, and Karr agreed with him on that point. Every time the dog looked at it, he thought that he had never seen anything so ugly and misshapen as the baby elk, with its long, shambly legs, which hung down from the body like loose stilts. The head was large, old, and wrinkled, and it always drooped to one side. The skin lay in tucks and folds, as if the animal had put on a coat that had not been made for him. Always doleful and discontented, curiously enough, he jumped up every time Karr appeared, as if glad to see him. The elk calf became less hopeful from day to day, did not grow any, and at last he could not even rise when he saw Karr. Then the dog jumped up into the crib to greet him, and thereupon a light kindled in the eyes of the poor creature, as if a cherished longing were fulfilled. After that Karr visited the elk calf every day, and spent many hours with him, licking his coat, playing and racing with him, till he taught him a little of everything a forest animal should know. It was remarkable that, from the time Karr began to visit the elk calf in his stall, the latter seemed more contented and began to grow. After he was fairly started, he grew so rapidly that in a couple of weeks the stall could no longer hold him, and he had to be moved into a grove. When he had been in the grove 2 months, his legs were so long that he could step over the fence whenever he wished. Then the lord of the manor gave the gamekeeper permission to put up a higher fence and to allow him more space. Here the elk lived for several years and grew up into a strong and handsome animal. Karr kept him company as often as he could, but now it was no longer through pity, for a great friendship had sprung up between the two. The elk was always inclined to be melancholy, listless, and indifferent, but Karr knew how to make him playful and happy. Grayskin had lived for 5 summers on the gamekeeper's place, when his owner received a letter from a zoological garden abroad asking if the elk might be purchased. The master was pleased with the proposal, the gamekeeper was distressed, but had not the power to say no, so it was decided that the elk should be sold. Karr soon discovered what was in the air, and ran over to the elk to have a chat with him. The dog was very much distressed at the thought of losing his friend, but the elk took the matter calmly, and seemed neither glad nor sorry. "Do you think of letting them send you away without offering resistance?" asked Karr. "What good would it do to resist?" asked Grayskin. "I should prefer to remain where I am, naturally, but if I've been sold, I shall have to go, of course." Karr looked at Grayskin and measured him with his eyes. It was apparent that the elk was not yet full grown. He did not have the broad antlers, high hump, and long mane of the mature elk, but he certainly had strength enough to fight for his freedom. "One can see that he has been in captivity all his life," thought Karr, but said nothing. Karr left and did not return to the grove till long past midnight. By that time He knew Grayskin would be awake and eating his breakfast.
"Of course you are doing right, Grayskin, and letting them take you away," remarked Karr, who appeared now to be calm and satisfied. "You will be a prisoner in a large park and will have no responsibilities. It seems a pity that you must leave here without having seen the forest. You know your ancestors have a saying that the elk are one with the forest, but you haven't even been in a forest."
Grayskin glanced up from the clover which he stood munching. "Indeed, I should love to see the forest, but how am I to get over the fence?" he said with his usual apathy.
"Oh, that is difficult for one who has such short legs," said Karr.
The elk glanced slyly at the dog, who jumped the fence many times a day, little as he was. He walked over to the fence, and with one spring he was on the other side, without knowing how it had happened. Then Karr and Grayskin went into the forest. It was a beautiful moonlight night in late summer, but in among the trees it was dark, and the elk walked along slowly.
"Perhaps we had better turn back," said Karr. "You, who have never before tramped the wild forest, might easily break your legs."
Grayskin moved more rapidly and with more courage.
Karr conducted the elk to a part of the forest where the pines grew so thickly that no wind could penetrate them. "It is here that your kind are in the habit of seeking shelter from cold and storm," said Karr. "Here they stand under the open skies all winter, but you will fare much better where you are going, for you will stand in a shed with a roof over your head like an ox."
Grayskin made no comment, but stood quietly and drank in the strong, piney air. "Have you anything more to show me, or have I now seen the whole forest?" he asked. Then Karr went with him to a big marsh and showed him clogs and quagmire.
"Over this marsh the elk take flight when they are in peril," said Karr. "I don't know how they manage it, but large and heavy as they are, they can walk here without sinking. Of course you couldn't hold yourself up on such dangerous ground, but then there is no occasion for you to do so, for you will never be hounded by hunters."
Grayskin made no retort, but with a leap he was out on the marsh, and happy when he felt how the clods rocked under him. He dashed across the marsh and came back again to Karr, without having stepped into a mud hole. "Have we seen the whole forest now?" he asked.
"No, not yet," said Karr.
He next conducted the elk to the skirt of the forest, where fine oaks, lindens, and aspens grew.
"Here your kind eat leaves and bark, which they consider the choicest of food, but you will probably get better fare abroad."
Grayskin was astonished when he saw the enormous leaf trees spreading like a great canopy above him. He ate both oak leaves and aspen bark. "These taste deliciously bitter and good," he remarked. "Better than clover."
"Then wasn't it well that you should taste them once?" said the dog.
Thereupon he took the elk down to a little forest lake. The water was as smooth as a mirror, and reflected the shores, which were veiled in thin light mists. When Grayskin saw the lake he stood entranced. "What is this, Karr?" he asked. It was the first time that he had seen a lake.
"It's a large body of water, a lake," said Karr. "Your people swim across it from shore to shore. One could hardly expect you to be familiar with this, but at least you should go in and take a swim."
Karr himself plunged into the water for a swim. Grayskin stayed back on the shore for some little time, but finally followed. He grew breathless with delight as the cool water stole soothingly around his body. He wanted it over his back, too, so went further out. Then he felt that the water could hold him up, and began to swim. He swam all around Karr, ducking and snorting,
perfectly at home in the water. When they were on shore again, the dog asked if they had not better go home now.
"It's a long time until morning," observed Grayskin, "so we can tramp around in the forest a little longer."
They went again into the pine wood. Presently they came to an open glade illuminated by the moonlight, where grass and flowers shimmered beneath the dew. Some large animals were grazing on this forest meadow, an elk bull, several elk cows, and a number of elk calves. When Grayskin caught sight of them he stopped short. He hardly glanced at the cows or the young ones, but stared at the old bull, which had broad antlers with many taglets, a high hump, and a long-haired fur piece hanging down from his throat.
"What kind of animal is that?" asked Grayskin in wonderment.
He is called Antler Crown," said Karr, "and he is your kinsman. One of these days you, too, will have broad antlers like those, and just such a mane, and if you were to remain in the forest, very likely you also would have a herd to lead."
"If he is my kinsman, I must go closer and have a look at him," said Grayskin. "I never dreamed that an animal could be so stately."
Grayskin walked over to the elk, but almost immediately he came back to Karr, who had remained at the edge of the clearing. "You were not very well received, were you?" said Karr.
I told him that this was the first time I had run across any of my kinsmen, and asked if I might walk with them on their meadow, but they drove me back, threatening me with their antlers.
"You did right to retreat," said Karr. "A young elk bull with only a taglet crown must be careful about fighting with an old elk. Another would have disgraced his name in the whole forest by retreating without resistance, but such things needn't worry you who are going to move to a foreign land."
Karr had barely finished speaking when Grayskin turned and walked down to the meadow.
The old elk came toward him, and instantly they began to fight. Their antlers met and clashed, and Grayskin was driven backward over the whole meadow. Apparently he did not know how to make use of his strength, but when he came to the edge of the forest he planted his feet on the ground, pushed hard with his antlers, and began to force Antler Crown back. Grayskin fought quietly, while Antler Crown puffed and snorted. The old elk, in his turn, was now being forced backward over the meadow. Suddenly a loud crash was heard. A taglet in the old elk's antlers had snapped. He tore himself loose and dashed into the forest. Karr was still standing at the forest border when Grayskin came along. "Now that you have seen what there is in the forest," said Karr, "will you come home with me?"
"Yes, it's about time," observed the elk.
Both were silent on the way home. Karr sighed several times, as if he was disappointed about something, but Grayskin stepped along, his head in the air, and seemed delighted over the adventure. He walked ahead unhesitatingly until they came to the enclosure. There he paused. He looked in at the narrow pen where he had lived up till now, saw the beaten ground, the stale fodder, the little trough where he had drunk water, and the dark shed in which he had slept.
"The elk are one with the forest,"
he cried. Then he threw back his head so that his neck rested against his back, and rushed wildly into the woods. End of chapter 21, part 2. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 21, Part 3 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Story of Karr and Grayskin, Helpless the Water Snake. In a pine thicket in the heart of Liberty Forest, every year in the month of August, there appeared a few grayish-white moths of the kind which are called nun moths. These were small and few in number, and scarcely any one noticed them. When they had fluttered about in the depth of the forest a couple of nights, they laid a few thousand eggs on the branches of trees, and shortly afterward dropped lifeless to the ground. When spring came, little prickly caterpillars crawled out from the eggs and began to eat the pine needles. They had good appetites, but they never seemed to do the trees any serious harm, because they were hotly pursued by birds. It was seldom that more than a few hundred caterpillars escaped the pursuers. The poor things that lived to be full grown crawled up on the branches, spun white webs around themselves, and sat for a couple of weeks as motionless pupae. During this period, as a rule, more than half of them were abducted. If 100 nun moths came forth in August, winged and perfect, it was reckoned a good year for them. This sort of uncertain and obscure existence did the moths lead for many years in Liberty Forest. There were no insect folk in the whole country that were so scarce, and they would have remained quite harmless and powerless had they not, most unexpectedly, received a helper. This fact has some connection with Grayskin's flight from the gamekeeper's paddock. Grayskin roamed the forest that he might become more familiar with the place. Late in the afternoon he happened to squeeze through some thickets behind a clearing where the soil was muddy and slimy, and in the center of it was a murky pool. This open space was encircled by tall pines, almost bare from age and miasmic air. Grayskin was displeased with the place, and would have left it at once, had he not caught sight of some bright green calla leaves which grew near the pool. As he bent his head toward the calla stalks, he happened to disturb a big black snake which lay sleeping under them. Grayskin had heard Karr speak of the poisonous adders that were to be found in the forest. So when the snake raised its head, shot out its tongue, and hissed at him, he thought he had encountered an awfully dangerous reptile. He was terrified, and raising his foot, he struck so hard with his hoof that he crushed the snake's head. Then away he ran in hot haste. As soon as Grayskin had gone, another snake, just as long and as black as the first, came up from the pool. It crawled over to the dead one, and licked the poor crushed-in head.
"Can it be true that you are dead, old Harmless?" hissed the snake. "We two have lived together so many years. We two have been so happy with each other, and have fared so well here in the swamp, that we have lived to be older than all the other water snakes in the forest. This is the worst sorrow that could have befallen me." The snake was so broken-hearted that his long body writhed as if it had been wounded. Even the frogs, who lived in constant fear of him, were sorry for him.
"What a wicked creature he must be to murder a poor water snake that cannot defend itself,"
hissed the snake.
"He certainly deserves a severe punishment. As sure as my name is Helpless, and I'm the oldest water snake in the whole forest, I'll be avenged. I shall not rest until that elk lies as dead on the ground as my poor old snake wife."
When the snake had made this vow, he curled up into a hoop and began to ponder. One can hardly imagine anything that would be more difficult for a poor water snake than to wreak vengeance upon a big, strong elk. And old Helpless pondered day and night without finding any solution. One night, as he lay there with his vengeance thoughts, he heard a slight rustle over his head.
he glanced up and saw a few light nun moths playing in among the trees. He followed them with his eyes a long while, then began to hiss loudly to himself, apparently pleased with the thought that had occurred to him. Then he fell asleep. The next morning the water snake went over to see Crawly the adder, who lived in a stony and hilly part of Liberty Forest. He told him all about the death of the old water snake, and begged that he who could deal such deadly thrusts would undertake the work of vengeance. But Crawly was not exactly disposed to go to war with an elk. "If I were to attack an elk," said the adder, "he would instantly kill me. Old Harmless is dead and gone, and we can't bring her back to life, so why should I rush into danger on her account?" When the water snake got this reply, he raised his head a whole foot from the ground and hissed furiously.
"Vish vash," he said. "It's a pity that you, who have been blessed with such weapons of defense, should be so cowardly that you don't dare use them."
When the adder heard this, he too got angry.
"Crawl away, old Helpless," he hissed. "The poison is in my fangs, but I would rather spare one who is said to be my kinsman."
But the water snake did not move from the spot, and for a long time the snakes lay there hissing abusive epithets at each other. When Crawly was so angry that he couldn't hiss, but could only dart his tongue out, the water snake changed the subject, and began to talk in a very different tone.
"I had still another errand, Crawly," he said, lowering his voice to a mild whisper, "but now I suppose you are so angry that you wouldn't care to help me. If you don't ask anything foolish of me, I shall certainly be at your service. In the pine trees down by the swamp live a moth folk that fly around all night."
"I know all about them," remarked Crawly. "What's up with them now?"
"They are the smallest insect family in the forest,"
said Helpless,
"and the most harmless, since the caterpillars content themselves with gnawing only pine needles."
"Yes, I know," said Crawly.
"I am afraid those moths will soon be exterminated,"
sighed the water snake.
"There are so many who pick off the caterpillars in the spring."
Now Crawly began to understand that the water snake wanted the caterpillars for his own purpose, and he answered pleasantly,
"Do you wish me to say to the owls that they are to leave those pine tree worms in peace?" "Yes, it would be well if you, who have some authority in the forest, should do this,"
said Helpless.
"I might also drop a good word for the pine needle pickers among the thrushes," volunteered the adder. "I will gladly serve you when you do not demand anything unreasonable." "Now you have given me a good promise, Crawly," said Helpless, "and I'm glad that I came to you."
End of Chapter 21, Part 3. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 21, Part 4 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Story of Karr and Grayskin, the Nun Moths. One morning, several years later, Karr lay asleep on the porch. It was in the early summer, the season of light nights, and it was as bright as day, although the sun was not yet up. Karr was awakened by someone calling his name.
"Is it you, Grayskin?"
he asked, for he was accustomed to the elk's nightly visits. Again he heard the call, then he recognized Grayskin's voice and hastened in the direction of the sound. Karr heard the elk's footfalls in the distance as he dashed into the thickest pine wood and straight through the brush, following no trodden path. Karr could not catch up with him,
and he had great difficulty in even following the trail. "Karr, Karry!" came the cry, and the voice was certainly Grayskin's, although it had a ring now which the dog had never heard before.
I'm coming, the dog responded. Where are you?
"Karr, Karr, don't you see how it falls and falls?" said Grayskin. Then Karr noticed that the pine needles kept dropping and dropping from the trees like a steady fall of rain.
Yes, I see how it falls, he cried,
and ran far into the forest in search of the elk. Grayskin kept running through the thickets, while Karr was about to lose the trail again. "Karr, Karr!" roared Grayskin. "Can't you scent that peculiar odor in the forest?" Karr stopped and sniffed. He had not thought of it before, but now he remarked that the pines sent forth a much stronger odor than usual.
"Yes, I catch the scent," he said.
He did not stop long enough to find out the cause of it, but hurried on after Grayskin. The elk ran ahead with such speed that the dog could not catch up with him. "Karr, Karr!" he called. "Can't you hear the crunching on the pines?" Now his tone was so plaintive it would have melted a stone. Karr paused to listen. He heard a faint but distinct tap, tap on the trees. It sounded like the ticking of a watch.
"Yes, I hear how it ticks," cried Karr, and ran no farther.
He understood that the elk did not want him to follow, but to take notice of something that was happening in the forest. Karr was standing beneath the drooping branches of a great pine. He looked carefully at it. The needles moved. He went closer and saw a mass of grayish-white caterpillars creeping along the branches, gnawing off the needles. Every branch was covered with them. The crunch, crunch in the trees came from the working of their busy little jaws. Gnawed-off needles fell to the ground in a continuous shower, and from the poor pines there came such a strong odor that the dog suffered from it.
"What can be the meaning of this?" wondered Karr. "It's too bad about the pretty trees. Soon they'll have no beauty left."
He walked from tree to tree, trying with his poor eyesight to see if all was well with them.
"There's a pine they haven't touched," he thought,
but they had taken possession of it too.
"And here's a birch. No, this also. The gamekeeper will not be pleased with this," observed Karr.
He ran deeper into the thickets to learn how far the destruction had spread. Wherever he went he heard the same ticking, scented the same odor, saw the same needle rain. There was no need of his pausing to investigate. He understood it all by these signs. The little caterpillars were everywhere. The whole forest was being ravaged by them. All of a sudden he came to a tract where there was no odor and where all was still.
"Here's the end of their domain,"
thought the dog, as he paused and glanced about. But here it was even worse, for the caterpillars had already done their work, and the trees were needleless. They were like the dead. The only thing that covered them was a network of ragged threads which the caterpillars had spun to use as roads and bridges. In there, among the dying trees, Grayskin stood waiting for Karr. He was not alone. With him were 4 old elk, the most respected in the forest. Karr knew them. They were Crooked Back, who was a small elk but had a larger hump than the others, Antler Crown, who was the most dignified of the elk, Rough Mane with the thick coat, and an old long-legged one, who, up till the autumn before, when he got a bullet in his thigh, had been terribly hot-tempered and quarrelsome.
"What in the world is happening to the forest?"
Karr asked when he came up to the elk. They stood with lowered heads, far protruding upper lips, and looked puzzled. "No one can tell," answered Grayskin. "This insect family used to be the least hurtful of any in the forest, and never before have they done any damage. But these last few years they have been multiplying so fast that it now appears as if the entire forest would be destroyed."
"Yes, it looks bad," Karr agreed. "But I see that the wisest animals in the forest have come together to hold a consultation. Perhaps you have already found some remedy."
When the dog said this, Crooked Back solemnly raised his heavy head, pricked up his long ears, and spoke. "We have summoned you hither, Karr, that we may learn if the humans know of this desolation."
"No," said Karr. "No human being ever comes thus far into the forest when it's not hunting time. They know nothing of this misfortune."
Then Antler Crown said, "We who have lived long in the forest do not think that we can fight this insect pest all by ourselves." "After this there will be no peace in the forest," put in Rough Mane. "But we can't let the whole Liberty Forest go to rack and ruin," protested Big and Strong. "We'll have to consult the humans. There is no alternative." Karr understood that the elk had difficulty in expressing what they wished to say, and he tried to help them.
"Perhaps you want me to let the people know the conditions here," he suggested.
All the old elk nodded their heads. "It's most unfortunate that we are obliged to ask the help of human beings, but we have no choice." A moment later Karr was on his way home. As he ran ahead, deeply distressed over all that he had heard and seen, a big black water snake approached him.
"Well met in the forest," hissed the water snake.
"Well met again," snarled Karr, and rushed by without stopping. The snake turned and tried to catch up to him.
"Perhaps that creature also is worried about the forest," thought Karr, and waited.
Immediately the snake began to talk about the great disaster.
"There will be an end of peace and quiet in the forest when human beings are called hither," said the snake.
"I'm afraid there will," the dog agreed.
"But the oldest forest dwellers know what they're about," he added. "I think I know a better plan," said the snake, "if I can get the reward I wish." "Are you not the one whom everyone around here calls Old Helpless?" said the dog, sneeringly. "I'm an old inhabitant of the forest," said the snake, "and I know how to get rid of such plagues." "If you clear the forest of that pest, I feel sure you can have anything you ask for," said Karr. The snake did not respond to this until he had crawled under a tree stump where he was well protected. Then he said, "Tell Grayskin that if he will leave Liberty Forest forever, and go far north where no oak tree grows, I will send sickness and death to all the creeping things that gnaw the pines and spruces." "What's that you say?" asked Karr, bristling up. "What harm has Grayskin ever done you?" "He has slain the one whom I loved best," the snake declared, "and I want to be avenged." Before the snake had finished speaking, Karr made a dash for him, but the reptile lay safely hidden under the tree stump. "Stay where you are," Karr concluded. "We'll manage to drive out the caterpillars without your help." End of Chapter 21, Part 4. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 21, Part 5 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Story of Karr and Grayskin, The Big War of the Moths.
The following spring, as Karr was dashing through the forest one morning, he heard someone behind him calling, "Karr, Karr!" He turned and saw an old fox standing outside his lair.
"You must tell me if the humans are doing anything for the forest," said the fox. "Yes, you may be sure they are," said Karr. "They are working as hard as they can." "They have killed off all my kinsfolk, and they'll be killing me next," protested the fox. "But they shall be pardoned for that, if only they save the forest."
That year Karr never ran into the woods without some animals asking if the humans could save the forest. It was not easy for the dog to answer. The people themselves were not certain that they could conquer the moths. But considering how feared and hated old Kolmarden had always been, it was remarkable that every day more than 100 men went there to work. They cleared away the underbrush, they felled dead trees, lopped off branches from the live ones, so that the caterpillars could not easily crawl from tree to tree. They also dug wide trenches around the ravaged parts, and put up lime-washed fences to keep them out of new territory. Then they painted rings of lime around the trunks of trees to prevent the caterpillars leaving those they had already stripped. The idea was to force them to remain where they were until they starved to death. The people worked with the forest until far into the spring. They were hopeful, and could hardly wait for the caterpillars to come out from their eggs, feeling certain that they had shut them in so effectually that most of them would die of starvation. But in the early summer the caterpillars came out, more numerous than ever. They were everywhere. They crawled on the country roads, on fences, on the walls of the cabins. They wandered outside the confines of Liberty Forest to other parts of Kolmarden. "They won't stop till all our forests are destroyed," sighed the people, who were in great despair and could not enter the forest without weeping. Karr was so sick of the sight of all these creeping, gnawing things that he could hardly bear to step outside the door. But one day he felt that he must go and find out how Grayskin was getting on. He took the shortest cut to the elk's haunts, and hurried along, his nose close to the earth. When he came to the tree stump where he had met Helpless the year before, the snake was still there, and called to him.
"Have you told Grayskin what I said to you when last we met?"
asked the water snake. Karr only growled and tried to get at him.
"If you haven't told him, by all means do so,"
insisted the snake.
"You must see that the humans know of no cure for this plague."
"Neither do you," retorted the dog, and ran on.
Karr found Grayskin, but the elk was so low-spirited that he scarcely greeted the dog. He began at once to talk of the forest. "I don't know what I wouldn't give if this misery were only at an end," he said.
"Now I shall tell you that 'tis said you could save the forest."
Then Karr delivered the water snake's message. "If anyone but Helpless had promised this, I should immediately go into exile," declared the elk. "But how can a poor water snake have the power to work such a miracle?"
"Of course it's only a bluff," said Karr. "Water snakes always like to pretend that they know more than other creatures." When Karr was ready to go home, Grayskin accompanied him part of the way. Presently Karr heard a thrush, perched on a pine top, cry, "There goes Grayskin, who has destroyed the forest! There goes Grayskin, who has destroyed the forest!" Karr thought that he had not heard correctly, but the next moment a hare came darting across the path. When the hare saw them, he stopped, flapped his ears, and screamed, "Here comes Grayskin, who has destroyed the forest!" Then he ran as fast as he could.
"What do they mean by that?"
asked Karr. "I really don't know," said Grayskin. "I think that the small forest animals are displeased with me because I was the one who proposed that we should ask help of human beings. When the underbrush was cut down, all their lairs and hiding places were destroyed." They walked on together a while longer, and Karr heard the same cry coming from all directions.
"There goes Grayskin, who has destroyed the forest."
Grayskin pretended not to hear it, but Karr understood why the elk was so downhearted.
"I say, Grayskin, what does the water snake mean by saying you killed the one he loved best?"
"How can I tell?" said Grayskin. "You know very well that I never kill anything." Shortly after that they met the 4 old elk, Crooked Back, Antler Crown, Rough Mane, and Big and Strong, who were coming along slowly, one after the other. "Well met in the forest," called Grayskin. "Well met in turn," answered the elk. "We were just looking for you, Grayskin, to consult with you about the forest." "The fact is," began Crooked Back, "we have been informed that a crime has been committed here, and that the whole forest is being destroyed because the criminal has not been punished." "What kind of a crime was it?" "Some one killed a harmless creature that he couldn't eat. Such an act is accounted a crime in Liberty Forest." "Who could have done such a cowardly thing?" wondered Grayskin. "They say that an elk did it, and we were just going to ask if you knew who it was." "No," said Grayskin, "I have never heard of an elk killing a harmless creature." Grayskin parted from the 4 old elk and went on with Karr. He was silent and walked with lowered head. They happened to pass Crawly the adder, who lay on his shelf of rock.
"There goes Grayskin, who has destroyed the whole forest,"
hissed Crawly like all the rest. By that time Grayskin's patience was exhausted. He walked up to the snake and raised a forefoot.
"Do you think of crushing me as you crushed the old water snake?"
hissed Crawly. "Did I kill a water snake?" asked Grayskin, astonished.
"The first day you were in the forest you killed the wife of poor old Helpless,"
said Crawly. Grayskin turned quickly from the adder and continued his walk with Karr. Suddenly he stopped. "Karr, it was I who committed that crime. I killed a harmless creature, therefore it is on my account that the forest is being destroyed."
"What are you saying?"
Karr interrupted. "You may tell the water snake, Helpless, that Grayskin goes into exile tonight."
"That I shall never tell him," protested Karr. "The far north is a dangerous country for elk."
"Do you think that I wish to remain here when I have caused a disaster like this?" protested Grayskin.
"Don't be rash. Sleep over it before you do anything."
"It was you who taught me that the elk are one with the forest," said Grayskin, and so saying he parted from Karr. The dog went home alone, but his talk with Grayskin troubled him, and the next morning he returned to the forest to seek him, but Grayskin was not to be found, and the dog did not search long for him. He realized that the elk had taken the snake at his word and had gone into exile. On his walk home Karr was too unhappy for words. He could not understand why Grayskin should allow that wretch of a water snake to trick him away. He had never heard of such folly.
"What power can that old Helpless have?"
As Karr walked along, his mind full of these thoughts, he happened to see the gamekeeper, who stood pointing up at a tree. "What are you looking at?" asked a man who stood beside him. "Sickness has come among the caterpillars," observed the gamekeeper. Karr was astonished, but he was even more angered at the snake's having the power to keep his word. Grayskin would have to stay away a long, long time, for of course that water snake would never die. At the very height of his grief a thought came to Karr which comforted him a little.
"Perhaps the water snake won't live so long after all," he thought. "Surely he cannot always lie protected under a tree root. As soon as he has cleaned out the caterpillars, I know someone who is going to bite his head off."
It was true that an illness had made its appearance among the caterpillars. The first summer it did not spread much. It had only just broken out when it was time for the larvae to turn into pupae. From the latter came millions of moths. They flew around in the trees like a blinding snowstorm, and laid countless numbers of eggs. An even greater destruction was prophesied for the following year. The destruction came not only to the forest, but also to the caterpillars. The sickness spread quickly from forest to forest. The sick caterpillars stopped eating, crawled up to the branches of the trees, and died there. There was great rejoicing among the people when they saw them die, but there was even greater rejoicing among the forest animals. From day to day the dog Karr went about with savage glee, thinking of the hour when he might venture to kill Helpless. But the caterpillars, meanwhile, had spread over miles of pine woods. Not in one summer did the disease reach them all. Many lived to become pupas and moths. Grayskin sent messages to his friend Karr by the birds of passage to say that he was alive and faring well. But the birds told Karr confidentially that on several occasions Grayskin had been pursued by poachers, and that only with the greatest difficulty had he escaped. Karr lived in a state of continual grief, yearning, and anxiety, yet he had to wait 2 whole summers more before there was an end of the caterpillars. Karr no sooner heard the gamekeeper say that the forest was out of danger than he started on a hunt for Helpless. But when he was in the thick of the forest, he made a frightful discovery. He could not hunt any more. He could not run. He could not track his enemy. And he could not see at all. During the long years of waiting, old age had overtaken Karr. He had grown old without having noticed it. He had not the strength even to kill a water snake. He was not able to save his friend Grayskin from his enemy. End of Chapter 21, Part 5. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 21, Part 6 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Story of Karr and Grayskin, Retribution. One afternoon, Akka from Kebnekaise and her flock alighted on the shore of a forest lake. Spring was backward, as it always is in the mountain districts. Ice covered all the lake save a narrow strip next to the land. The geese at once plunged into the water to bathe and hunt for food. In the morning, Nils Holgersson had dropped one of his wooden shoes, so he went down by the elms and birches that grew along the shore to look for something to bind around his foot. The boy walked quite a distance before he found anything that he could use. He glanced about nervously, for he did not fancy being in the forest. "Give me the plains and the lakes," he thought. "There you can see what you are likely to meet. Now if this were a grove of little birches it would be well enough, for then the ground would be almost bare.
but how people can like these wild, pathless forests is incomprehensible to me. If I owned this land, I would chop down every tree." At last he caught sight of a piece of birch bark, and just as he was fitting it to his foot, he heard a rustle behind him. He turned quickly. A snake darted from the brush straight toward him. The snake was uncommonly long and thick, but the boy soon saw that it had a white spot on each cheek. "Why, it's only a water snake," he laughed. "It can't harm me." But the next instant the snake gave him a powerful blow on the chest that knocked him down. The boy was on his feet in a second and running away, but the snake was after him. The ground was stony and scrubby, the boy could not proceed very fast, and the snake was close at his heels. Then the boy saw a big rock in front of him and began to scale it. "I do hope the snake can't follow me here," he thought. But he had no sooner reached the top of the rock than he saw that the snake was following him. Quite close to the boy, on a narrow ledge at the top of the rock, lay a round stone as large as a man's head. As the snake came closer, the boy ran behind the stone and gave it a push. It rolled right down on the snake, drawing it along to the ground, where it landed on its head. "That stone did its work well," thought the boy, with a sigh of relief, as he saw the snake squirm a little and then lie perfectly still. "I don't think I've been in greater peril on the whole journey," he said. He had hardly recovered from the shock when he heard a rustle above him and saw a bird circling through the air to light on the ground right beside the snake. The bird was like a crow in size and form, but was dressed in a pretty coat of shiny black feathers. The boy cautiously retreated into a crevice of the rock. His adventure in being kidnapped by crows was still fresh in his memory, and he did not care to show himself when there was no need of it. The bird strode back and forth beside the snake's body and turned it over with his beak. Finally he spread his wings and began to shriek in ear-splitting tones, "It is certainly Helpless, the water snake, that lies dead here." Once more he walked the length of the snake. Then he stood in a deep study and scratched his neck with his foot.
"It isn't possible that there can be two such big snakes in the forest," he pondered. "It must surely be Helpless."
He was just going to thrust his beak into the snake, but suddenly checked himself.
"You mustn't be a numbskull, Bataki," he remarked to himself. "Surely you cannot be thinking of eating the snake until you have called Karr. He wouldn't believe that Helpless was dead unless he could see it with his own eyes." The boy tried to keep quiet, but the bird was so ludicrously solemn, as he stalked back and forth chattering to himself, that he had to laugh. The bird heard him, and, with a flap of his wings, he was up on the rock. The boy rose quickly and walked toward him. "Are you not the one who is called Bataki the Raven? And are you not a friend of Akka from Kebnekaise?" asked the boy. The bird regarded him intently, then nodded 3 times. "Surely you're not the little chap who flies around with the wild geese, and whom they call Thumbietot?"
"Oh, you're not so far out of the way," said the boy.
"What luck that I should have run across you! Perhaps you can tell me who killed this water snake."
"The stone which I rolled down on him killed him," replied the boy, and related how the whole thing happened.
"That was cleverly done for one who is as tiny as you are," said the raven. "I have a friend in these parts who will be glad to know that this snake has been killed, and I should like to render you a service in return." "Then tell me why you are glad the water snake is dead," responded the boy. "It's a long story," said the raven. "You wouldn't have the patience to listen to it."
But the boy insisted that he had, and then the raven told him the whole story about Karr and Grayskin and Helpless, the water snake. When he had finished, the boy sat quietly for a moment, looking straight ahead. Then he spoke. "I seem to like the forest better since hearing this. I wonder if there is anything left of the old Liberty Forest."
"Most of it has been destroyed," said Bataki. "The trees look as if they had passed through a fire. They'll have to be cleared away, and it will take many years before the forest will be what it once was."
"That snake deserved his death," declared the boy. "But I wonder if it could be possible that he was so wise he could send sickness to the caterpillars."
"Perhaps he knew that they frequently became sick in that way,"
intimated Bataki. "Yes, that may be, but all the same, I must say that he was a very wily snake." The boy stopped talking because he saw the raven was not listening to him, but sitting with gaze averted.
"Hark," he said, "Karr is in the vicinity. Won't he be happy when he sees that Helpless is dead?"
The boy turned his head in the direction of the sound. "He's talking with the wild geese," he said.
"Oh, you may be sure that he has dragged himself down to the strand to get the latest news about Grayskin."
Both the boy and the raven jumped to the ground and hastened down to the shore. All the geese had come out of the lake and stood talking with an old dog who was so weak and decrepit that it seemed as if he might drop dead at any moment.
"There's Karr," said Bataki to the boy. "Let him hear first what the wild geese have to say to him. Later we shall tell him that the water snake is dead."
Presently they heard Akka talking to Karr. "It happened last year while we were making our usual spring trip," remarked the leader goose. "We started out one morning, Iksi, Kaksi, and I, and we flew over the great boundary forests between Dalecarlia and Hälsingland. Under us we saw only thick pine forests. The snow was still deep among the trees, and the creeks were mostly frozen. Suddenly we noticed 3 poachers down in the forest. They were on skis, had dogs in leash, carried knives in their belts, but had no guns. As there was a hard crust on the snow, they did not bother to take the winding forest paths, but skied straight ahead. Apparently they knew very well where they must go to find what they were seeking. We wild geese flew on high up in the air, so that the whole forest under us was visible. When we sighted the poachers, we wanted to find out where the game was, so we circled up and down, peering through the trees. Then, in a dense thicket, we saw something that looked like big, moss-covered rocks, but couldn't be rocks, for there was no snow on them. We shot down suddenly and lit in the center of the thicket. The 3 rocks moved. They were 3 elk, a bull and 2 cows, resting in the bleak forest. When we alighted, the elk bull rose and came toward us. He was the most superb animal we had ever seen. When he saw that it was only some poor wild geese that had awakened him, he lay down again. "No, old granddaddy, you mustn't go back to sleep," I cried. "Flee as fast as you can. There are poachers in the forest, and they are bound for this very deer fold." "Thank you, Goose Mother," said the elk. He seemed to be dropping to sleep while he was speaking. "But surely you must know that we elk are under the protection of the law at this time of the year. Those poachers are probably out for fox." He yawned.
"There are plenty of fox trails in the forest, but the poachers are not looking for them. Believe me, old granddaddy, they know that you are lying here, and are coming to attack you. They have no guns with them, only spears and knives, for they dare not fire a shot at this season."
The elk bull lay there calmly, but the elk cows seemed to feel uneasy.
"It may be as the geese say," they remarked, beginning to bestir themselves. "You just lie down," said the elk bull. "There are no poachers coming here, of that you may be certain."
There was nothing more to be done, so we wild geese rose again into the air, but we continued to circle over the place to see how it would turn out for the elk. We had hardly reached our regular flying altitude when we saw the elk bull come out from the thicket. He sniffed the air a little, then walked straight toward the poachers. As he strode along, he stepped upon dry twigs that crackled noisily. A big barren marsh lay just beyond him. Thither he went, and took his stand in the middle, where there was nothing to hide him from view. There he stood until the poachers emerged from the woods. Then he turned and fled in the opposite direction. The poachers let loose the dogs, and they themselves skied after him at full speed. The elk threw back his head and loped as fast as he could. He kicked up snow until it flew like a blizzard about him. Both dogs and men were left far behind. Then the elk stopped as if to await their approach. When they were within sight, he dashed ahead again. We understood that he was purposely tempting the hunters away from the place where the cows were. We thought it brave of him to face danger himself, in order that those who were dear to him might be left in safety. None of us wanted to leave the place until we had seen how all this was to end. Thus the chase continued for 2 hours or more. We wondered that the poachers went to the trouble of pursuing the elk when they were not armed with rifles. They couldn't have thought that they could succeed in tiring out a runner like him. Then we noticed that the elk no longer ran so rapidly. He stepped on the snow more carefully, and every time he lifted his feet, blood could be seen in his tracks. We understood why the poachers had been so persistent. They had counted on help from the snow. The elk was heavy, and with every step he sank to the bottom of the drift. The hard crust on the snow was scraping his legs. It scraped away the fur and tore out pieces of flesh, so that he was in torture every time he put his foot down. The poachers and the dogs, who were so light that the ice crust could hold their weight, pursued him all the while. He ran on and on, his steps becoming more and more uncertain and faltering. He gasped for breath. Not only did he suffer intense pain, but he was also exhausted from wading through the deep snowdrifts. At last he lost all patience. He paused to let poachers and dogs come upon him, and was ready to fight them. As he stood there waiting, he glanced upward. When he saw us wild geese circling above him, he cried out,
"Stay here, wild geese, until all is over. And the next time you fly over Kolmarden, look up Karr and ask him if he doesn't think that his friend Grayskin has met with a happy end." When Akka had gone so far in her story, the old dog rose and walked nearer to her.
"Grayskin led a good life," he said. "He understands me. He knows that I'm a brave dog, and that I shall be glad to hear that he had a happy end. Now tell me how." He raised his tail and threw back his head, as if to give himself a bold and proud bearing. Then he collapsed. "Karr, Karr!" called a man's voice from the forest. The old dog rose obediently. "My master is calling me," he said, "and I must not tarry longer. I just saw him load his gun. Now we two are going into the forest for the last time. Many thanks, wild goose. I know everything that I need know to die content.
End of chapter 21, part 6. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 22, Part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Wind Witch, In Narke. In bygone days there was something in Narke the like of which was not to be found elsewhere. It was a witch named Isater Kesa. The name Kesa had been given her because she had a good deal to do with wind and storm, and these wind witches were always so called. The surname was added because she was supposed to have come from Isater Swamp in Asker Parish. It seemed as though her real abode must have been at Asker, but she used also to appear at other places. Nowhere in all Narke could one be sure of not meeting her. She was no dark, mournful witch, but gay and frolicsome, and what she loved most of all was a gale of wind. As soon as there was wind enough, off she would fly to the Narke plain for a good dance. On days when a whirlwind swept the plain, Isater Kesa had fun. She would stand right in the wind and spin round, her long hair flying up among the clouds, and the long trail of her robe sweeping the ground like a dust cloud, while the whole plain lay spread out under her like a ballroom floor. Of a morning Isater Kesa would sit up in some tall pine at the top of a precipice and look across the plain. If it happened to be winter, and she saw many teams on the roads, she hurriedly blew up a blizzard, piling the drifts so high that people could barely get back to their homes by evening. If it chanced to be summer and good harvest weather, Isater Kesa would sit quietly until the first hayricks had been loaded. Then down she would come with a couple of heavy showers, which put an end to the work for that day. It was only too true that she seldom thought of anything else than raising mischief. The charcoal burners up in the Kill Mountains hardly dared take a catnap, for as soon as she saw an unwatched kiln, she stole up and blew on it until it began to burn in a great flame. If the metal drivers from Laxa and Svarta were out late of an evening, Isater Kesa would veil the roads and the country round about in such dark clouds that both men and horses lost their way, and drove the heavy trucks down into swamps and morasses. If on a summer's day the dean's wife at Glanshammer had spread the tea-table in the garden, and along would come a gust of wind that lifted the cloth from the table and turned over cups and saucers, they knew who had raised the mischief. If the mayor of Orebro's hat flew off, so that he had to run across the whole square after it, if the wash on the line blew away and got covered with dirt, or if the smoke poured into the cabins and seemed unable to find its way out through the chimney, it was easy enough to guess who was out making merry. Although Isater Kesa was fond of all sorts of tantalizing games, there was nothing really bad about her. One could see that she was hardest on those who were quarrelsome, stingy, or wicked, while honest folk and poor little children she would take under her wing. Old people say of her that once, when Asker Church was burning, Isater Kesa swept through the air, lit amid the fire and smoke on the church roof, and averted the disaster. All the same, the Narke folk were often rather tired of Isater Kesa, but she never tired of playing her tricks on them.
As she sat on the edge of a cloud and looked down upon Narke, which rested so peacefully and comfortably beneath her, she must have thought, the inhabitants would fare much too well if I were not in existence. They would grow sleepy and dull. There must be some one like myself to rouse them and keep them in good spirits. Then she would laugh wildly, and, chattering like a magpie, would rush off, dancing and spinning from one end of the plain to the other. When a Narke man saw her come, dragging her dust trail over the plain, he could not help smiling. Provoking and tiresome she certainly was, but she had a merry spirit. It was just as refreshing for the peasants to meet Isater Kaisa as it was for the plain to be lashed by the windstorm. Nowadays 'tis said that Isater Kaisa is dead and gone, like all other witches, but this one can hardly believe. It is as if someone were to come and tell you that henceforth the air would always be still on the plain, and the wind would never more dance across it with blustering breezes and drenching showers. He who fancies that Isater Kaisa is dead and gone may as well hear what occurred in Narke the year that Nils Holgersson traveled over that part of the country. Then let him tell what he thinks about it. End of chapter 22, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 22, part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Wind Witch, Market Eve, Wednesday, April 27th. It was the day before the big cattle fair at Örebro. It rained in torrents, and people thought, this is exactly as in Isater Kaisa's time. At fairs she used to be more prankish than usual. It was quite in her line to arrange a downpour like this on Market Eve. As the day wore on, the rain increased, and toward evening came regular cloudbursts. The roads were like bottomless swamps. The farmers who had started from home with their cattle early in the morning, that they might arrive at a seasonable hour, fared badly. Cows and oxen were so tired they could hardly move, and many of the poor beasts dropped down in the middle of the road to show that they were too exhausted to go any farther. All who lived along the roadside had to open their doors to the market-bound travelers and harbor them as best they could. Farmhouses, barns, and sheds were soon crowded to their limit. Meanwhile, those who could struggle along toward the inn did so, but when they arrived they wished they had stopped at some cabin along the road. All the cribs in the barn and all the stalls in the stable were already occupied. There was no other choice than to let horses and cattle stand out in the rain. Their masters could barely manage to get under cover. The crush and mud and slush in the barnyard were frightful. Some of the animals were standing in puddles and could not even lie down. There were thoughtful masters, of course, who procured straw for their animals to lie on and spread blankets over them, but there were those also who sat in the inn, drinking and gambling, entirely forgetful of the dumb creatures which they should have protected. The boy and the wild geese had come to a little wooded island in Hjalmar Lake that evening. The island was separated from the mainland by a narrow and shallow stream, and at low tide one could pass over it dry shod. It rained just as hard on the island as it did everywhere else. The boy could not sleep for the water that kept dripping down on him. Finally he got up and began to walk.
He fancied that he felt the rain less when he moved about. He had hardly circled the island when he heard a splashing in the stream. Presently he saw a solitary horse tramping among the trees. Never in all his life had he seen such a wreck of a horse. He was broken-winded and stiff-kneed, and so thin that every rib could be seen under the hide. He bore neither harness nor saddle, only an old bridle from which dangled a half-rotted rope-end. Obviously he had had no difficulty in breaking loose. The horse walked straight toward the spot where the wild geese were sleeping. The boy was afraid that he would step on them. "Where are you going? Feel your ground!" shouted the boy.
"Oh, there you are!" exclaimed the horse. "I've walked miles to meet you."
"Have you heard of me?" asked the boy, astonished.
"I've got ears, even if I am old. There are many who talk of you nowadays."
As he spoke, the horse bent his head that he might see better, and the boy noticed that he had a small head, beautiful eyes, and a soft, sensitive nose. He must have been a good horse at the start, though he has come to grief in his old age, he thought.
"I wish you would come with me and help me with something,"
pleaded the horse. The boy thought it would be embarrassing to accompany a creature who looked so wretched, and excused himself on account of the bad weather.
"You'll be no worse off on my back than you are lying here," said the horse, "but perhaps you don't dare to go with an old tramp of a horse like me."
"Certainly I dare," said the boy.
"Then wake the geese, so that we can arrange with them where they shall come for you tomorrow,"
said the horse. The boy was soon seated on the animal's back. The old nag trotted along better than he had thought possible. It was a long ride in the rain and darkness before they halted near a large inn where everything looked terribly uninviting. The wheel tracks were so deep in the road that the boy feared he might drown should he fall down into them. Alongside the fence which enclosed the yard, some 30 or 40 horses and cattle were tied, with no protection against the rain, and in the yard were wagons piled with packing cases where sheep, calves, hogs, and chickens were shut in. The horse walked over to the fence and stationed himself. The boy remained seated upon his back, and, with his good night eyes, plainly saw how badly the animals fared. "How do you happen to be standing out here in the rain?" he asked.
"We're on our way to a fair at Orebro, but we were obliged to put up here on account of the rain. This is an inn, but so many travelers have already arrived that there's no room for us in the barns."
The boy made no reply, but sat quietly looking about him. Not many of the animals were asleep, and on all sides he heard complaints and indignant protests. They had reason enough for grumbling, for the weather was even worse than it had been earlier in the day. A freezing wind had begun to blow, and the rain which came beating down on them was turning to snow. It was easy enough to understand what the horse wanted the boy to help him with.
"Do you see that fine farmyard directly opposite the inn?"
remarked the horse. "Yes, I see it," answered the boy, "and I can't comprehend why they haven't tried to find shelter for all of you in there. They are already full, perhaps?"
"No, there are no strangers in that place," said the horse. "The people who live on that farm are so stingy and selfish that it would be useless for anyone to ask them for harbor."
"If that's the case, I suppose you'll have to stand where you are."
"I was born and raised on that farm," said the horse. "I know that there is a large barn and a big cowshed with many empty stalls and mangers, and I was wondering if you couldn't manage in some way or other to get us in over there."
"I don't think I could venture," hesitated the boy, but he felt so sorry for the poor beasts that he wanted at least to try. He ran into the strange barnyard and saw at once that all the outhouses were locked and the keys gone. He stood there, puzzled and helpless, when aid came to him from an unexpected source. A gust of wind came sweeping along with terrific force and flung open a shed door right in front of him. The boy was not long in getting back to the horse. "It isn't possible to get into the barn or the cow house," he said, "but there's a big empty hay shed that they have forgotten to bolt. I can lead you into that."
"Thank you," said the horse. "It will seem good to sleep once more on familiar ground. It's the only happiness I can expect in this life."
Meanwhile, at the flourishing farm opposite the inn, the family sat up much later than usual that evening. The master of the place was a man of 35, tall and dignified, with a handsome but melancholy face. During the day he had been out in the rain and had got wet, like everyone else, and at supper he asked his old mother, who was still mistress of the place, to light a fire on the hearth that he might dry his clothes. The mother kindled a feeble blaze, for in that house they were not wasteful with wood, and the master hung his coat on the back of a chair and placed it before the fire. With one foot on top of the andiron and a hand resting on his knee, he stood gazing into the embers. Thus he stood for 2 whole hours, making no move other than to cast a log on the fire now and then. The mistress removed the supper things and turned down his bed for the night before she went to her own room and seated herself. At intervals she came to the door and looked wonderingly at her son. "It's nothing, mother, I'm only thinking," he said. His thoughts were on something that had occurred shortly before. When he passed the inn, a horse dealer had asked him if he would not like to purchase a horse, and had shown him an old nag so weather-beaten that he asked the dealer if he took him for a fool, since he wished to palm off such a played-out beast on him. "Oh, no," said the horse dealer, "I only thought that, inasmuch as the horse once belonged to you, you might wish to give him a comfortable home in his old age. He has need of it." Then he looked at the horse and recognized it as one which he himself had raised and broken in, but it did not occur to him to purchase such an old and useless creature on that account. No, indeed, he was not one who squandered his money. All the same, the sight of the horse had awakened many memories, and it was the memories that kept him awake. The horse had been a fine animal. His father had let him tend it from the start. He had broken it in and had loved it above everything else. His father had complained that he used to feed it too well, and often he had been obliged to steal out and smuggle oats to it. Once, when he ventured to talk with his father about letting him buy a broadcloth suit or having the cart painted, his father stood as if petrified, and he thought the old man would have a stroke. He tried to make his father understand that, when he had a fine horse to drive, he should look presentable himself. The father made no reply, but 2 days later he took the horse to Orebro and sold it. It was cruel of him, but it was plain that his father had feared that this horse might lead him into vanity and extravagance. And now, so long afterward, he had to admit that his father was right. A horse like that surely would have been a temptation. At first he had grieved terribly over his loss. Many a time he had gone down to Orebro just to stand on a street corner and see the horse pass by, or to steal into the stable and give him a lump of sugar. He thought, if I ever get the farm, the first thing I do will be to buy back my horse. Now his father was gone, and he himself had been master for 2 years, but he had not made a move toward buying the horse. He had not thought of him for ever so long until tonight. It was strange that he should have forgotten the beast so entirely. His father had been a very headstrong, domineering man, when his son was grown and the two had worked together, the father had gained absolute power over him. The boy had come to think that everything his father did was right, and, after he became the master, he only tried to do exactly as his father would have done. He knew, of course, that folk said his father was stingy, but it was well to keep a tight hold on one's purse and not throw away money needlessly. The goods one has received should not be wasted. It was better to live on a debt-free place and be called stingy than to carry heavy mortgages like other farm owners. He had gone so far in his mind when he was called back by a strange sound. It was as if a shrill, mocking voice were repeating his thoughts.
It's better to keep a firm hold on one's purse and be called stingy than to be in debt like other farm owners.
It sounded as if someone was trying to make sport of his wisdom, and he was about to lose his temper when he realized that it was all a mistake. The wind was beginning to rage, and he had been standing there getting so sleepy that he mistook the howling of the wind in the chimney for human speech. He glanced up at the wall clock, which just then struck 11. "It's time that you were in bed," he remarked to himself. Then he remembered that he had not yet gone the rounds of the farmyard, as it was his custom to do every night, to make sure that all the doors were closed and all lights extinguished. This was something he had never neglected since he became master. He drew on his coat and went out in the storm. He found everything as it should be, save that the door to the empty hay-shed had been blown open by the wind. He stepped inside for the key, locked the shed door, and put the key into his coat pocket. Then he went back to the house, removed his coat, and hung it before the fire. Even now he did not retire, but began pacing the floor. The storm without, with its biting wind and snow-blended rain, was terrible, and his old horse was standing in this storm without so much as a blanket to protect him. He should at least have given his old friend a roof over his head, since he had come such a long distance. At the inn across the way, the boy heard the old wall clock strike 11 times. Just then he was untying the animals to lead them to the shed in the farmyard opposite. It took some time to rouse them and get them into line. When all were ready, they marched in a long procession into the stingy farmer's yard, with the boy as their guide. While the boy had been assembling them, the farmer had gone the rounds of the farmyard and locked the hay-shed, so that when the animals came along the door was closed. The boy stood there dismayed. He could not let the creatures stand out there. He must go into the house and find the key. "Keep them quiet out here while I go in and fetch the key," he said to the old horse, and off he ran. On the path right in front of the house he paused to think out how he should get inside. As he stood there, he noticed 2 little wanderers coming down the road, who stopped before the inn. The boy saw at once that they were 2 little girls, and ran toward them.
"Come now, Brita Maja," said one, "you mustn't cry any more. Now we are at the inn. Here they will surely take us in."
The girl had but just said this when the boy called to her.
"No, you mustn't try to get in there. It is simply impossible. But at the farmhouse opposite there are no guests. Go there instead."
The little girls heard the words distinctly, though they could not see the one who spoke them. They did not wonder much at that, however, for the night was as black as pitch. The larger of the girls promptly answered, "We don't care to enter that place, because those who live there are stingy and cruel. It is their fault that we too must go out on the highways and beg." "That may be so," said the boy, "but all the same you should go there. You shall see that it will be well for you."
"We can try, but it is doubtful that they will even let us enter.
observed the two little girls as they walked up to the house and knocked. The master was standing by the fire, thinking of the horse, when he heard the knocking. He stepped to the door to see what was up, thinking all the while that he would not let himself be tempted into admitting any wayfarer. As he fumbled the lock, a gust of wind came along, wrenched the door from his hand, and swung it open. To close it, he had to step out on the porch, and when he stepped back into the house, the two little girls were standing within. They were two poor beggar girls, ragged, dirty, and starving. Two little tots bent under the burden of their beggars' packs, which were as large as themselves. "Who are you that go prowling about at this hour of the night?" said the master gruffly. The two children did not answer immediately, but first removed their packs. Then they walked up to the man and stretched forth their tiny hands in greeting. "We are Anna and Brita Maja from the inn guard," said the elder, "and we were going to ask for a night's lodging." He did not take the outstretched hands, and was just about to drive out the beggar children, when a fresh recollection faced him. Enguard! Was not that a little cabin where a poor widow with 5 children had lived? The widow had owed his father a few 100 kroner, and in order to get back his money he had sold her cabin. After that the widow, with her 3 eldest children, went to Norrland to seek employment, and the 2 youngest became a charge on the parish. As he called this to mind he grew bitter. He knew that his father had been severely censured for squeezing out that money, which by right belonged to him. "What are you doing nowadays?" he asked in a cross tone. "Didn't the Board of Charities take charge of you? Why do you roam around and beg?" "It's not our fault," replied the larger girl. "The people with whom we are living have sent us out to beg." "Well, your packs are filled," the farmer observed, "so you can't complain. Now you'd better take out some of the food you have with you and eat your fill, for here you'll get no food, as all the women folk are in bed. Later you may lie down in the corner by the hearth, so you won't have to freeze." He waved his hand as if to ward them off, and his eyes took on a hard look. He was thankful that he had had a father who had been careful of his property. Otherwise he might perhaps have been forced in childhood to run about and beg as these children now did. No sooner had he thought this out to the end than the shrill mocking voice he had heard once before that evening repeated it word for word. He listened, and at once understood that it was nothing, only the wind roaring in the chimney. But the queer thing about it was, when the wind repeated his thoughts, they seemed so strangely stupid and hard and false. The children meanwhile had stretched themselves side by side on the floor. They were not quiet, but lay there muttering. "Do be still, won't you?" he growled, for he was in such an irritable mood that he could have beaten them. But the mumbling continued, and again he called for silence. "When mother went away," piped a clear little voice, "she made me promise that every night I would say my evening prayer. I must do this, and Brita Maja too. As soon as we have said, 'God who cares for little children,' we'll be quiet." The master sat quite still while the little ones said their prayers. Then he rose and began pacing back and forth, wringing his hands all the while, as though he had met with some great sorrow. The horse driven out and wrecked, these 2 children turned into road beggars, both father's doings. Perhaps father did not do right after all, he thought. He sat down again and buried his head in his hands. Suddenly his lips began to quiver, and into his eyes came tears, which he hastily wiped away. Fresh tears came, and he was just as prompt to brush these away, but it was useless, for more followed. When his mother stepped into the room, he swung his chair quickly and turned his back to her. She must have noticed something unusual, for she stood quietly behind him a long while, as if waiting for him to speak. She realized how difficult it always is for men to talk of the things they feel most deeply. She must help him, of course. From her bedroom she had observed all that had taken place in the living room, so that she did not have to ask questions. She walked very softly over to the two sleeping children, lifted them, and bore them to her own bed. Then she went back to her son. "Lars," she said, as if she did not see that he was weeping, "you had better let me keep these children." "What, mother?" he gasped, trying to smother the sobs. "I have been suffering for years, ever since father took the cabin from their mother, and so have you. Yes, but I want to keep them here and make something of them. They are too good to beg." He could not speak, for now the tears were beyond his control, but he took his old mother's withered hand and patted it. Then he jumped up as if something had frightened him. What would father have said of this? "Father had his day at ruling," retorted the mother. "Now it is your day. As long as father lived we had to obey him. Now is the time to show what you are." Her son was so astonished that he ceased crying. "But I have just shown what I am," he returned. "No, you haven't," protested the mother. "You only try to be like him. Father experienced hard times, which made him fear poverty. He believed that he had to think of himself first. But you have never had any difficulties that should make you hard. You have more than you need, and it would be unnatural of you not to think of others." When the two little girls entered the house, the boy slipped in behind them and secreted himself in a dark corner. He had not been there long before he caught a glimpse of the shed key, which the farmer had thrust into his coat pocket. "When the master of the house drives the children out, I'll take the key and ran," he thought. But the children were not driven out, and the boy crouched in the corner, not knowing what he should do next. The mother talked long with her son, and while she was speaking he stopped weeping. Gradually his features softened, he looked like another person. All the while he was stroking the wasted old hand. "Now we may as well retire," said the old lady, when she saw that he was calm again. "No," he said, suddenly rising, "I cannot retire yet. There's a stranger without whom I must shelter tonight." He said nothing further, but quickly drew on his coat, lit the lantern, and went out. There were the same wind and chill without, but as he stepped to the porch he began to sing softly. He wondered if the horse would know him, and if he would be glad to come back to his old stable. As he crossed the house yard he heard a door slam. "That shed door has blown open again," he thought, and went over to close it. A moment later he stood by the shed, and was just going to shut the door when he heard a rustling within. The boy, who had watched his opportunity, had run directly to the shed where he left the animals, but they were no longer out in the rain. A strong wind had long since thrown open the door and helped them to get a roof over their heads. The patter which the master heard was occasioned by the boy running into the shed. By the light of the lantern the man could see into the shed. The whole floor was covered with sleeping cattle. There was no human being to be seen. The animals were not bound, but were lying here and there in the straw. He was enraged at the intrusion, and began storming and shrieking to rouse the sleepers and drive them out. But the creatures lay still and would not let themselves be disturbed. The only one that rose was an old horse that came slowly toward him. All of a sudden the man became silent. He recognized the beast by its gait. He raised the lantern, and the horse came over and laid its head on his shoulder. The master patted and stroked it. "My old horsey, my old horsey," he said, "what have they done to you? Yes, dear, I'll buy you back. You'll never again have to leave this place. You shall do whatever you like, horsey mine. Those whom you have brought with you may remain here, but you shall come with me to the stable. Now I can give you all the oats you are able to eat without having to smuggle them. And you're not all used up either. The handsomest horse on the church knoll. That's what you shall be once more. There, 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 there." End of chapter 22, part 2. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 23 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Breaking Up of the Ice, Thursday, April 28th. The following day the weather was clear and beautiful. There was a strong west wind. People were glad of that, for it dried up the roads, which had been soaked by the heavy rains of the day before. Early in the morning the two small-end children, Osa the goose girl and little Mats, were out on the highway leading from Sormland to Narke. The road ran alongside the southern shore of Hjalmar Lake, and the children were walking along looking at the ice, which covered the greater part of it. The morning sun darted its clear rays upon the ice, which did not look dark and foreboding like most spring ice, but sparkled temptingly. As far as they could see, the ice was firm and dry. The rain had run down into cracks and hollows or been absorbed by the ice itself. The children saw only the sound ice. Osa the goose girl, and they could not help thinking of all the steps they would be saved if they could cut straight across the lake instead of going around it. They knew, to be sure, that spring ice is treacherous, but this looked perfectly secure. They could see that it was several inches thick near the shore. They saw a path which they might follow, and the opposite shore appeared to be so near that they ought to be able to get there in an hour.
"Come, let's try," said little Mats. "If we only look before us so that we don't go down into some hole, we can do it."
So they went out on the lake. The ice was not very slippery, but rather easy to walk upon. There was more water on it than they expected to see, and here and there were cracks, where the water purled up. One had to watch out for such places, but that was easy to do in broad daylight with the sun shining. The children advanced rapidly, and talked only of how sensible they were to have gone out on the ice instead of tramping the slushy road. When they had been walking a while, they came to Vin Island, where an old woman had sighted them from her window. She rushed from her cabin, waved them back, and shouted something which they could not hear. They understood perfectly well that she was warning them not to come any farther, but they thought there was no immediate danger. It would be stupid for them to leave the ice when all was going so well. Therefore they went on past Vin Island and had a stretch of 7 miles of ice ahead of them. Out there was so much water that the children were obliged to take roundabout ways, but that was sport to them. They vied with each other as to which could find the soundest ice. They were neither tired nor hungry. The whole day was before them, and they laughed at each obstacle they met. Now and then they cast a glance ahead at the farther shore. It still appeared far away, although they had been walking a good hour.
They were rather surprised that the lake was so broad.
"The shore seems to be moving farther away from us," little Mats observed.
Out there the children were not protected against the wind, which was becoming stronger and stronger every minute, and was pressing their clothing so close to their bodies that they could hardly go on. The cold wind was the first disagreeable thing they had met with on the journey. But the amazing part of it was that the wind came sweeping along with a loud roar, as if it brought with it the noise of a large mill or factory, though nothing of the kind was to be found out there on the ice. They had walked to the west of the big island, Valen. Now they thought they were nearing the north shore. Suddenly the wind began to blow more and more, while the loud roaring increased so rapidly that they began to feel uneasy. All at once it occurred to them that the roar was caused by the foaming and rushing of the waves breaking against a shore. Even this seemed improbable, since the lake was still covered with ice. At all events, they paused and looked about. They noticed far in the west a white bank which stretched clear across the lake. At first they thought it was a snowbank alongside a road. Later they realized it was the foam-capped waves dashing against the ice. They took hold of hands and ran without saying a word. Open sea lay beyond in the west, and suddenly the streak of foam appeared to be moving eastward. They wondered if the ice was going to break all over. What was going to happen? They felt now that they were in great danger. All at once it seemed as if the ice under their feet rose and sank, as if someone from below were pushing it. Presently they heard a hollow boom, and then there were cracks in the ice all around them. The children could see how they crept along under the ice covering. The next moment all was still, then the rising and sinking began again. Thereupon the cracks began to widen into crevices through which water bubbled up. By and by the crevices became gaps. Soon after that the ice was divided into large floes.
"Osa," said little Mats, "this must be the breaking up of the ice." "Why, so it is, little Mats," said Osa, "but as yet we can get to land. Run for your life." As a matter of fact, the wind and waves had a good deal of work to do yet to clear the ice from the lake. The hardest part was done when the ice cake burst into pieces, but all these pieces must be broken and hurled against each other to be crushed, worn down, and dissolved. There was still a great deal of hard and sound ice left, which formed large unbroken surfaces. The greatest danger for the children lay in the fact that they had no general view of the ice. They did not see the places where the gaps were so wide that they could not possibly jump over them, nor did they know where to find any floes that would hold them, so they wandered aimlessly back and forth, going farther out on the lake instead of nearer land. At last, confused and terrified, they stood still and wept. Then a flock of wild geese in rapid flight came rushing by. They shrieked loudly and sharply, but the strange thing was that above the geese cackle the little children heard these words: "You must go to the right, the right, the right." They began at once to follow the advice, but before long they were again standing irresolute, facing another broad gap. Again they heard the geese shrieking above them, and again, amid the geese cackle, they distinguished a few words: "Stand where you are, stand where you are." The children did not say a word to each other, but obeyed and stood still. Soon after that the ice floes floated together, so that they could cross the gap. Then they took hold of hands again and ran. They were afraid not only of the peril, but of the mysterious help that had come to them. Soon they had to stop again, and immediately the sound of the voice reached them. "Straight ahead, it said. This leading continued for about half an hour. By that time they had reached Lunger Point, where they left the ice and waded to shore. They were still terribly frightened, even though they were on firm land. They did not stop to look back at the lake, where the waves were pitching the ice floes faster and faster, but ran on. When they had gone a short distance along the point, Osa paused suddenly. "Wait here, little Mats," she said. "I have forgotten something." Osa, the goose girl, went down to the strand again, where she stopped to rummage in her bag. Finally she fished out a little wooden shoe, which she placed on a stone where it could be plainly seen. Then she ran to little Mats without once looking back. But the instant her back was turned, a big white goose shot down from the sky like a streak of lightning, snatched the wooden shoe, and flew away with it. End of chapter 23. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 24 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Thumbietot and the Bears, The Ironworks, Thursday, April 28th. When the wild geese and Thumbietot had helped Osa the goose girl and little Mats across the ice, they flew into Westmanland, where they alighted in a grain field to feed and rest. A strong west wind blew almost the entire day on which the wild geese traveled over the mining districts, and as soon as they attempted to direct their course northward, they were buffeted toward the east. Now Akka thought that Smyry Fox was at large in the eastern part of the province. Therefore she would not fly in that direction, but turned back time and again, struggling westward with great difficulty. At this rate the wild geese advanced very slowly, and late in the afternoon they were still in the Westmanland mining districts. Toward evening the wind abated suddenly, and the tired travelers hoped that they would have an interval of easy flight before sundown. Then along came a violent gust of wind, which tossed the geese before it like balls, and the boy, who was sitting comfortably with no thought of peril, was lifted from the goose's back and hurled into space. Little and light as he was, he could not fall straight to the ground in such a wind, so at first he was carried along with it, drifting down slowly and spasmodically, as a leaf falls from a tree. "Why, this isn't so bad," thought the boy as he fell. "I'm tumbling as easily as if I were only a scrap of paper. Morton Goosey Gander will doubtless hurry along and pick me up." The first thing the boy did when he landed was to tear off his cap and wave it, so that the big white gander should see where he was. "Here I am, where are you? Here I am, where are you?" he called, and was rather surprised that Morton Goosey Gander was not already at his side. But the big white gander was not to be seen, nor was the wild goose flock outlined against the sky. It had entirely disappeared. He thought this rather singular, but he was neither worried nor frightened. Not for a second did it occur to him that folk like Akka and Morton Goosey Gander would abandon him. The unexpected gust of wind had probably borne them along with it. As soon as they could manage to turn, they would surely come back and fetch him. But what was this? Where on earth was he, anyway? He had been standing gazing toward the sky for some sign of the geese, but now he happened to glance about him. He had not come down on even ground, but had dropped into a deep, wide mountain cave, or whatever it might be. It was as large as a church, with almost perpendicular walls on all four sides, and with no roof at all.
On the ground were some huge rocks, between which moss and lignon bush and dwarfed birches grew. Here and there in the wall were projections from which swung rickety ladders. At one side there was a dark passage which apparently led far into the mountain. The boy had not been traveling over the mining districts a whole day for nothing. He comprehended at once that the big cleft had been made by the men who had mined ore in this place. I must try and climb back to earth again, he thought. Otherwise I fear that my companions won't find me. He was about to go over to the wall when someone seized him from behind, and he heard a gruff voice growl in his ear, "Who are you?" The boy turned quickly, and in the confusion of the moment he thought he was facing a huge rock covered with brownish moss. Then he noticed that the rock had broad paws to walk with, a head, 2 eyes, and a growling mouth. He could not pull himself together to answer, nor did the big beast appear to expect it of him, for it knocked him down, rolled him back and forth with its paws, and nosed him. It seemed just about ready to swallow him when it changed its mind and called, "Brummy and Mully, come here, you cubs, and you shall have something good to eat." A pair of frowsy cubs, as uncertain on their feet and as woolly as puppies, came tumbling along. "What have you got, Mamma Bear? May we see? Oh, may we see?" shrieked the cubs excitedly. "Oh ho, so I've fallen in with bears," thought the boy to himself. "Now Smyry Fox won't have to trouble himself further to chase after me." The mother bear pushed the boy along to the cubs. One of them nabbed him quickly and ran off with him, but he did not bite hard. He was playful and wanted to amuse himself a while with Thumbietot before eating him. The other cub was after the first one to snatch the boy for himself, and as he lumbered along he managed to tumble straight down on the head of the one that carried the boy. So the 2 cubs rolled over each other, biting, clawing, and snarling. During the tussle the boy got loose, ran over to the wall, and started to scale it. Then both cubs scurried after him, and, nimbly scaling the cliff, they caught up with him and tossed him down on the moss like a ball. "Now I know how a poor little mousie fares when it falls into the cat's claws," thought the boy. He made several attempts to get away. He ran deep down into the old tunnel and hid behind the rocks and climbed the birches, but the cubs hunted him out, go where he would. The instant they caught him they let him go, so that he could run away again,
and they should have the fun of recapturing him.
At last the boy got so sick and tired of it all that he threw himself down on the ground. "Run away," growled the cubs, "or we'll eat you up." "You'll have to eat me then," said the boy, "for I can't run any more." Immediately both cubs rushed over to the mother bear and complained, "Mamma Bear, oh Mamma Bear, he won't play any more." "Then you must divide him evenly between you," said Mother Bear. When the boy heard this, he was so scared that he jumped up instantly and began playing again. As it was bedtime, Mother Bear called to the cubs that they must come now and cuddle up to her and go to sleep. They had been having such a good time that they wished to continue their play next day, so they took the boy between them and laid their paws over him. They did not want him to move without waking them. They went to sleep immediately. The boy thought that after a while he would try to steal away, but never in all his life had he been so tumbled and tossed and hunted and rolled. And he was so tired out that he too fell asleep. By and by Father Bear came clambering down the mountain wall.
The boy was wakened
by his tearing away stone and gravel as he swung himself into the old mine. The boy was afraid to move much, but he managed to stretch himself and turn over so that he could see the big bear. He was a frightfully coarse, huge old beast, with great paws, large glistening tusks, and wicked little eyes. The boy could not help shuddering as he looked at this old monarch of the forest. "It smells like a human being around here," said Father Bear the instant he came up to Mother Bear, and his growl was as the rolling of thunder. "How can you imagine anything so absurd?" said Mother Bear without disturbing herself. "It has been settled for good and all that we are not to harm mankind any more. But if one of them were to put in an appearance here, where the cubs and I have our quarters, there wouldn't be enough left of him for you to catch even a scent of him." Father Bear lay down beside Mother Bear. "You ought to know me well enough to understand that I don't allow anything dangerous to come near the cubs. Talk instead of what you have been doing. I haven't seen you for a whole week." "I've been looking about for a new residence," said Father Bear. "First I went over to Vermland, to learn from our kinsmen at Exharad how they fared in that country, but I had my trouble for nothing. There wasn't a bear's den left in the whole forest." "I believe the humans want the whole earth to themselves," said Mother Bear. "Even if we leave people and cattle in peace, and live solely upon lignon and insects and green things, we cannot remain unmolested in the forest. I wonder where we could move to in order to live in peace." "We've lived comfortably for many years in this pit," observed Father Bear, "but I can't be content here now, since the big noise shop has been built right in our neighborhood. Lately I have been taking a look at the land east of Doll River, over by Garpen Mountain. Old mine pits are plentiful there, too, and other fine retreats. I thought it looked as if one might be fairly protected against men." The instant Father Bear said this he sat up and began to sniff. "It's extraordinary that whenever I speak of human beings I catch that queer scent again," he remarked. "Go and see for yourself if you don't believe me," challenged Mother Bear. "I should just like to know where a human being could manage to hide down here." The bear walked all around the cave and nosed. Finally he went back and lay down without a word. "What did I tell you?" said Mother Bear. "But of course you think that no one but yourself has any nose or ears." "One can't be too careful with such neighbors as we have," said Father Bear gently. Then he leaped up with a roar. As luck would have it, one of the cubs had moved a paw over to Nils Holgersson's face, and the poor little wretch could not breathe, but began to sneeze. It was impossible for Mother Bear to keep Father Bear back any longer. He pushed the young ones to right and left, and caught sight of the boy before he had time to sit up. He would have swallowed him instantly if Mother Bear had not cast herself between them. "Don't touch him, he belongs to the cubs," she said. "They have had such fun with him the whole evening that they couldn't bear to eat him up, but wanted to save him until morning." Father Bear pushed Mother Bear aside. "Don't meddle with what you don't understand," he roared. "Can't you scent that human odor about him from afar? I shall eat him at once, or he will play us some mean trick." He opened his jaws again, but meanwhile the boy had had time to think, and, quick as a flash, he dug into his knapsack and brought forth some matches, his sole weapon of defense, struck one on his leather breeches, and stuck the burning match into the bear's open mouth. Father Bear snorted when he smelled the sulphur, and with that the flame went out. The boy was ready with another match, but curiously enough, Father Bear did not repeat his attack. "Can you light many of those little blue roses?" asked Father Bear. "I can light enough to put an end to the whole forest," replied the boy, for he thought that in this way he might be able to scare Father Bear. "Oh, that would be no trick for me," boasted the boy, hoping that this would make the bear respect him. "Good!" exclaimed the bear. "You shall render me a service. Now I'm very glad that I did not eat you." Father Bear carefully took the boy between his tusks and climbed up from the pit. He did this with remarkable ease and agility, considering that he was so big and heavy. As soon as he was up, he speedily made for the woods. It was evident that Father Bear was created to squeeze through dense forests. The heavy body pushed through the brushwood as a boat does through the water. Father Bear ran along till he came to a hill at the skirt of the forest, where he could see the big noise shop. Here he lay down and placed the boy in front of him, holding him securely between his forepaws. "Now look down at that big noise shop," he commanded. The great ironworks, with many tall buildings, stood at the edge of a waterfall. High chimneys sent forth dark clouds of smoke, blasting furnaces were in full blaze, and light shone from all the windows and apertures. Within, hammers and rolling mills were going with such force that the air rang with their clatter and boom. All around the workshops proper were immense coal sheds, great slag heaps, warehouses, wood piles, and tool sheds. Just beyond were long rows of working men's homes, pretty villas, schoolhouses, assembly halls, and shops. But there all was quiet, and apparently everybody was asleep. The boy did not glance in that direction, but gazed intently at the ironworks. The earth around them was black, the sky above them was like a great fiery dome, the rapids, white with foam, rushed by, while the buildings themselves were sending out light and smoke, fire and sparks. It was the grandest sight the boy had ever seen.
"Surely you don't mean to say you can set fire to a place like that?"
remarked the bear doubtingly. The boy stood wedged between the beast's paws, thinking the only thing that might save him would be that the bear should have a high opinion of his capability and power. "It's all the same to me," he answered with a superior air. "Big or little, I can burn it down." "Then I'll tell you something," said Father Bear. "My forefathers lived in this region from the time that the forests first sprang up. From them I inherited hunting grounds and pastures, lairs and retreats, and have lived here in peace all my life. In the beginning I wasn't troubled much by the humankind. They dug in the mountains and picked up a little ore down here by the rapids. They had a forge and a furnace, but the hammers sounded only a few hours during the day, and the furnace was not fired more than 2 moons at a stretch.
It wasn't so bad but that I could stand it.
But these last years, since they have built this noise shop, which keeps up the same racket both day and night, life here has become intolerable. Formerly only a manager and a couple of blacksmiths lived here, but now there are so many people that I can never feel safe from them. I thought that I should have to move away, but I have discovered something better." The boy wondered what Father Bear had hit upon,
But no opportunity was afforded him to ask,
as the bear took him between his tusks again and lumbered down the hill. The boy could see nothing, but knew by the increasing noise that they were approaching the rolling mills. Father Bear was well informed regarding the ironworks. He had prowled around there on many a dark night, had observed what went on within, and had wondered if there would never be any cessation of the work. He had tested the walls with his paws, and wished that he were only strong enough to knock down the whole structure with a single blow. He was not easily distinguishable against the dark ground, and when, in addition, he remained in the shadow of the walls, there was not much danger of his being discovered. Now he walked fearlessly between the workshops and climbed to the top of a slag heap. There he sat upon his haunches, took the boy between his forepaws, and held him up. "Try to look into the house," he commanded. A strong current of air was forced into a big cylinder which was suspended from the ceiling and filled with molten iron. As this current rushed into the mess of iron with an awful roar, showers of sparks of all colors spurted up in bunches, in sprays, in long clusters. They struck against the wall and came splashing down over the whole big room. Father Bear let the boy watch the gorgeous spectacle until the blowing was over and the flowing and sparkling red steel had been poured into ingot molds. The boy was completely charmed by the marvelous display and almost forgot that he was imprisoned between a bear's two paws. Father Bear let him look into the rolling mill. He saw a workman take a short, thick bar of iron at white heat from a furnace opening and place it under a roller. When the iron came out from under the roller, it was flattened and extended. Immediately another workman seized it and placed it beneath a heavier roller, which made it still longer and thinner. Thus it was passed from roller to roller, squeezed and drawn out until finally it curled along the floor like a long red thread. But while the first bar of iron was being pressed, a second was taken from the furnace and placed under the rollers, and when this was a little along, a third was brought. Continuously fresh threads came crawling over the floor like hissing snakes. The boy was dazzled by the iron, but he found it more splendid to watch the workmen who, dexterously and delicately, seized the glowing snakes with their tongs and forced them under the rollers. It seemed like play for them to handle the hissing iron. "I call that real man's work," the boy remarked to himself. The bear then let the boy have a peep at the furnace and the forge, and he became more and more astonished as he saw how the blacksmiths handled iron and fire. "Those men have no fear of heat and flames," he thought. The workmen were sooty and grimy. He fancied that they were some sort of fire folk. That was why they could bend and mold the iron as they wished. He could not believe that they were just ordinary men, since they had such power. "They keep this up day after day, night after night," said Father Bear, as he dropped wearily to the ground. "You can understand that one gets rather tired of that kind of thing. I'm mighty glad that at last I can put an end to it." "Indeed," said the boy. "How will you go about it?" "Oh, I thought that you were going to set fire to the buildings," said Father Bear. "That would put an end to all this work, and I could remain in my old home." The boy was all of a shiver. So it was for this that Father Bear had brought him here. "If you will set fire to the noise works, I'll promise to spare your life," said Father Bear. "But if you don't do it, I'll make short work of you." The huge workshops were built of brick, and the boy was thinking to himself that Father Bear could command as much as he liked. It was impossible to obey him. Presently he saw that it might not be impossible after all. Just beyond them lay a pile of chips and shavings to which he could easily set fire, and beside it was a wood pile that almost reached the coal shed. The coal shed extended over to the workshops, and if that once caught fire, the flames would soon fly over to the roof of the iron foundry. Everything combustible would burn, the walls would fall from the heat, and the machinery would be destroyed. "Will you or won't you?" demanded Father Bear. The boy knew that he ought to answer promptly that he would not, but he also knew that then the bear's paws would squeeze him to death. Therefore he replied, "I shall have to think it over." "Very well, do so," assented Father Bear. "Let me say to you that iron is the thing that has given men the advantage over us bears, which is another reason for my wishing to put an end to the work here." The boy thought he would use the delay to figure out some plan of escape, but he was so worried He could not direct his thoughts where he would. Instead, he began to think of the great help that iron had been to mankind. They needed iron for everything. There was iron in the plow that broke up the field, in the axe that felled the tree for building houses, in the scythe that mowed the grain, and in the knife which could be turned to all sorts of uses. There was iron in the horse's bit, in the lock on the door, in the nails that held furniture together, in the sheathing that covered the roof. The rifle which drove away wild beasts was made of iron, also the pick that had broken up the mine. Iron covered the men of war he had seen at Karlskrona. The locomotives steamed through the country on iron rails. The needle that had stitched his coat was of iron, the shears that clipped the sheep, and the kettle that cooked the food. Big and little alike,
much that was indispensable was made from iron.
Father Bear was perfectly right in saying that it was the iron that had given men their mastery over the bears. "Now will you or won't you?" Father Bear repeated. The boy was startled from his musing. Here he stood thinking of matters that were entirely unnecessary, and had not yet found a way to save himself. "You mustn't be so impatient," he said. "This is a serious matter for me, and I've got to have time to consider." "Well, then, consider another moment," said Father Bear. "But let me tell you that it's because of the iron that men have become so much wiser than we bears. For this alone, if for nothing else, I should like to put a stop to the work here." Again the boy endeavored to think out a plan of escape, but his thoughts wandered willy-nilly. They were taken up with the iron, and gradually he began to comprehend how much thinking and calculating men must have done before they discovered how to produce iron from ore, and he seemed to see sooty blacksmiths of old bending over the forge, pondering how they should properly handle it. Perhaps it was because they had thought so much about the iron that intelligence had been developed in mankind, until finally they became so advanced that they were able to build great works like these. The fact was that men owed more to the iron than they themselves knew. "Well, what say you? Will you or won't you?" insisted Father Bear. The boy shrank back. Here he stood thinking needless thoughts, and had no idea as to what he should do to save himself. "It's not such an easy matter to decide as you think," he answered. "You must give me time for reflection." "I can wait for you a little longer," said Father Bear, "but after that you'll get no more grace. You must know that it's the fault of the iron that the humankind can live here on the property of the bears, and now you understand why I would be rid of the work." The boy meant to use the last moment to think out some way to save himself, but, anxious and distraught as he was, his thoughts wandered again. Now he began thinking of all that he had seen when he flew over the mining districts. It was strange that there should be so much life and activity and so much work back there in the wilderness. Just think how poor and desolate this place would be had there been no iron here. This very foundry gave employment to many, and had gathered around it many homes filled with people, who, in turn, had attracted hither railways and telegraph wires, and— "Come, come," growled the bear, "will you or won't you?" The boy swept his hand across his forehead. No plan of escape had as yet come to his mind, but this much he knew: he did not wish to do any harm to the iron which was so useful to rich and poor alike, and which gave bread to so many people in this land. "I won't," he said. Father Bear squeezed him a little harder, but said nothing. "You'll not get me to destroy the iron works," defied the boy. "The iron is so great a blessing that it will never do to harm it." "Then of course you don't expect to be allowed to live very long," said the bear. "No, I don't expect it," returned the boy, looking the bear straight in the eye. Father Bear gripped him still harder. It hurt so that the boy could not keep the tears back, but he did not cry out or say a word. "Very well, then," said Father Bear, raising his paw very slowly, hoping that the boy would give in at the last moment. But just then the boy heard something click very close to them, and saw the muzzle of a rifle 2 paces away. Both he and Father Bear had been so engrossed in their own affairs that they had not observed that a man had stolen right up upon them. "Father Bear, don't you hear the clicking of a trigger?" cried the boy. "Run, or you'll be shot." Father Bear grew terribly hurried. However, he allowed himself time enough to pick up the boy and carry him along. As he ran, a couple of shots sounded, and the bullets grazed his ears, but luckily he escaped. The boy thought, as he was dangling from the bear's mouth, that never had he been so stupid as he was tonight. If he had only kept still, the bear would have been shot, and he himself would have been freed. But he had become so accustomed to helping the animals that he did it naturally and as a matter of course. When Father Bear had run some distance into the woods, he paused and set the boy down on the ground. "Thank you, little one," he said. "I dare say those bullets would have caught me if you hadn't been there, and now I want to do you a service in return. If you should ever meet with another bear, just say to him this, which I shall whisper to you, and he won't touch you." Father Bear whispered a word or two in the boy's ear and hurried away, for he thought he heard hounds and hunters pursuing him. The boy stood in the forest, free and unharmed, and could hardly understand how it was possible. The wild geese had been flying back and forth the whole evening, peering and calling, but they had been unable to find Thumbietot. They searched long after the sun had set, and finally, when it had grown so dark that they were forced to alight somewhere for the night, they were very downhearted. There was not one among them but thought the boy had been killed by the fall and was lying dead in the forest where they could not see him. But the next morning, when the sun peeped over the hills and awakened the wild geese, the boy lay sleeping as usual in their midst. When he woke and heard them shrieking and cackling their astonishment, he could not help laughing. They were so eager to know what had happened to him that they did not care to go to breakfast until he had told them the whole story. The boy soon narrated his entire adventure with the bears, but after that he seemed reluctant to continue. "How I got back to you perhaps you already know," he said. "No, we know nothing. We thought you were killed." "That's curious," remarked the boy. "Oh, yes, when Father Bear left me, I climbed up into a pine and fell asleep. At daybreak I was awakened by an eagle hovering over me. He picked me up with his talons and carried me away. He didn't hurt me, but flew straight here to you and dropped me down among you."
"Didn't he tell you who he was?"
asked the big white gander. "He was gone before I had time even to thank him. I thought that Mother Akka had sent him after me." "How extraordinary!" exclaimed the white goosey gander. "But are you certain that it was an eagle?" "I had never before seen an eagle," said the boy, "but he was so big and splendid that I can't give him a lowlier name." Morton Goosey Gander turned to the wild geese to hear what they thought of this, but they stood gazing into the air as though they were thinking of something else. "We must not forget entirely to eat breakfast today," said Akka, quickly spreading her wings. End of chapter 24. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 25, Part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Flood, the Swans, May 1st to 4th. There was a terrible storm raging in the district north of Lake Malar, which lasted several days. The sky was a dull gray, the wind whistled, and the rain beat. Both people and animals knew the spring could not be ushered in with anything short of this. Nevertheless, they thought it unbearable. After it had been raining for a whole day, the snowdrifts in the pine forests began to melt in earnest, and the spring brooks grew lively. All the pools on the farms, the standing water in the ditches, the water that oozed between the tufts in marshes and swamps, all were in motion and tried to find their way to creeks that they might be borne along to the sea. The creeks rushed as fast as possible down to the rivers, and the rivers did their utmost to carry the water to Lake Malar. All the lakes and rivers in Upland and the mining district quickly threw off their ice covers on one and the same day, so that the creeks filled with ice floes which rose clear up to their banks. Swollen as they were, they emptied into Lake Malar, and it was not long before the lake had taken in as much water as it could well hold. Down by the outlet was a raging torrent. Norrstrom is a narrow channel, and it could not let out the water quickly enough. Besides, there was a strong easterly wind that lashed against the land, obstructing the stream when it tried to carry the fresh water into the East Sea. Since the rivers kept running to Malaran with more water than it could dispose of, there was nothing for the big lake to do but overflow its banks. It rose very slowly, as if reluctant to injure its beautiful shores, but as they were mostly low and gradually sloping, it was not long before the water had flooded several acres of land, and that was enough to cause the greatest alarm. Lake Malar is unique in its way, being made up of a succession of narrow fjords, bays, and inlets. In no place does it spread into a storm center, but seems to have been created only for pleasure trips, yachting tours, and fishing. Nowhere does it present barren, desolate, wind-swept shores. It looks as if it never thought that its shores could hold anything but country seats, summer villas, manors, and amusement resorts. But because it usually presents a very agreeable and friendly appearance, there is all the more havoc whenever it happens to drop its smiling expression in the spring and show that it can be serious. At that critical time Smyre Fox happened to come sneaking through a birch grove just north of Lake Malar. As usual, he was thinking of Thumbietot and the wild geese, and wondering how he should ever find them again. He had lost all track of them. As he stole cautiously along, more discouraged than usual, he caught sight of Agar, the carrier pigeon, who had perched herself on a birch branch.
"My, but I'm in luck to run across you, Agar!" exclaimed Smyre. "Maybe you can tell me where Akka from Kebnekaise and her flock hold forth nowadays."
"It's quite possible that I know where they are," Agar hinted, "but I'm not likely to tell you."
"Please yourself," retorted Smyre. "Nevertheless, you can take a message that I have for them. You probably know the present condition of Lake Malar. There's a great overflow down there, and all the swans who live in Hjalsta Bay are about to see their nests with all their eggs destroyed. Daylight, the Swan King, has heard of the midget who travels with the wild geese, and knows a remedy for every ill. He has sent me to ask Akka if she will bring Thumbietot down to Hjalsta Bay."
"I dare say I can convey your message," Agar replied, "but I can't understand how the little boy will be able to help the swans."
"Nor do I," said Smyray, "but he can do almost everything, it seems."
"It's surprising to me that Daylight should send his messages by a fox," Agar remarked.
"Well, we're not exactly what you'd call good friends," said Smyray smoothly, "but in an emergency like this we must help each other. Perhaps it would be just as well not to tell Akka that you got the message from a fox. Between you and me, she's inclined to be a little suspicious."
The safest refuge for waterfowl in the whole Mallard district is Hjälsta Bay. It has low shores, shallow water, and is also covered with reeds. It is by no means as large as Lake Tackern, but nevertheless Hjälsta is a good retreat for birds, since it has long been forbidden territory to hunters. It is the home of a great many swans, and the owner of the old castle near by has prohibited all shooting on the bay, so that they might be unmolested. As soon as Akka received word that the swans needed her help, she hastened down to Hjälsta Bay. She arrived with her flock one evening, and saw at a glance that there had been a great disaster. The big swans' nests had been torn away, and the strong wind was driving them down the bay. Some had already fallen apart, 2 or 3 had capsized, and the eggs lay at the bottom of the lake. When Akka alighted on the bay, all the swans living there were gathered near the eastern shore, where they were protected from the wind. Although they had suffered much by the flood, they were too proud to let anyone see it. "It is useless to cry," they said. "There are plenty of root fibers and stems here. We can soon build new nests." None had thought of asking a stranger to help them, and the swans had no idea that Smyray Fox had sent for the wild geese. There were several hundred swans resting on the water. They had placed themselves according to rank and station. The young and inexperienced were farthest out, the old and wise nearer the middle of the group, and right in the center sat Daylight, the Swan King, and Snow White, the Swan Queen, who were older than any of the others, and regarded the rest of the swans as their children. The geese alighted on the west shore of the bay, but when Akka saw where the swans were, she swam toward them at once. She was very much surprised at their having sent for her, but she regarded it as an honor and did not wish to lose a moment in coming to their aid. As Akka approached the swans, she paused to see if the geese who followed her swam in a straight line and at even distances apart. "Now swim along quickly," she ordered. "Don't stare at the swans as if you had never before seen anything beautiful, and don't mind what they may say to you." This was not the first time that Akka had called on the aristocratic swans. They had always received her in a manner befitting a great traveler like herself. But still she did not like the idea of swimming in among them. She never felt so gray and insignificant as when she happened upon swans. One or another of them was sure to drop a remark about common gray feathers and poor folk, but it is always best to take no notice of such things. This time everything passed off uncommonly well. The swans politely made way for the wild geese, who swam forward through a kind of passageway which formed an avenue bordered by shimmering white birds. It was a beautiful sight to watch them as they spread their wings like sails to appear well before the strangers. They refrained from making comments, which rather surprised Akka. Evidently Daylight had noted their misbehavior in the past, and had told the swans that they must conduct themselves in a proper manner. So thought the leader goose. But just as the swans were making an effort to observe the rules of etiquette, they caught sight of the goosey gander, who swam last in the long goose line. Then there was a murmur of disapproval, even of threats, among the swans, and at once there was an end to their good deportment.
"What's this?" shrieked one. "Do the wild geese intend to dress up in white feathers?"
"They needn't think that will make swans of them," cried another. They began shrieking, one louder than another, in their strong, resonant voices. It was impossible to explain that a tame goosey gander had come with the wild geese.
"This must be the Goose King himself coming along," they said tauntingly. "There's no limit to their audacity." "That's no goose. It's only a tame duck."
The big white gander remembered Akka's admonition to pay no attention, no matter what he might hear. He kept quiet and swam ahead as fast as he could, but it did no good. The swans became more and more impertinent.
"What kind of a frog does he carry on his back?" asked one. "They must think we don't see it's a frog because it is dressed like a human being."
The swans, who but a moment before had been resting in such perfect order, now swam up and down excitedly. All tried to crowd forward to get a glimpse of the white wild goose.
"That white goosey gander ought to be ashamed to come here and parade before swans. He's probably as gray as the rest of them. He has only been in a flour barrel at some farmhouse."
Akka had just come up to Daylight, and was about to ask him what kind of help he wanted of her, when the Swan King noticed the uproar among the swans. "What do I see? Haven't I taught you to be polite to strangers?" he said with a frown. Snow White, the Swan Queen, swam out to restore order among her subjects, and again Daylight turned to Akka. Presently Snow White came back, appearing greatly agitated. "Can't you keep them quiet?" shouted Daylight.
"There's a white wild goose over there," answered Snow White. "Is it not shameful? I don't wonder they are furious."
"A white wild goose!" scoffed Daylight. "That's too ridiculous. There can't be such a thing. You must be mistaken." The crowds around Morton Goosey Gander grew larger and larger. Akka and the other wild geese tried to swim over to him, but were jostled hither and thither and could not get to him. The old Swan King, who was the strongest among them, swam off quickly, pushed all the others aside, and made his way over to the big white gander. But when he saw that there really was a white goose on the water, he was just as indignant as the rest. He hissed with rage, flew straight at Morton Goosey Gander, and tore out a few feathers.
"I'll teach you a lesson, wild goose," he shrieked, "so that you'll not come again to the swans togged out in this way." "Fly, Morton Goosey Gander, fly, fly!" cried Akka, for she knew that otherwise the swans would pull out every feather the Goosey Gander had. "Fly, fly!" screamed Thumbietot, too. But the Goosey Gander was so hedged in by the swans that he had not room enough to spread his wings. All around him the swans stretched their long necks, opened their strong bills, and plucked his feathers. Morton Goosey Gander defended himself as best he could by striking and biting. The wild geese also began to fight the swans. It was obvious how this would have ended had the geese not received help quite unexpectedly. A redtail noticed that they were being roughly treated by the swans. Instantly he cried out the shrill call that little birds use when they need help to drive off a hawk or a falcon. 3 calls had barely sounded when all the little birds in the vicinity came shooting down to Hjalsta Bay as if on wings of lightning. These delicate little creatures swooped down upon the swans, screeched in their ears, and obstructed their view with the flutter of their tiny wings. They made them dizzy with their fluttering, and drove them to distraction with their cries of "Shame, shame, swans!"
The attack of the small birds lasted but a moment. When they were gone and the swans came to their senses, they saw that the geese had risen and flown over to the other end of the bay. End of chapter 25, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.
Chapter 25, Part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. The Flood, the New Watchdog. There was this at least to be said in the swans' favor. When they saw that the wild geese had escaped, they were too proud to chase them. Moreover, the geese could stand on a clump of reeds with perfect composure and sleep. Nils Holgersson was too hungry to sleep. "It is necessary for me to get something to eat," he said. At that time, when all kinds of things were floating on the water, it was not difficult for a little boy like Nils Holgersson to find a craft. He did not stop to deliberate, but hopped down on a stump that had drifted in amongst the reeds. Then he picked up a little stick and began to pull toward shore. Just as he was landing, he heard a splash in the water. He stopped short. First he saw a lady swan asleep in her big nest quite close to him. Then he noticed that a fox had taken a few steps into the water and was sneaking up to the swan's nest. "Hi, hi, hi! Get up, cried the boy, beating the water with his stick. The lady swan rose, but not so quickly but that the fox could have pounced upon her had he cared to. However, he refrained and instead hurried straight toward the boy. Thumbietot saw the fox coming and ran for his life. Wide stretches of meadowland spread before him. He saw no tree that he could climb, no hole where he might hide. He just had to keep running. The boy was a good runner, but it stands to reason that he could not race with a fox. Not far from the bay there were a number of little cabins, with candle lights shining through the windows. Naturally, the boy ran in that direction, but he realized that long before he could reach the nearest cabin, the fox would catch up to him. Once the fox was so close that it looked as if the boy would surely be his prey, but Nils quickly sprang aside and turned back toward the bay. By that move the fox lost time, and before he could reach the boy, the latter had run up to two men who were on their way home from work. The men were tired and sleepy. They had noticed neither boy nor fox, although both had been running right in front of them. Nor did the boy ask help of the men. He was content to walk close beside them. Surely the fox won't venture to come up to the men, he thought. But presently the fox came pattering along. He probably counted on the men taking him for a dog, for he went straight up to them. "Whose dog can that be sneaking around here?" queried one. "He looks as though he were ready to bite." The other paused and glanced back. "Go along with you," he said, and gave the fox a kick that sent it to the opposite side of the road. "What are you doing here?" After that the fox kept at a safe distance. Presently the men reached a cabin and entered it. The boy intended to go in with them, but when he got to the stoop he saw a big shaggy watchdog rush out from his kennel to greet his master. Suddenly the boy changed his mind and remained out in the open. "Listen, watchdog," whispered the boy as soon as the men had shut the door. "I wonder if you would like to help me catch a fox tonight." The dog had poor eyesight and had become irritable and cranky from being chained. "What, I catch a fox?" he barked angrily. "Who are you that makes fun of me? You just come within my reach and I'll teach you not to fool with me." "You needn't think that I'm afraid to come near you," said the boy, running up to the dog. When the dog saw him, he was so astonished that he could not speak. "I'm the one they call Thumbietot, who travels with the wild geese," said the boy, introducing himself. "Haven't you heard of me?" "I believe the sparrows have twittered a little about you," the dog returned. "They say that you have done wonderful things for one of your size." "I've been rather lucky up to the present," admitted the boy, "but now it's all up with me unless you help me. There's a fox at my heels. He's lying in wait for me around the corner."
"Don't you suppose I can smell him?" retorted the dog. "But we'll soon be rid of him."
With that the dog sprang as far as the chain would allow, barking and growling for ever so long.
"Now I don't think he will show his face again tonight," said the dog.
"It will take something besides a fine bark to scare that fox," the boy remarked. "He'll soon be here again, and that is precisely what I wish, for I have set my heart on your catching him."
"Are you poking fun at me now?"
asked the dog. "Only come with me into your kennel, and I'll tell you what to do." The boy and the watchdog crept into the kennel and crouched there, whispering. By and by the fox stuck his nose out from his hiding place. When all was quiet he crept along cautiously. He scented the boy all the way to the kennel, but halted at a safe distance and sat down to think of some way to coax him out. Suddenly the watchdog poked his head out and growled at him.
"Go away, or I'll catch you."
"I'll sit here as long as I please for all of you," defied the fox.
"Go away," repeated the dog threateningly, "or there will be no more hunting for you after tonight."
But the fox only grinned and did not move an inch. "I know how far your chain can reach," he said.
"I have warned you twice," said the dog, coming out from his kennel. "Now blame yourself."
With that the dog sprang at the fox and caught him without the least effort, for he was loose. The boy had unbuckled his collar. There was a hot struggle, but it was soon over. The dog was the victor. The fox lay on the ground and dared not move.
"Don't stir, or I'll kill you," snarled the dog.
Then he took the fox by the scruff of the neck and dragged him to the kennel. There the boy was ready with the chain. He placed the dog collar around the neck of the fox, tightening it so that he was securely chained. During all this the fox had to lie still, for he was afraid to move. "Now, Smyray Fox, I hope you'll make a good watchdog," laughed the boy when he had finished. End of chapter 25, part 2. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 26, part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Dunfin, the city that floats on the water, Friday, May 6th. No one could be more gentle and kind than the little gray goose Dunfin. All the wild geese loved her, and the tame white goosey gander would have died for her. When Dunfin asked for anything, not even Akka could say no. As soon as Dunfin came to Lake Malar, the landscape looked familiar to her. Just beyond the lake lay the sea, with many wooded islands, and there, on a little islet, lived her parents and her brothers and sisters. She begged the wild geese to fly to her home before traveling farther north, that she might let her family see that she was still alive. It would be such a joy to them. Akka frankly declared that she thought Dunfin's parents and brothers and sisters had shown no great love for her when they abandoned her at Åland, but Dunfin would not admit that Akka was in the right. "What else was there to do when they saw that I could not fly?" she protested. Surely they couldn't remain at Öland on my account." Dunfin began telling the wild geese all about her home in the archipelago to try to induce them to make the trip. Her family lived on a rock island. Seen from a distance, there appeared to be nothing but stone there, but when one came closer, there were to be found the choicest goose tidbits in clefts and hollows, and one might search long for better nesting places than those that were hidden in the mountain crevices or among the osier bushes. But the best of all was the old fisherman who lived there. Dunfin had heard that in his youth he had been a great shot and had always lain in the offing and hunted birds. But now, in his old age, since his wife had died and the children had gone from home, so that he was alone in the hut, he had begun to care for the birds on his island. He never fired a shot at them, nor would he permit others to do so. He walked around amongst the birds' nests, and when the mother birds were sitting he brought them food. No one was afraid of him. They all loved him. Dunfin had been in his hut many times, and he had fed her with breadcrumbs. Because he was kind to the birds, they flocked to his island in such great numbers that it was becoming overcrowded. If one happened to arrive a little late in the spring, all the nesting places were occupied. That was why Dunfin's family had been obliged to leave her. Dunfin begged so hard that she finally had her way, although the wild geese felt that they were losing time and really should be going straight north. But a little trip like this to the cliff island would not delay them more than a day. So they started off one morning, after fortifying themselves with a good breakfast, and flew eastward over Lake Malar. The boy did not know for certain where they were going, but he noticed that the farther east they flew, the livelier it was on the lake, and the more built up were the shores. Heavily freighted barges and sloops, boats and fishing smacks were on their way east, and these were met and passed by many pretty white steamers. Along the shores ran country roads and railway tracks, all in the same direction. There was some place beyond in the east where all wished to go in the morning. On one of the islands the boy saw a big white castle, and to the east of it the shores were dotted with villas. At the start these lay far apart, then they became closer and closer, and presently the whole shore was lined with them. They were of every variety. Here a castle, there a cottage, then a low manor house appeared, or a mansion with many small towers. Some stood in gardens, but most of them were in the wild woods which bordered the shores. Despite their dissimilarity, they had one point of resemblance. They were not plain and sombre-looking, like other buildings, but were gaudily painted in striking greens and blues, reds and whites, like children's playhouses. As the boy sat on the goose's back and glanced down at the curious shore mansions, Dunfin cried out with delight, "Now I know where I am. Over there lies the city that floats on the water." The boy looked ahead. At first he saw nothing but some light clouds and mists rolling forth over the water, but soon he caught sight of some tall spires, and then one and another house with many rows of windows. They appeared and disappeared, rolling hither and thither, but not a strip of shore did he see. Everything over there appeared to be resting on the water. Nearer to the city he saw no more pretty playhouses along the shores, only dingy factories. Great heaps of coal and wood were stacked behind tall planks, and alongside black sooty docks lay bulky freight steamers, but over all was spread a shimmering transparent mist, which made everything appear so big and strong and wonderful that it was almost beautiful. The wild geese flew past factories and freight steamers and were nearing the cloud-enveloped spires. Suddenly all the mists sank to the water save the thin fleecy ones that circled above their heads, beautifully tinted in blues and pinks. The other clouds rolled over water and land. They entirely obscured the lower portions of the houses. Only the upper stories and the roofs and gables were visible. Some of the buildings appeared to be as high as the Tower of Babel. The boy no doubt knew that they were built upon hills and mountains, but these he did not see, only the houses that seemed to float among the white, drifting clouds. In reality the buildings were dark and dingy, for the sun in the east was not shining on them. The boy knew that he was riding above a large city, for he saw spires and house roofs rising from the cloud in every direction. Sometimes an opening was made in the circling mists, and he looked down into a running, tortuous stream, but no land could he see. All this was beautiful to look upon, but he felt quite distraught, as one does when happening upon something one cannot understand. When he had gone beyond the city, he found that the ground was no longer hidden by clouds, but that shores, streams, and islands were again plainly visible. He turned to see the city better, but could not, for now it looked quite enchanted. The mists had taken on color from the sunshine, and were rolling forward in the most brilliant reds, blues, and yellows. The houses were white, as if built of light, and the windows and spires sparkled like fire. All things floated on the water as before. The geese were traveling straight east. They flew over factories and workshops, then over mansions edging the shores. Steamboats and tugs swarmed on the water, but now they came from the east and were steaming westward toward the city. The wild geese flew on, but instead of the narrow malar fjords and the little islands, broader waters and larger islands spread under them. At last the land was left behind and seen no more. They flew still farther out, where they found no more large inhabited islands, only numberless little rock islands were scattered on the water. Now the fjords were not crowded by the land. The sea lay before them, vast and limitless. Here the wild geese alighted on a cliff island, and as soon as their feet touched the ground, the boy turned to Dunfin. "What city did we fly over just now?" he asked. "I don't know what human beings have named it," said Dunfin. "We gray geese call it the city that floats on the water." End of chapter 26, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 26, Part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Dunfin, the Sisters. Dunfin had 2 sisters, Pretty Wing and Goldeye. They were strong and intelligent birds, but they did not have such a soft and shiny feather dress as Dunfin, nor did they have her sweet and gentle disposition. From the time they had been little yellow goslings, their parents and relatives, and even the old fisherman, had plainly showed them that they thought more of Dunfin than of them. Therefore the sisters had always hated her. When the wild geese landed on the cliff island, Pretty Wing and Goldeye were feeding on a bit of grass close to the strand, and immediately caught sight of the strangers. "See, Sister Goldeye, what fine-looking geese have come to our island!" exclaimed Pretty Wing. "I have rarely seen such graceful birds. Do you notice that they have a white goosey gander among them?
Did you ever set eyes on a handsomer bird? One could almost take him for a swan." Goldeye agreed with her sister that these were certainly very distinguished strangers that had come to the island, but suddenly she broke off and called, "Sister Prettywing, oh, Sister Prettywing, don't you see whom they bring with them?" Prettywing also caught sight of Dunfin, and was so astounded that she stood for a long time with her bill wide open and only hissed, "It can't be possible that it is she! How did she manage to get in with people of that class? Why, we left her at Oland to freeze and starve." "The worst of it is, she will tattle to father and mother that we flew so close to her that we knocked her wing out of joint," said Goldeye. "You'll see that it will end in our being driven from the island." "We have nothing but trouble in store for us now that the young one has come back," snapped Prettywing. "Still, I think it would be best for us to appear as pleased as possible over her return. She is so stupid that perhaps she didn't even notice that we gave her a push on purpose." While Prettywing and Goldeye were talking in this strain, the wild geese had been standing on the strand, pluming their feathers after the flight. Now they marched in a long line up the rocky shore to the cleft where Dunfin's parents usually stopped. Dunfin's parents were good folk. They had lived on the island longer than anyone else, and it was their habit to counsel and aid all newcomers. They too had seen the geese approach, but they had not recognized Dunfin in the flock. "It is strange to see wild geese land on this island," remarked the goose master. "It is a fine flock, that one can see by their flight." "But it won't be easy to find pasturage for so many," said the goose wife, who was gentle and sweet-tempered like Dunfin. When Akka came marching with her company, Dunfin's parents went out to meet her and welcome her to the island. Dunfin flew from her place at the end of the line and lit between her parents. "Mother and father, I'm here at last!" she cried joyously. "Don't you know Dunfin?" At first the old goose parents could not make out what they saw, but when they recognized Dunfin they were absurdly happy, of course. While the wild geese and Morton Goosey Gander and Dunfin were chattering excitedly, trying to tell how she had been rescued, Prettywing and Goldeye came running. They cried welcome and pretended to be so happy because Dunfin was at home that she was deeply moved. The wild geese fared well on the island and decided not to travel farther until the following morning. After a while the sisters asked Dunfin if she would come with them and see the places where they intended to build their nests. She promptly accompanied them and saw that they had picked out secluded and well-protected nesting places. "Now where will you settle down, Dunfin?" they asked. "I? Why, I don't intend to remain on the island," she said. "I'm going with the wild geese up to Lapland." "What a pity that you must leave us," said the sisters. "I should have been very glad to remain here with father and mother and you," said Dunfin, "had I not promised the big white—" "What?" shrieked Prettywing. "Are you to have the handsome Goosey Gander? Then it is—" But here Goldeye gave her a sharp nudge, and she stopped short. The two cruel sisters had much to talk about all the afternoon. They were furious because Dunfin had a suitor like the white Goosey Gander. They themselves had suitors, but theirs were only common gray geese, and since they had seen Morton Goosey Gander, they thought them so homely and low-bred that they did not wish even to look at them. "This will grieve me to death," whimpered Goldeye. "If at least it had been you, Sister Prettywing, who had captured him." "I would rather see him dead than to go about here the entire summer thinking of Dunfin's capturing a white Goosey Gander," pouted Prettywing. However, the sisters continued to appear very friendly toward Dunfin, and in the afternoon Gold-Eye took Dunfin with her that she might see the one she thought of marrying. "He's not as attractive as the one you will have," said Gold-Eye, "but to make up for it, one can be certain that he is what he is." "What do you mean, Gold-Eye?" questioned Dunfin. At first Gold-Eye would not explain what she had meant, but at last she came out with it. "We have never seen a white goose travel with wild geese," said the sister, "and we wonder if he can be bewitched." "You are very stupid," retorted Dunfin indignantly. "He is a tame goose, of course." "He brings with him one who is bewitched," said Gold-Eye, "and under the circumstances he too must be bewitched. Are you not afraid that he may be a black cormorant?" She was a good talker, and succeeded in frightening Dunfin thoroughly. "You don't mean what you are saying," pleaded the little gray goose. "You only wish to frighten me." "I wish what is for your good, Dunfin," said Gold-Eye. "I can't imagine anything worse than for you to fly away with a black cormorant. But now I shall tell you something. Try to persuade him to eat some of the roots I have gathered here. If he is bewitched, it will be apparent at once. If he is not, he will remain as he is." The boy was sitting amongst the wild geese, listening to Akka and the old goose-master, when Dunfin came flying up to him. "Thumbietot, Thumbietot," she cried, "Morton Goosey Gander is dying. I have killed him." "Let me get up on your back, Dunfin, and take me to him." Away they flew, and Akka and the other wild geese followed them. When they got to the goosey gander, he was lying prostrate on the ground. He could not utter a word, only gasped for breath. "Tickle him under the gorge and slap him on the back," commanded Akka. The boy did so, and presently the big white gander coughed up a large white root which had stuck in his gorge. "Have you been eating of these?" asked Akka, pointing to some roots that lay on the ground. "Yes," groaned the goosey gander. "Then it is well that they stuck in your throat," said Akka, "for they are poisonous. Had you swallowed them, you certainly should have died." "Dunfin bade me eat them," said the goosey gander. "My sister gave them to me," protested Dunfin, and she told everything. "You must beware of those sisters of yours, Dunfin," warned Akka, "for they wish you no good, depend on it." But Dunfin was so constituted that she could not think evil of anyone, and a moment later, when Prettywing asked her to come and meet her intended, she went with her immediately. "Oh, he isn't as handsome as yours," said the sister, "but he's much more courageous and daring." "How do you know he is?" challenged Dunfin. "For some time past there has been weeping and wailing amongst the seagulls and wild ducks on the island. Every morning at daybreak a strange bird of prey comes and carries one of them off." "What kind of a bird is it?" asked Dunfin. "We don't know," replied the sister. "One of his kind has never before been seen on the island, and, strange to say, he has never attacked one of us geese. But now my intended has made up his mind to challenge him tomorrow morning and drive him away." "Oh, I hope he'll succeed," said Dunfin. "I hardly think he will," returned the sister. "If my goosey gander were as big and strong as yours, I should have hope." "Do you wish me to ask Morton Goosey Gander to meet the strange bird?" asked Dunfin. "Indeed I do," exclaimed Prettywing excitedly. "You couldn't render me a greater service." The next morning the goosey gander was up before the sun. He stationed himself on the highest point of the island, and peered in all directions. Presently he saw a big dark bird coming from the west. His wings were exceedingly large, and it was easy to tell that he was an eagle. The goosey gander had not expected a more dangerous adversary than an owl, and now he understood that he could not escape this encounter with his life. But it did not occur to him to avoid a struggle with a bird who was many times stronger than himself, the great bird swooped down on a seagull and dug his talons into it. Before the eagle could spread his wings, Morton Goosey Gander rushed up to him. "Drop that," he shouted, "and don't come here again, or you'll have me to deal with." "What kind of a lunatic are you?" said the eagle. "It's lucky for you that I never fight with geese, or you would soon be done for." Morton Goosey Gander thought the eagle considered himself too good to fight with him, and flew at him incensed, biting him on the throat and beating him with his wings. This, naturally, the eagle would not tolerate, and he began to fight, but not with his full strength. The boy lay sleeping in the quarters where Akka and the other wild geese slept, when Dunfin called, "Thumbietot, Thumbietot, Morton Goosey Gander is being torn to pieces by an eagle." "Let me get up on your back, Dunfin, and take me to him," said the boy. When they arrived on the scene, Morton Goosey Gander was badly torn and bleeding, but he was still fighting. The boy could not battle with the eagle. All that he could do was seek more efficient help. "Hurry, Dunfin, and call Akka and the wild geese," he cried. The instant he said that, the eagle flew back and stopped fighting. "Who's speaking of Akka?" he asked. He saw Thumbietot and heard the wild geese honking, so he spread his wings. "Tell Akka I never expected to run across her or any of her flock out here in the sea," he said, and soared away in a rapid and graceful flight. "That is the self-same eagle who once brought me back to the wild geese," the boy remarked, gazing after the bird in astonishment. The geese had decided to leave the island at dawn, but first they wanted to feed a while. As they walked about and nibbled, a mountain duck came up to Dunfin. "I have a message for you from your sisters," said the duck. "They dare not show themselves among the wild geese, but they asked me to remind you not to leave the island without calling on the old fisherman." "That's so!" exclaimed Dunfin, but she was so frightened now that she would not go alone, and asked the Goosey Gander and Thumbietot to accompany her to the hut. The door was open, so Dunfin entered, but the others remained outside. After a moment they heard Akka give the signal to start, and called Dunfin. A gray goose came out and flew with the wild geese away from the island. They had traveled quite a distance along the archipelago when the boy began to wonder at the goose who accompanied them. Dunfin always flew lightly and noiselessly, but this one labored with heavy and noisy wing strokes. "We are in the wrong company. It is Pretty Wing that follows us." The boy had barely spoken when the goose uttered such an ugly and angry shriek that all knew who she was. Akka and the others turned to her, but the gray goose did not fly away at once. Instead, she bumped against the big Goosey Gander, snatched Thumbietot, and flew off with him in her bill. There was a wild chase over the archipelago. Pretty Wing flew fast, but the wild geese were close behind her, and there was no chance for her to escape. Suddenly they saw a puff of smoke rise up from the sea and heard an explosion. In their excitement they had not noticed that they were directly above a boat in which a lone fisherman was seated. However, none of the geese was hurt, but just there, above the boat, Pretty Wing opened her bill and dropped Thumbietot into the sea. End of chapter 26, part 2, recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.
Chapter 27 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Stockholm, Skansen. A few years ago at Skansen, the great park just outside of Stockholm where they have collected so many wonderful things, there lived a little old man named Clement Larsen. He was from Hälsingland, and had come to Skansen with his fiddle to play folk dances and other old melodies. As a performer, he appeared mostly in the evening. During the day it was his business to sit on guard in one of the many pretty peasant cottages which have been moved to Skansen from all parts of the country. In the beginning, Clement thought that he fared better in his old age than he had ever dared dream, but after a time he began to dislike the place terribly, especially while he was on watch duty. It was all very well when visitors came into the cottage to look around, but some days Clement would sit for many hours all alone. Then he felt so homesick that he feared he would have to give up his place. He was very poor, and knew that at home he would become a charge on the parish. Therefore he tried to hold out as long as he could, although he felt more unhappy from day to day. One beautiful evening in the beginning of May, Clement had been granted a few hours' leave of absence. He was on his way down the steep hill leading out of Skansen when he met an island fisherman coming along with his game bag. The fisherman was an active young man who came to Skansen with seafowl that he had managed to capture alive. Clement had met him before many times. The fisherman stopped Clement to ask if the superintendent at Skansen was at home. When Clement had replied, he, in turn, asked what choice thing the fisherman had in his bag. "You can see what I have," the fisherman answered, "if in return you will give me an idea as to what I should ask for it." He held open the bag, and Clement peeped into it once and again, then quickly drew back a step or two. "Good gracious, Ashbjorn!" he exclaimed. "How did you catch that one?" He remembered that when he was a child his mother used to talk of the tiny folk who lived under the cabin floor. He was not permitted to cry or to be naughty, lest he provoke these small people. After he was grown, he believed his mother had made up these stories about the elves to make him behave himself. But it had been no invention of his mother's, it seemed, for there in Ashbjorn's bag lay one of the tiny folk. There was a little of the terror natural to childhood left in Clement, and he felt a shudder run down his spinal column as he peeped into the bag. Ashbjorn saw that he was frightened, and began to laugh, but Clement took the matter seriously. "Tell me, Ashbjorn, where you came across him," he asked. "You may be sure that I wasn't lying in wait for him," said Ashbjorn. "He came to me. I started out early this morning, and took my rifle along into the boat. I had just pulled away from the shore when I sighted some wild geese coming from the east, shrieking like mad. I sent them a shot, but hit none of them. Instead, this creature came tumbling down into the water, so close to the boat that I only had to put my hand out and pick him up." "I hope you didn't shoot him, Ashbjorn." "Oh, no, he is well and sound, but when he came down he was a little dazed at first, so I took advantage of that fact to wind the ends of 2 sail threads around his ankles and wrists, so that he couldn't run away. Ha, here's something for Skansen, I thought instantly. Clement grew strangely troubled as the fisherman talked. All that he had heard about the tiny folk in his childhood, of their vindictiveness toward enemies and their benevolence toward friends, came back to him. It had never gone well with those who had attempted to hold one of them captive. "You should have let him go at once, Ashbjorn," said Clement. "I came precious near being forced to set him free," returned the fisherman. "You may as well know, Clement, that the wild geese followed me all the way home, and they crisscrossed over the island the whole morning, honking as if they wanted him back. Not only they, but the entire population, seagulls, sea swallows, and many others who were not worth a shot of powder, alighted on the island and made an awful racket. When I came out they fluttered about me until I had to turn back.
My wife begged me to let him go, but I had made up my mind that he should come here to Skansen, so I placed one of the children's dolls in the window, hid the midget in the bottom of my bag, and started away. The birds must have fancied that it was he who stood in the window, for they permitted me to leave without pursuing me." "Does it say anything?" asked Clement. "Yes, at first he tried to call to the birds, but I wouldn't have it and put a gag in his mouth." "Oh, Ashbjorn," protested Clement, "how can you treat him so? Don't you see that he is something supernatural?" "I don't know what he is," said Ashbjorn calmly. "Let others consider that. I'm satisfied if only I can get a good sum for him. Now tell me, Clement, what you think the doctor at Skansen would give me." There was a long pause before Clement replied. He felt very sorry for the poor little chap. He actually imagined that his mother was standing beside him, telling him that he must always be kind to the tiny folk. "I have no idea what the doctor up there would care to give you, Ashbjorn," he said finally, "but if you will leave him with me, I'll pay you 20 kroner for him." Ashbjorn stared at the fiddler in amazement when he heard him name so large a sum. He thought that Clement believed the midget had some mysterious power and might be of service for him. He was by no means certain that the doctor would think him such a great find, or would offer to pay so high a sum for him, so he accepted Clement's proffer. The fiddler poked his purchase into one of his wide pockets, turned back to Skansen, and went into a moss-covered hut where there were neither visitors nor guards. He closed the door after him, took out the midget, who was still bound hand and foot and gagged, and laid him down gently on a bench. "Now listen to what I say," said Clement. "I know, of course, that such as you do not like to be seen of men, but prefer to go about and busy yourselves in your own way. Therefore I have decided to give you your liberty, but only on condition that you will remain in this park until I permit you to leave. If you agree to this, nod your head 3 times." Clement gazed at the midget with confident expectation, but the latter did not move a muscle. "You shall not fare badly," continued Clement. "I'll see to it that you are fed every day, and you will have so much to do here that the time will not seem long to you. But you mustn't go elsewhere till I give you leave. Now we'll agree as to a signal. So long as I set your food out in a white bowl, you are to stay. When I set it out in a blue one, you may go." Clement paused again, expecting the midget to give the sign of approval, but he did not stir. "Very well," said Clement, "then there's no choice but to show you to the master of this place. Then you'll be put in a glass case, and all the people in the big city of Stockholm will come and stare at you." This scared the midget, and he promptly gave the signal. "That was right," said Clement as he cut the cord that bound the midget's hands. Then he hurried toward the door. The boy unloosed the bands around his ankles and tore away the gag before thinking of anything else. When he turned to Clement to thank him, he had gone. Just outside the door, Clement met a handsome, noble-looking gentleman who was on his way to a place close by from which there was a beautiful outlook. Clement could not recall having seen the stately old man before, but the latter must surely have noticed Clement sometime when he was playing the fiddle, because he stopped and spoke to him. "Good day, Clement," he said. "How do you do? You are not ill, are you? I think you have grown a bit thin of late." There was such an expression of kindliness about the old gentleman that Clement plucked up courage and told him of his homesickness. "What!" exclaimed the old gentleman. "Are you homesick when you are in Stockholm? It can't be possible." He looked almost offended. Then he reflected that it was only an ignorant old peasant from Hälsingland that he talked with, and so resumed his friendly attitude. "Surely you have never heard how the city of Stockholm was founded. If you had, you would comprehend that your anxiety to get away is only a foolish fancy. Come with me to the bench over yonder, and I will tell you something about Stockholm." When the old gentleman was seated on the bench, he glanced down at the city, which spread in all its glory below him, and he drew a deep breath, as if he wished to drink in all the beauty of the landscape. Thereupon he turned to the fiddler. "Look, Clement," he said, and as he talked he traced with his cane a little map in the sand in front of them. "Here lies upland, and here to the south a point juts out, which is split up by a number of bays. And here we have Sormland, with another point, which is just as cut up and points straight north. Here, from the west, comes a lake filled with islands. It is Lake Malar. From the east comes another body of water, which can barely squeeze in between the islands and islets. It is the East Sea. Here, Clement, where upland joins Sormland and Mälaren joins the East Sea, comes a short river, in the center of which lie 4 little islets that divide the river into several tributaries, one of which is called Norrestrom, but was formerly Stocksund. In the beginning these islets were common wooded islands, such as one finds in plenty on Lake Malar even today, and for ages they were entirely uninhabited. They were well located between 2 bodies of water and 2 bodies of land, but this no one remarked. Year after year passed, people settled along Lake Malar and in the archipelago, but these river islands attracted no settlers. Sometimes it happened that a seafarer put into port at one of them and pitched his tent for the night, but no one remained there long. One day a fisherman who lived on Lidding Island, out in Salt Fjord, steered his boat toward Lake Malar, where he had such good luck with his fishing that he forgot to start for home in time. He got no farther than the 4 islets, and the best he could do was to land on one and wait until later in the night, when there would be bright moonlight. It was late summer and warm. The fisherman hauled his boat on land, lay down beside it, his head resting upon a stone, and fell asleep. When he awoke, the moon had been up a long while. It hung right above him, and shone with such splendor that it was like broad daylight. The man jumped to his feet and was about to push his boat into the water, when he saw a lot of black specks moving out in the stream. A school of seals was heading full speed for the island. When the fisherman saw that they intended to crawl up on land, he bent down for his spear, which he always took with him in the boat. But when he straightened up, he saw no seals. Instead, there stood on the strand the most beautiful young maidens, dressed in green trailing satin robes, with pearl crowns upon their heads. The fisherman understood that these were mermaids who lived on desolate rock islands far out at sea, and had assumed seal disguises in order to come up on land and enjoy the moonlight on the green islets. He laid down the spear very cautiously, and when the young maidens came up on the island to play, he stole behind and surveyed them. He had heard that sea nymphs were so beautiful and fascinating that no one could see them and not be enchanted by their charms, and he had to admit that this was not too much to say of them. When he had stood for a while under the shadow of the trees and watched the dance, he went down to the strand, took one of the seal skins lying there, and hid it under a stone. Then he went back to his boat, lay down beside it, and pretended to be asleep. Presently he saw the young maidens trip down to the strand to don their sealskins. At first all was play and laughter, which was changed to weeping and wailing when one of the mermaids could not find her seal robe. Her companions ran up and down the strand and helped her search for it, but no trace could they find. While they were seeking, they noticed that the sky was growing pale and the day was breaking, So they could tarry no longer, and they all swam away, leaving behind the one whose sealskin was missing. She sat on the strand and wept. The fisherman felt sorry for her, of course, but he forced himself to lie still till daybreak. Then he got up, pushed the boat into the water, and stepped into it to make it appear that he saw her by chance after he had lifted the oars. "Who are you?" he called out. "Are you shipwrecked?" She ran toward him and asked if he had seen her sealskin. The fisherman looked as if he did not know what she was talking about. She sat down again and wept. Then he determined to take her with him in the boat. "Come with me to my cottage," he commanded, "and my mother will take care of you. You can't stay here on the island, where you have neither food nor shelter." He talked so convincingly that she was persuaded to step into his boat. Both the fisherman and his mother were very kind to the poor mermaid, and she seemed to be happy with them. She grew more contented every day, and helped the older woman with her work, and was exactly like any other island lass, only she was much prettier. One day the fisherman asked her if she would be his wife, and she did not object, but at once said yes. Preparations were made for the wedding. The mermaid, dressed as a bride in her green trailing robe with the shimmering pearl crown she had worn when the fisherman first saw her. There was neither church nor parson on the island at that time, so the bridal party seated themselves in the boats to row up to the first church they should find. The fisherman had the mermaid and his mother in his boat, and he rowed so well that he was far ahead of all the others. When he had come so far that he could see the islet in the river where he won his bride, he could not help smiling. "What are you smiling at?" she asked. "Oh, I'm thinking of that night when I hid your sealskin," answered the fisherman, for he felt so sure of her that he thought there was no longer any need for him to conceal anything. "What are you saying?" asked the bride, astonished. "Surely I have never possessed a sealskin." It appeared she had forgotten everything. "Don't you recollect how you danced with the mermaids?" he asked. "I don't know what you mean," said the bride. "I think that you must have dreamed a strange dream last night." "If I show you your sealskin, you'll probably believe me," laughed the fisherman, promptly turning the boat toward the islet. They stepped ashore, and he brought the sealskin out from under the stone where he had hidden it. But the instant the bride set eyes on the sealskin, she grasped it and drew it over her head. It snuggled close to her, as if there was life in it, and immediately she threw herself into the stream. The bridegroom saw her swim away and plunged into the water after her, but he could not catch up to her. When he saw that he couldn't stop her in any other way, in his grief he seized his spear and hurled it. He aimed better than he had intended, for the poor mermaid gave a piercing shriek and disappeared in the depths. The fisherman stood on the strand, waiting for her to appear again. He observed that the water around him began to take on a soft sheen, a beauty that he had never seen before. It shimmered in pink and white, like the color play on the inside of seashells. As the glittering water lapped the shores, the fisherman thought that they too were transformed. They began to blossom and waft their perfumes. A soft sheen spread over them, and they also took on a beauty which they had never possessed before. He understood how all this had come to pass, for it is thus with mermaids: one who beholds them must needs find them more beautiful than anyone else, and the mermaid's blood being mixed with the water that bathed the shores, her beauty was transferred to both. All who saw them must love them and yearn for them. This was their legacy from the mermaid. When the stately old gentleman had got this far in his narrative, he turned to Clement and looked at him. Clement nodded reverently, but made no comment, as he did not wish to cause a break in the story. "Now you must bear this in mind, Clement," the old gentleman continued, with a roguish glint in his eyes. "From that time on, people emigrated to the islands. At first only fishermen and peasants settled there, but others too were attracted to them. One day the king and his earls sailed up the stream. They started at once to talk of these islands, having observed that they were so situated that every vessel that sailed toward Lake Malar had to pass them. The earl suggested that there ought to be a lock put on the channel which could be opened or closed at will to let in merchant vessels and shut out pirates. This idea was carried out," said the old gentleman, as he rose and began to trace in the sand again with his cane. "On the largest of these islands the earl erected a fortress with a strong tower, which was called Carnan, and around the island a wall was built. Here, at the north and south ends of the wall, they made gates and placed strong towers over them. Across the other islands they built bridges. These were likewise equipped with high towers. Out in the water, round about, they put a wreath of piles with bars that could open and close, so that no vessel could sail past without permission. Therefore you see, Clement, the 4 islands which had lain so long unnoticed were soon strongly fortified. But this was not all, for the shores and the sound tempted people, and before long they came from all quarters to settle there. They built a church, which has since been called Storkirken. Here it stands, near the castle, and here within the walls were the little huts the pioneers built for themselves. They were primitive, but they served their purpose. More was not needed at that time to make the place pass for a city, and the city was named Stockholm. There came a day, Clement, when the earl who had begun the work went to his final rest, and Stockholm was without a master builder. Monks called the Grey Friars came to the country. Stockholm attracted them. They asked permission to erect a monastery there, so the king gave them an island, one of the smaller ones, this one facing Lake Malar. There they built, and the place was called Grey Friars Island. Other monks came, called the Black Friars. They, too, asked for right to build in Stockholm, near the south gate. On this, the larger of the islands north of the city, a Holy Ghost house, or hospital, was built, while on the smaller one, thrifty men put up a mill, and along the little islands close by the monks fished. As you know, there is only one island now, for the canal between the two has filled up, but it is still called Holy Ghost Island. And now, Clement, all the little wooded islands were dotted with houses, but still people kept streaming in, for these shores and waters have the power to draw people to them. Hither came pious women of the order of St. Clara, and asked for ground to build upon. For them there was no choice but to settle on the north shore at Norrmalm, as it is called. You may be sure that they were not over pleased with this location, for across Norrmalm ran a high ridge, and on that the city had its gallows hill, so that it was a detested spot. Nevertheless, the poor Clares erected their church and their convent on the strand below the ridge. After they were established there, they soon found plenty of followers. Upon the ridge itself were built a hospital and a church, consecrated to St. Goran, and just below the ridge a church was erected to St. Jacob. And even at Sodermalm, where the mountain rises perpendicularly from the strand, they began to build. There they raised a church to St. Mary. But you must not think that only cloister folk moved to Stockholm. There were also many others, principally German tradesmen and artisans. These were more skilled than the Swedes, and were well received.
They settled within the walls of the city, where they pulled down the wretched little cabins that stood there and built high, magnificent stone houses. But space was not plentiful within the walls, therefore they had to build the houses close together, with gables facing the narrow by-lanes. So you see, Clement, that Stockholm could attract people. At this point in the narrative another gentleman appeared and walked rapidly down the path toward the man who was talking to Clement, but he waved his hand, and the other remained at a distance. The dignified old gentleman still sat on the bench beside the fiddler. "Now, Clement, you must render me a service," he said. "I have no time to talk more with you, but I will send you a book about Stockholm, and you must read it from cover to cover. I have, so to speak, laid the foundations of Stockholm for you. Study the rest out for yourself, and learn how the city has thrived and changed. Read how the little, narrow, walled, enclosed city on the islands has spread into this great sea of houses below us. Read how, on the spot where the dark tower Karnan once stood, the beautiful light castle below us was erected, and how the Grey Friars Church has been turned into the burial place of the Swedish kings. Read how islet after islet was built up with factories, how the ridge was lowered and the sound filled in, how the truck gardens at the south and north ends of the city have been converted into beautiful parks or built-up quarters, how the king's private deer park has become the people's favorite pleasure resort. You must make yourself at home here, Clement. This city does not belong exclusively to the Stockholmers. It belongs to you and to all Swedes. As you read about Stockholm, remember that I have spoken the truth, for the city has the power to draw everyone to it. First the king moved here, then the nobles built their palaces here, and then one after another was attracted to the place, so that now, as you see, Stockholm is not a city unto itself or for nearby districts. It has grown into a city for the whole kingdom. You know, Clement, that there are judicial courts in every parish throughout the land, but in Stockholm they have jurisdiction for the whole nation. You know that there are judges in every district court in the country, but at Stockholm there is only one court, to which all the others are accountable. You know that there are barracks and troops in every part of the land, but those at Stockholm command the whole army. Everywhere in the country you will find railroads, but the whole great national system is controlled and managed at Stockholm. Here you will find the governing boards for the clergy, for teachers, for physicians, for bailiffs and jurors. This is the heart of your country, Clement. All the change you have in your pocket is coined here, and the postage stamps you stick on your letters are made here. There is something here for every Swede. Here no one need feel homesick, for here all Swedes are at home. And when you read of all that has been brought here to Stockholm, think too of the latest that the city has attracted to itself. These old-time peasant cottages here at Skansen, the old dances, the old costumes and house furnishings, the musicians and story-tellers. Everything good of the old times Stockholm has tempted here to Skansen to do it honor, that it may, in turn, stand before the people with renewed glory. But first and last, remember as you read about Stockholm that you are to sit in this place. You must see how the waves sparkle in joyous play, and how the shores shimmer with beauty. You will come under the spell of their witchery, Clement. The handsome old gentleman had raised his voice so that it rang out strong and commanding, and his eyes shone. Then he rose, and with a wave of his hand to Clement walked away. Clement understood that the one who had been talking to him was a great man, and he bowed to him as low as he could. The next day came a royal lackey with a big red book and a letter for Clement, and in the letter it said that the book was from the king. After that the little old man, Clement Larsen, was light-headed for several days, and it was impossible to get a sensible word out of him. When a week had gone by, he went to the superintendent and gave in his notice. He simply had to go home. "Why must you go home? Can't you learn to be content here?" asked the doctor. "Oh, I'm contented here," said Clement. "That matter troubles me no longer, but I must go home all the same." Clement was quite perturbed, because the king had said that he should learn all about Stockholm and be happy there. But he could not rest until he had told everyone at home that the king had said those words to him. He could not renounce the idea of standing on the church knoll at home and telling high and low that the king had been so kind to him, that he had sat beside him on the bench and had sent him a book and had taken the time to talk to him, a poor fiddler, for a whole hour, in order to cure him of his homesickness. It was good to relate this to the Laplanders and Dalecarlian peasant girls at Skansen, but what was that compared to being able to tell of it at home? Even if Clement were to end in the poorhouse, it wouldn't be so hard after this. He was a totally different man from what he had been, and he would be respected and honored in a very different way. This new yearning took possession of Clement. He simply had to go up to the doctor and say that he must go home. End of chapter 27. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 28, Part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Gorgo the Eagle in the Mountain Glen. Far up among the mountains of Lapland there was an old eagle's nest on a ledge which projected from a high cliff. The nest was made of dry twigs of pine and spruce, interlaced one with another until they formed a perfect network. Year by year the nest had been repaired and strengthened. It was about 2 meters wide, and nearly as high as a Laplander's hut. The cliff on which the eagle's nest was situated towered above a big glen, which was inhabited in summer by a flock of wild geese, as it was an excellent refuge for them. It was so secluded between cliffs that not many knew of it, even among the Laplanders themselves. In the heart of this glen there was a small round lake, in which was an abundance of food for the tiny goslings, and on the tufted lake shores, which were covered with osier bushes and dwarfed birches, the geese found fine nesting places. In all ages eagles had lived on the mountain, and geese in the glen. Every year the former carried off a few of the latter, but they were very careful not to take so many that the wild geese would be afraid to remain in the glen. The geese, in their turn, found the eagles quite useful. They were robbers, to be sure, but they kept other robbers away. 2 years before Nils Holgersson traveled with the wild geese, the old leader goose, Akka from Kebnekaise, was standing at the foot of the mountain slope, looking toward the eagle's nest. The eagles were in the habit of starting on their chase soon after sunrise. During the summers that Akka had lived in the glen, she had watched every morning for their departure, to find if they stopped in the glen to hunt, or if they flew beyond it to other hunting grounds. She did not have to wait long before the 2 eagles left the ledge on the cliff. Stately and terror-striking, they soared into the air. They directed their course toward the plain, and Akka breathed a sigh of relief. The old leader goose's days of nesting and rearing of young were over, and during the summer she passed the time going from one goose range to another, giving counsel regarding the brooding and care of the young. Aside from this, she kept an eye out not only for eagles, but also for mountain fox and owls and all other enemies who were a menace to the wild geese and their young. About noontime Akka began to watch for the eagles again. This she had done every day during all the summers that she had lived in the glen. She could tell at once by their flight if their hunt had been successful, and in that event she felt relieved for the safety of those who belonged to her. But on this particular day she had not seen the eagles return. I must be getting old and stupid, she thought, when she had waited a time for them. The eagles have probably been home this long while. In the afternoon she looked toward the cliff again, expecting to see the eagles perched on the rocky ledge where they usually took their afternoon rest. Toward evening, when they took their bath in the Dale Lake, she tried again to get sight of them, but failed. Again she bemoaned the fact that she was growing old. She was so accustomed to having the eagles on the mountain above her that she could not imagine the possibility of their not having returned. The following morning Akka was awake in good season to watch for the eagles, but she did not see them. On the other hand, she heard in the morning stillness a cry that sounded both angry and plaintive, and it seemed to come from the eagle's nest. Can there possibly be anything amiss with the eagles, she wondered? She spread her wings quickly, and rose so high that she could perfectly well look down into the nest. There she saw neither of the eagles. There was no one in the nest save a little half-fledged eaglet who was screaming for food. Akka sank down toward the eagle's nest slowly and reluctantly. It was a gruesome place to come to. It was plain what kind of robber folk lived there. In the nest and on the cliff ledge lay bleached bones, bloody feathers, pieces of skin, hares' heads, birds' beaks, and the tufted claws of grouse. The eaglet, who was lying in the midst of this, was repulsive to look upon, with his big gaping bill, his awkward down-clad body, and his undeveloped wings, where the prospective quills stuck out like thorns. At last Akka conquered her repugnance and alighted on the edge of the nest, at the same time glancing about her anxiously in every direction, for each second she expected to see the old eagles coming back.
"It is well that someone has come at last," cried the baby eagle. "Fetch me some food at once."
"Well, well, don't be in such haste," said Akka. "Tell me first where your father and mother are."
"That's what I should like to know myself. They went off yesterday morning and left me a lemming to live upon while they were away. You can believe that was eaten long ago. It's a shame for mother to let me starve in this way."
Akka began to think that the eagles had really been shot, and she reasoned that if she were to let the eaglet starve, she might perhaps be rid of the whole robber tribe for all time. But it went very much against her not to succour a deserted young one so far as she could.
"Why do you sit there and stare?" snapped the eaglet. "Didn't you hear me say I want food?"
Akka spread her wings and sank down to the little lake in the glen. A moment later she returned to the eagle's nest with a salmon trout in her bill. The eaglet flew into a temper when she dropped the fish in front of him.
"Do you think I can eat such stuff?" he shrieked, pushing it aside and trying to strike Akka with his bill. "Fetch me a willow grouse or a lemming, do you hear?"
Akka stretched her head forward and gave the eaglet a sharp nip in the neck. "Let me say to you," remarked the old goose, "that if I'm to procure food for you, you must be satisfied with what I give you. Your father and mother are dead, and from them you can get no help. But if you want to lie here and starve to death while you wait for grouse and lemming, I shall not hinder you." When Akka had spoken her mind, she promptly retired,
and did not show her face in the eagle's nest again for some time. But when she did return, the eaglet had eaten the fish, and when she dropped another in front of him, he swallowed it at once, although it was plain that he found it very distasteful. Akka had imposed upon herself a tedious task. The old eagles never appeared again, and she alone had to procure for the eaglet all the food he needed. She gave him fish and frogs, and he did not seem to fare badly on this diet, but grew big and strong. He soon forgot his parents, the eagles, and fancied that Akka was his real mother. Akka, in turn, loved him as if he had been her own child. She tried to give him a good bringing up, and to cure him of his wildness and overbearing ways. After a fortnight, Akka observed that the time was approaching for her to molt and put on a new feathered dress so as to be ready to fly. For a whole moon she would be unable to carry food to the baby eaglet, and he might starve to death. So Akka said to him one day, "Gorgo, I can't come to you any more with fish. Everything depends now upon your pluck, which means can you dare to venture into the glen, so I can continue to procure food for you? You must choose between starvation and flying down to the glen, but that too may cost you your life." Without a second's hesitation, the eaglet stepped upon the edge of the nest. Barely taking the trouble to measure the distance to the bottom, he spread his tiny wings and started away. He rolled over and over in space, but nevertheless made enough use of his wings to reach the ground almost unhurt. Down there in the glen, Gorgo passed the summer in company with the little goslings, and was a good comrade for them. Since he regarded himself as a gosling, he tried to live as they lived. When they swam in the lake, he followed them until he came near drowning. It was most embarrassing to him that he could not learn to swim, and he went to Akka and complained of his inability. "Why can't I swim like the others?" he asked. "Your claws grew too hooked and your toes too large while you were up there on the cliff," Akka replied. "But you'll make a fine bird all the same." The eaglet's wings soon grew so large that they could carry him, but not until autumn, when the goslings learned to fly, did it dawn upon him that he could use them for flight. There came a proud time for him, for at this sport he was the peer of them all. His companions never stayed up in the air any longer than they had to, but he stayed there nearly the whole day and practiced the art of flying. So far it had not occurred to him that he was of another species than the geese, but he could not help noticing a number of things that surprised him, and he questioned Akka constantly. "Why do grouse and lemming run and hide when they see my shadow on the cliff?" he queried. "They don't show such fear of the other goslings." "Your wings grew too big when you were on the cliff," said Akka. "It is that which frightens the little wretches. But don't be unhappy because of that. You'll be a fine bird all the same." After the eagle had learned to fly, he taught himself to fish and to catch frogs, but by and by he began to ponder this also. "How does it happen that I live on fish and frogs?" he asked. "The other goslings don't." "That is due to the fact that I had no other food to give you when you were on the cliff," said Akka. "But don't let that make you sad. You'll be a fine bird all the same." When the wild geese began their autumn moving, Gorgo flew along with the flock, regarding himself all the while as one of them. The air was filled with birds who were on their way south, and there was great excitement among them when Akka appeared with an eagle in her train. The wild goose flock was continually surrounded by swarms of the curious, who loudly expressed their astonishment. Akka bade them be silent, but it was impossible to stop so many wagging tongues. "Why do they call me an eagle?" Gorgo asked repeatedly, growing more and more exasperated. "Can't they see that I'm a wild goose?
I'm no bird-eater who preys upon his kind. How dare they give me such an ugly name?" One day they flew above a barnyard where many chickens walked on a dump heap and picked. "An eagle! An eagle!" shrieked the chickens, and started to run for shelter. But Gorgo, who had heard the eagles spoken of as savage criminals, could not control his anger. He snapped his wings together and shot down to the ground, striking his talons into one of the hens. "I'll teach you, I will, that I'm no eagle!" he screamed furiously, and struck with his beak. That instant he heard Akka call to him from the air, and rose obediently. The wild goose flew toward him and began to reprimand him. "What are you trying to do?" she cried, beating him with her bill. "Was it perhaps your intention to tear that poor hen to pieces?" But when the eagle took his punishment from the wild goose without a protest, there arose from the great bird throng around them a perfect storm of taunts and jibes. The eagle heard this, and turned toward Akka with flaming eyes, as though he would have liked to attack her. But he suddenly changed his mind, and with quick wing strokes bounded into the air, soaring so high that no call could reach him. And he sailed around up there as long as the wild geese saw him. 2 days later he appeared again in the wild goose flock. "I know who I am," he said to Akka. "Since I am an eagle, I must live as becomes an eagle. But I think that we can be friends all the same. You or any of yours I shall never attack." But Akka had set her heart on successfully training an eagle into a mild and harmless bird, and she could not tolerate his wanting to do as he chose. "Do you think that I wish to be the friend of a bird-eater?" she asked. "Live as I have taught you to live, and you may travel with my flock as heretofore." Both were proud and stubborn, and neither of them would yield. It ended in Akka's forbidding the eagle to show his face in her neighborhood, and her anger toward him was so intense that no one dared speak his name in her presence. After that Gorgo roamed around the country, alone and shunned, like all great robbers. He was often downhearted, and certainly longed many a time for the days when he thought himself a wild goose and played with the merry goslings. Among the animals he had a great reputation for courage. They used to say of him that he feared no one but his foster mother, Akka. And they could also say of him that he never used violence against a wild goose. End of chapter 28, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.
Chapter 28, Part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Gorgo the Eagle in Captivity. Gorgo was only 3 years old, and had not as yet thought about marrying and procuring a home for himself, when he was captured one day by a hunter and sold to the Skansen Zoological Garden, where there were already 2 eagles held captive in a cage built of iron bars and steel wires. The cage stood out in the open, and was so large that a couple of trees had easily been moved into it, and quite a large cairn was piled up in there. Notwithstanding all this, the birds were unhappy. They sat motionless on the same spot nearly all day. Their pretty dark feather dresses had become rough and lustreless, and their eyes were riveted with hopeless longing on the sky without. During the first week of Gorgo's captivity he was still awake and full of life, but later a heavy torpor came upon him. He perched himself on one spot, like the other eagles, and stared at vacancy. He no longer knew how the days passed. One morning, when Gorgo sat in his usual torpor, he heard someone call to him from below. He was so drowsy that he could barely rouse himself enough to lower his glance. "Who is calling me?" he asked. "Oh, Gorgo, don't you know me? It's Thumbietot, who used to fly around with the wild geese." "Is Akka also captured?" asked Gorgo in the tone of one who was trying to collect his thoughts after a long sleep. "No, Akka, the white goosey gander and the whole flock are probably safe and sound up in Lapland at this season," said the boy. "It's only I who am prisoner here." As the boy was speaking, he noticed that Gorgo averted his gaze and began to stare into space again. "Golden Eagle," cried the boy, "I have not forgotten that once you carried me back to the wild geese, and that you spared the white goosey gander's life. Tell me if I can be of any help to you." Gorgo scarcely raised his head. "Don't disturb me, Thumbietot," he yawned. "I'm sitting here dreaming that I am free, and am soaring away up among the clouds. I don't want to be awake." "You must rouse yourself and see what goes on around you," the boy admonished, "or you will soon look as wretched as the other eagles." "I wish I were as they. They are so lost in their dreams that nothing more can trouble them," said the eagle. When night came and all 3 eagles were asleep, there was a light scraping on the steel wires stretched across the top of the cage. The 2 listless old captives did not allow themselves to be disturbed by the noise, but Gorgo awakened. "Who's there? Who is moving up on the roof?" he asked. "It's Thumbietot, Gorgo," answered the boy. "I'm sitting here filing away at the steel wires so that you can escape." The eagle raised his head and saw in the night light how the boy sat and filed the steel wires at the top of the cage. He felt hopeful for an instant, but soon discouragement got the upper hand. "I'm a big bird, Thumbietot," said Gorgo. "How can you ever manage to file away enough wires for me to come out? You'd better quit that and leave me in peace." "Oh, go to sleep and don't bother about me," said the boy. "I'll not be through tonight nor tomorrow night, but I shall try to free you in time, for here you'll become a total wreck." Gorgo fell asleep. When he awoke the next morning, he saw at a glance that a number of wires had been filed. That day he felt less drowsy than he had done in the past. He spread his wings and fluttered from branch to branch to get the stiffness out of his joints. One morning, early, just as the first streak of sunlight made its appearance, Thumbietot awakened the eagle. "Try now, Gorgo," he whispered. The eagle looked up. The boy had actually filed off so many wires that now there was a big hole in the wire netting. Gorgo flapped his wings and propelled himself upward. Twice he missed and fell back into the cage, but finally he succeeded in getting out. With proud wing strokes he soared into the clouds. Little Thumbietot sat and gazed after him with a mournful expression. He wished that someone would come and give him his freedom too. The boy was domiciled now at Swanston. He had become acquainted with all the animals there, and had made many friends among them. He had to admit that there was so much to see and learn there that it was not difficult for him to pass the time. To be sure, his thoughts went forth every day to Morton Goosey Gander and his other comrades, and he yearned for them. "If only I weren't bound by my promise," he thought, "I'd find some bird to take me to them." It may seem strange that Clement Larsen had not restored the boy's liberty, but one must remember how excited the little fiddler had been when he left Swanston. The morning of his departure he had thought of setting out the midget's food in a blue bowl, but, unluckily, he had been unable to find one. All the Swanston folk, Lapps, peasant girls, artisans, and gardeners, had come to bid him good-bye, and he had had no time to search for a blue bowl. It was time to start, and at the last moment he had to ask the old Laplander to help him. "One of the tiny folk happens to be living here at Skansen," said Clement, "and every morning I set out a little food for him. Will you do me the favor of taking these few coppers and purchasing a blue bowl with them? Put a little gruel and milk in it, and tomorrow morning set it out under the steps of Bolnas cottage." The old Laplander looked surprised, but there was no time for Clement to explain further, as he had to be off to the railway station. The Laplander went down to the zoological village to purchase the bowl. As he saw no blue one that he thought appropriate, he bought a white one, and this he conscientiously filled and set out every morning. That was why the boy had not been released from his pledge. He knew that Clement had gone away, but he was not allowed to leave. That night the boy longed more than ever for his freedom. This was because summer had come now in earnest. During his travels he had suffered much in cold and stormy weather, and when he first came to Skansen he had thought that perhaps it was just as well that he had been compelled to break the journey. He would have been frozen to death had he gone to Lapland in the month of May, but now it was warm, the earth was green-clad, birches and poplars were clothed in their satiny foliage, and the cherry trees, in fact all the fruit trees, were covered with blossoms. The berry bushes had green berries on their stems, the oaks had carefully unfolded their leaves, and peas, cabbages, and beans were growing in the vegetable garden at Skansen. Now it must be warm up in Lapland, thought the boy. I should like to be seated on Morten Goosey Gander's back on a fine morning like this. It would be great fun to ride around in the warm, still air and look down at the ground, as it now lies decked with green grass and embellished with pretty blossoms. He sat musing on this when the eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky and perched beside the boy on top of the cage. "I wanted to try my wings to see if they were still good for anything," said Gorgo. "You didn't suppose that I meant to leave you here in captivity. Get up on my back, and I'll take you to your comrades." "No, that's impossible," the boy answered. "I have pledged my word that I would stay here till I am liberated." "What sort of nonsense are you talking?" protested Gorgo. "In the first place, they brought you here against your will, then they forced you to promise that you would remain here. Surely you must understand that such a promise one need not keep." "Oh, no, I must keep it," said the boy. "I thank you all the same for your kind intention, but you can't help me." "Oh, can't I?" said Gorgo. "We'll see about that." In a twinkling he grasped Nils Holgersson in his big talons and rose with him toward the skies, disappearing in a northerly direction. End of chapter 28, part 2. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 29, Part 1 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. On Over Gästrikland, the precious Girdle, Wednesday, June 15th. The eagle kept on flying until he was a long distance north of Stockholm. Then he sank to a wooded hillock, where he relaxed his hold on the boy. The instant Thumbietot was out of Gorgo's clutches, he started to run back to the city as fast as he could. The eagle made a long swoop, caught up to the boy, and stopped him with his claw. "Do you propose to go back to prison?" he demanded. "That's my affair. I can go where I like, for all of you," retorted the boy, trying to get away. Thereupon the eagle gripped him with his strong talons and rose in the air. Now Gorgo circled over the entire province of Upland, and did not stop again until he came to the great waterfalls at Älvkarleby, where he alighted on a rock in the middle of the rushing rapids below the roaring falls. Again he relaxed his hold on the captive. The boy saw that here there was no chance of escape from the eagle. Above them the white scum wall of the waterfall came tumbling down, and round about the river rushed along in a mighty torrent. Thumbietot was very indignant to think that in this way he had been forced to become a promise breaker. He turned his back to the eagle and would not speak to him. Now that the bird had set the boy down in a place from which he could not run away, he told him confidentially that he had been brought up by Akka from Kebnekaise, and that he had quarreled with his foster mother. "Now, Thumbietot, perhaps you understand why I wish to take you back to the wild geese," he said. "I have heard that you are in great favor with Akka, and it was my purpose to ask you to make peace between us." As soon as the boy comprehended that the eagle had not carried him off in a spirit of contrariness, he felt kindly toward him. "I should very much like to help you," he returned, "but I am bound by my promise." Thereupon he explained to the eagle how he had fallen into captivity, and how Clement Larsen had left Skansen without setting him free. Nevertheless, the eagle would not relinquish his plan. "Listen to me, Thumbietot," he said. "My wings can carry you wherever you wish to go, and my eyes can search out whatever you wish to find. Tell me how the man looks who exacted this promise from you, and I will find him and take you to him. Then it is for you to do the rest." Thumbietot approved of the proposition. "I can see, Gorgo, that you have had a wise bird like Akka for a foster mother," the boy remarked. He gave a graphic description of Clement Larsen, and added that he had heard at Skansen that the little fiddler was from Hälsingland. "We'll search for him through the whole of Hälsingland, from Ljungby to Mellansjö, from the great mountain to Hornland," said the eagle. "Tomorrow before sundown you shall have a talk with the man." "I fear you are promising more than you can perform," doubted the boy. "I should be a mighty poor eagle if I couldn't do that much," said Gorgo. So when Gorgo and Thumbietot left Älvkarleby, they were good friends, and the boy willingly took his mount for a ride on the eagle's back. Thus he had an opportunity to see much of the country. When clutched in the eagle's talons he had seen nothing. Perhaps it was just as well, for in the forenoon he had travelled over Uppsala, Osterby's big factories, the Dannemora mine, and the ancient castle of Orbius, and he would have been sadly disappointed at not seeing them had he known of their proximity. The eagle bore him speedily over Gästrikland. In the southern part of the province there was very little to tempt the eye, but as they flew northward it began to be interesting. "This country is clad in a spruce skirt and a gray stone jacket," thought the boy, "but around its waist it wears a girdle which has not its match in value, for it is embroidered with blue lakes and green groves. The great ironworks adorn it like a row of precious stones, and its buckle is a whole city, with castles and cathedrals and great clusters of houses." When the travellers arrived in the northern forest region, Gorgo alighted on top of a mountain. As the boy dismounted, the eagle said, "There's game in this forest, and I can't forget my late captivity and feel really free until I have gone a-hunting. You won't mind my leaving you for a while?" "No, of course I won't," the boy assured him. "You may go where you like, if only you are back here by sundown," said the eagle as he flew off. The boy sat on a stone gazing across the bare rocky ground and the great forests round about. He felt rather lonely, but soon he heard singing in the forest below and saw something bright moving amongst the trees. Presently he saw a blue and yellow banner, and he knew by the songs and the merry chatter that it was being borne at the head of a procession. On it came, up the winding path. He wondered where it and those who followed it were going. He couldn't believe that anybody would come up to such an ugly, desolate waste as the place where he sat, but the banner was nearing the forest border, and behind it marched many happy people for whom it had led the way. Suddenly there was life and movement all over the mountain plain. After that there was so much for the boy to see that he didn't have a dull moment. End of chapter 29, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 29, part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. On Over Gästrikland, Forest Day. On the mountain's broad back, where Gorgo left Thumbietot, there had been a forest fire 10 years before. Since that time the charred trees had been felled and removed, and the great fire-swept area had begun to deck itself with green along the edges where it skirted the healthy forest. However, the larger part of the top was still barren and appallingly desolate. Charred stumps, standing sentinel-like between the rock ledges, bore witness that once there had been a fine forest here, but no fresh roots sprang from the ground. One day in the early summer, all the children in the parish had assembled in front of the schoolhouse near the fire-swept mountain. Each child carried either a spade or a hoe on its shoulder and a basket of food in its hand. As soon as all were assembled, they marched in a long procession toward the forest. The banner came first, with the teachers on either side of it. Then followed a couple of foresters and a wagon-load of pine shrubs and spruce seeds. Then the children. The procession did not pause in any of the birch groves near the settlements, but marched on deep into the forest. As it moved along, the foxes stuck their heads out of the lairs in astonishment, and wondered what kind of backwoods people these were. As they marched past old coal pits where charcoal kilns were fired every autumn, the crossbeaks twisted their hooked bills and asked one another what kind of coalers these might be who were now thronging the forest. Finally the procession reached the big burnt mountain plain. The rocks had been stripped of the fine twin-flower creepers that once covered them. They had been robbed of the pretty silver moss and the attractive reindeer moss. Around the dark water, gathered in clefts and hollows, there was now no wood sorrel. The little patches of soil in crevices and between stones were without ferns, without star-flowers, without all the green and red and light and soft and soothing things which usually clothe the forest ground. It was as if a bright light flashed upon the mountain when all the parish children covered it. Here again was something sweet and delicate, something fresh and rosy, something young and growing. Perhaps these children would bring to the poor abandoned forest a little new life. When the children had rested and eaten their luncheon, they seized hoes and spades and began to work. The foresters showed them what to do. They set out shrub after shrub on every clear spot of earth they could find. As they worked, they talked quite knowingly among themselves of how the little shrubs they were planting would bind the soil so that it could not get away, and of how new soil would form under the trees. By and by seeds would drop, and in a few years they would be picking both strawberries and raspberries where now there were only bare rocks. The little shrubs which they were planting would gradually become tall trees. Perhaps big houses and great splendid ships would be built from them. If the children had not come here and planted while there was still a little soil in the clefts, all the earth would have been carried away by wind and water, and the mountain could never more have been clothed in green. "It was well that we came," said the children. "We were just in the nick of time." They felt very important. While they were working on the mountain, their parents were at home. By and by they began to wonder how the children were getting along. Of course it was only a joke about their planting a forest, but it might be amusing to see what they were trying to do. So presently both fathers and mothers were on their way to the forest. When they came to the outlying stock farms, they met some of their neighbors. "Are you going to the fire-swept mountain?" they asked. "That's where we're bound for." "To have a look at the children?" "Yes, to see what they're up to." "It's only play, of course." "It isn't likely that there will be many forest trees planted by the youngsters. We have brought the coffee pot along so that we can have something warm to drink, since we must stay there all day with only lunch-basket provisions." So the parents of the children went on up the mountain. At first they thought only of how pretty it looked to see all the rosy-cheeked little children scattered over the gray hills. Later they observed how the children were working, how some were setting out shrubs, while others were digging furrows and sowing seeds. Others again were pulling up heather to prevent its choking the young trees. They saw that the children took the work seriously, and were so intent upon what they were doing that they scarcely had time to glance up. The fathers and mothers stood for a moment and looked on. Then they too began to pull up heather, just for the fun of it. The children were the instructors, for they were already trained, and had to show their elders what to do. Thus it happened that all the grown-ups who had come to watch the children took part in the work. Then, of course, it became greater fun than before. By and by the children had even more help. Other implements were needed, so a couple of long-legged boys were sent down to the village for spades and hoes. As they ran past the cabins, the stay-at-homes came out and asked, "What's wrong? Has there been an accident?" "No, indeed, but the whole parish is up on the fire-swept mountain planting a forest." "If the whole parish is there, we can't stay at home." So party after party of peasants went crowding to the top of the burnt mountain. They stood a moment and looked on. The temptation to join the workers was irresistible. It's a pleasure to sow one's own acres in the spring, and to think of the grain that will spring up from the earth, but this work is even more alluring, they thought. Not only slender blades would come from that sowing, but mighty trees with tall trunks and sturdy branches. It meant giving birth not merely to a summer's grain, but to many years' growths. It meant the awakening hum of insects, the song of the thrush, the play of grouse, and all kinds of life on the desolate mountain. Moreover, it was like raising a memorial for coming generations. They could have left a bare, treeless height as a heritage. Instead, they were to leave a glorious forest. Coming generations would know their forefathers had been a good and wise folk, and they would remember them with reverence and gratitude. End of Chapter 29, Part 2, recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.
Chapter 30, Part 1 of the Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. A Day in Hälsingland, a Large Green Leaf, Thursday, June 16th. The following day the boy traveled over Hälsingland. It spread beneath him with new pale green shoots on the pine trees, new birch leaves in the groves, new green grass in the meadows, and sprouting grain in the fields. It was a mountainous country, but directly through it ran a broad, light valley, from either side of which branched other valleys, some short and narrow, some broad and long. This land resembles a leaf, thought the boy, for it's as green as a leaf, and the valleys subdivide it in about the same way as the veins of a leaf are foliated. The branch valleys, like the main one, were filled with lakes, rivers, farms, and villages. They snuggled, light and smiling, between the dark mountains until they were gradually squeezed together by the hills. There they were so narrow that they could not hold more than a little brook. On the high land between the valleys there were pine forests which had no even ground to grow upon. There were mountains standing all about, and the forest covered the whole, like a woolly hide stretched over a bony body. It was a picturesque country to look down upon, and the boy saw a good deal of it, because the eagle was trying to find the old fiddler, Clement Larsen, and flew from ravine to ravine looking for him. A little later in the morning there was life and movement on every farm. The doors of the cattle sheds were thrown wide open, and the cows were let out. They were prettily colored, small, supple, and sprightly, and so sure-footed that they made the most comic leaps and bounds. After them came the calves and sheep, and it was plainly to be seen that they, too, were in the best of spirits. It grew livelier every moment in the farmyards. A couple of young girls with knapsacks on their backs walked among the cattle, a boy with a long switch kept the sheep together, and a little dog ran in and out among the cows, barking at the ones that tried to gore him. The farmer hitched a horse to a cart loaded with tubs of butter, boxes of cheese, and all kinds of eatables. The people laughed and chattered. They and the beasts were alike merry, as if looking forward to a day of real pleasure. A moment later all were on their way to the forest. One of the girls walked in the lead and coaxed the cattle with pretty musical calls. The animals followed in a long line. The shepherd boy and the sheep-dog ran hither and thither to see that no creature turned from the right course, and last came the farmer and his hired man. They walked beside the cart to prevent its being upset, for the road they followed was a narrow, stony forest path. It may have been the custom for all the peasants in Hälsingland to send their cattle into the forests on the same day, or perhaps it only happened so that year. At any rate, the boy saw how processions of happy people and cattle wandered out from every valley and every farm, and rushed into the lonely forest, filling it with life. From the depths of the dense woods the boy heard the shepherd maidens' songs and the tinkle of the cowbells. Many of the processions had long and difficult roads to travel, and the boy saw how they tramped through marshes, how they had to take roundabout ways to get past windfalls, and how, time and again, the carts bumped against stones and turned over with all their contents. But the people met all the obstacles with jokes and laughter. In the afternoon they came to a cleared space where cattle sheds and a couple of rude cabins had been built. The cows mooed with delight as they tramped on the luscious green grass in the yards between the cabins, and at once began grazing. The peasants, with merry chatter and banter, carried water and wood and all that had been brought in the carts into the larger cabin. Presently smoke rose from the chimney, and then the dairymaids, the shepherd boy, and the men squatted upon a flat rock and ate their supper. Gorgo the eagle was certain that he should find Clement Larsen among those who were off for the forest. Whenever he saw a stock farm procession, he sank down and scrutinized it with his sharp eyes, but hour after hour passed without his finding the one he sought. After much circling around, toward evening they came to a stony and desolate tract east of the great main valley. There the boy saw another outlying stock farm under him. The people and the cattle had arrived, the men were splitting wood, and the dairymaids were milking the cows. "Look there," said Gorgo, "I think we've got him." He sank, and to his great astonishment the boy saw that the eagle was right. There indeed stood little Clement Larsen chopping wood. Gorgo alighted on a pine tree in the thick woods a little away from the house. "I have fulfilled my obligation," said the eagle, with a proud toss of his head. "Now you must try and have a word with the man. I'll perch here at the top of the thick pine and wait for you." End of chapter 30, part 1. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.
Chapter 30, Part 2 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. A Day in Hälsingland, the Animals' New Year's Eve. The day's work was done at the forest ranches, supper was over, and the peasants sat about and chatted. It was a long time since they had been in the forest of a summer's night, and they seemed reluctant to go to bed and sleep. It was as light as day, and the dairymaids were busy with their needlework. Ever and anon they raised their heads, looked toward the forest, and smiled. "Now we are here again," they said. The town with its unrest faded from their minds, and the forest with its peaceful stillness enfolded them. When at home they had wondered how they should ever be able to endure the loneliness of the woods, but once there they felt that they were having their best time. Many of the young girls and men from neighboring ranches had come to call upon them, so that there were quite a lot of folk seated on the grass before the cabins, but they did not find it easy to start conversation. The men were going home the next day, so the dairymaids gave them little commissions and bade them take greetings to their friends in the village. This was nearly all that had been said. Suddenly the eldest of the dairy girls looked up from her work and said laughingly, "There's no need of us sitting here so silent tonight, for we have 2 storytellers with us. One is Clement Larsen, who sits beside me, and the other is Bernhard from Sunasio, who stands back there gazing toward Black's Ridge. I think that we should ask each of them to tell us a story. To the one who entertains us the better, I shall give the muffler I am knitting." This proposal won hearty applause. The 2 competitors offered lame excuses, naturally, but were quickly persuaded. Clement asked Bernhard to begin, and he did not object. He knew little of Clement Larsen, but assumed that he would come out with some story about ghosts and trolls. As he knew that people liked to listen to such things, he thought it best to choose something of the same sort. "Some centuries ago," he began, "a dean here in Delsborough Township was riding through the dense forest on a New Year's Eve. He was on horseback, dressed in fur coat and cap. On the pommel of his saddle hung a satchel in which he kept the communion service, the prayer book, and the clerical robe. He had been summoned on a parochial errand to a remote forest settlement where he had talked with a sick person until late in the evening. Now he was on his way home, but feared that he should not get back to the rectory until after midnight. As he had to sit in the saddle when he should have been at home in his bed, he was glad it was not a rough night. The weather was mild, the air still, and the skies overcast. Behind the clouds hung a full round moon, which gave some light, although it was out of sight. But for that faint light, it would have been impossible for him to distinguish paths from fields, for that was a snowless winter, and all things had the same grayish-brown color. The horse the Dean rode was one he prized very highly. He was strong and sturdy, and quite as wise as a human being. He could find his way home from any place in the township. The Dean had observed this on several occasions, and he relied upon it with such a sense of security that he never troubled himself to think where he was going when he rode that horse. So he came along now in the gray night, through the bewildering forest, with the reins dangling and his thoughts far away. He was thinking of the sermon he had to preach on the morrow, and of much else besides, and it was a long time before it occurred to him to notice how far along he was on his homeward way. When he did glance up, he saw that the forest was as dense about him as at the beginning, and he was somewhat surprised, for he had ridden so long that he should have come to the inhabited portion of the township. Delsbo was about the same then as now. The church and parsonage and all the large farms and villages were at the northern end of the township, while at the southern part there were only forests and mountains. The Dean saw that he was still in the unpopulated district, and knew that he was in the southern part, and must ride to the north to get home. There were no stars, nor was there a moon to guide him, but he was a man who had the 4 cardinal points in his head. He had the positive feeling that he was traveling southward, or possibly eastward. He intended to turn the horse at once, but hesitated. The animal had never strayed, and it did not seem likely that he would do so now. It was more likely that the Dean was mistaken. He had been far away in thought, and had not looked at the road, so he let the horse continue in the same direction, and again lost himself in his reverie. Suddenly a big branch struck him and almost swept him off the horse. Then he realized that he must find out where he was. He glanced down and saw that he was riding over a soft marsh where there was no beaten path. The horse trotted along at a brisk pace and showed no uncertainty. Again the Dean was positive that he was going in the wrong direction, and now he did not hesitate to interfere. He seized the reins and turned the horse about, guiding him back to the roadway. No sooner was he there than he turned again and made straight for the woods. The Dean was certain that he was going wrong, but because the beast was so persistent, he thought that probably he was trying to find a better road, and let him go along. The horse did very well, although he had no path to follow. If a precipice obstructed his way, he climbed it as nimbly as a goat, and later, when they had to descend, he bunched his hoofs and slid down the rocky inclines. May he only find his way home before church hour, thought the Dean. I wonder how the Delsbo folk would take it if I were not at my church on time. He did not have to brood over this long, for soon he came to a place that was familiar to him. It was a little creek where he had fished the summer before. Now he saw it was as he had feared. He was in the depths of the forest, and the horse was plodding along in a southeasterly direction. He seemed determined to carry the Dean as far from church and rectory as he could. The clergyman dismounted. He could not let the horse carry him into the wilderness. He must go home. And since the animal persisted in going in the wrong direction, he decided to walk and lead him until they came to more familiar roads. The Dean wound the reins around his arm and began to walk. It was not an easy matter to tramp through the forest in a heavy fur coat, but the Dean was strong and hardy and had little fear of overexertion. The horse, meanwhile, caused him fresh anxiety. He would not follow, but planted his hoofs firmly on the ground. At last the Dean was angry. He had never beaten that horse, nor did he wish to do so now. Instead, he threw down the reins and walked away. "We may as well part company here, since you want to go your own way," he said. He had not taken more than 2 steps before the horse came after him, took a cautious grip on his coat sleeve, and stopped him. The Dean turned and looked the horse straight in the eyes, as if to search out why he behaved so strangely. Afterward, the Dean could not quite understand how this was possible, but it is certain that, dark as it was, he plainly saw the horse's face and read it like that of a human being. He realized that the animal was in a terrible state of apprehension and fear. He gave his master a look that was both imploring and reproachful. "I have served you day after day and done your bidding," he seemed to say. "Will you not follow me this one night?" The Dean was touched by the appeal in the animal's eyes. It was clear that the horse needed his help tonight in one way or another. Being a man through and through, the Dean promptly determined to follow him. Without further delay, he sprang into the saddle. "Go on," he said. "I will not desert you, since you want me. No one shall say of the Dean and Delsbo that he refused to accompany any creature who was in trouble." He let the horse go as he wished, and thought only of keeping his seat. It proved to be a hazardous and troublesome journey, uphill most of the way. The forest was so thick that he could not see 2 feet ahead, but it appeared to him that they were ascending a high mountain. The horse climbed perilous steeps. Had the Dean been guiding, he should not have thought of riding over such ground. "Surely you don't intend to go up to Black's Ridge, do you?" laughed the Dean, who knew that was one of the highest peaks in Hälsingland. During the ride he discovered that he and the horse were not the only ones who were out that night. He heard stones roll down and branches crackle, as if animals were breaking their way through the forest. He remembered that wolves were plentiful in that section, and wondered if the horse wished to lead him to an encounter with wild beasts. They mounted up, and the higher they went, the more scattered were the trees. At last they rode on almost bare highland, where the Dean could look in every direction. He gazed out over immeasurable tracts of land, which went up and down in mountains and valleys covered with somber forests. It was so dark that he had difficulty in seeing any orderly arrangement, but presently he could make out where he was. "Why, of course it's Black's Ridge that I've come to," he remarked to himself. "It can't be any other mountain, for there in the west I see Jarv Island, and to the east the sea glitters around Ag Island. Toward the north also I see something shiny. It must be Dellen. In the depths below me I see white smoke from Neon Falls. Yes, I'm up on Black's Ridge. What an adventure!" When they were at the summit, the horse stopped behind a thick pine as if to hide. The Dean bent forward and pushed aside the branches that he might have an unobstructed view. The mountain's bald plate confronted him. It was not empty and desolate as he had anticipated. In the middle of the open space was an immense boulder around which many wild beasts had gathered. Apparently they were holding a conclave of some sort. Near to the big rock he saw bears so firmly and heavily built that they seemed like fur-clad blocks of stone. They were lying down, and their little eyes blinked impatiently. It was obvious that they had come from their winter sleep to attend court, and that they could hardly keep awake. Behind them, in tight rows, were hundreds of wolves. They were not sleepy, for wolves are more alert in winter than in summer. They sat upon their haunches like dogs, whipping the ground with their tails and panting, their tongues lolling far out of their jaws. Behind the wolves the lynx skulked, stiff-legged and clumsy, like misshapen cats. They were loath to be among the other beasts, and hissed and spat when one came near them. The row back of the lynx was occupied by the wolverines, with dog faces and bare coats. They were not happy on the ground, and they stamped their pads impatiently, longing to get into the trees. Behind them, covering the entire space to the forest border, leaped the foxes, the weasels, and the martens. These were small and perfectly formed, but they looked even more savage and bloodthirsty than the larger beasts. All this the dean plainly saw, for the whole place was illuminated. Upon the huge rock at the center was the wood nymph, who held in her hand a pine torch which burned in a big red flame. The nymph was as tall as the tallest tree in the forest. She wore a spruce brush mantle and had spruce cone hair. She stood very still, her face turned toward the forest. She was watching and listening. The dean saw everything as plain could be, but his astonishment was so great that he tried to combat it, and would not believe the evidence of his own eyes. Such things cannot possibly happen, he thought. I have ridden much too long in the bleak forest. This is only an optical illusion. Nevertheless, he gave the closest attention to the spectacle, and wondered what was about to be done. He hadn't long to wait before he caught the sound of a familiar bell coming from the depths of the forest, and the next moment he heard footfalls and crackling of branches, as when many animals break through the forest. A big herd of cattle was climbing the mountain. They came through the forest in the order in which they had marched to the mountain ranches. First came the bell cow, followed by the bull, then the other cows and the calves. The sheep, closely herded, followed. After them came the goats, and last were the horses and colts. The sheepdog trotted along beside the sheep, but neither shepherd nor shepherdess attended them. The dean thought it heart-rending to see the tame animals coming straight toward the wild beasts. He would gladly have blocked their way and called halt, but he understood that it was not within human power to stop the march of the cattle on this night. Therefore he made no move. The domestic animals were in a state of torment over that which they had to face. If it happened to be the bell cow's turn, she advanced with drooping head and faltering step. The goats had no desire either to play or to butt. The horses tried to bear up bravely, but their bodies were all of a quiver with fright. The most pathetic of all was the sheepdog. He kept his tail between his legs and crawled on the ground. The bell cow led the procession all the way up to the wood nymph, who stood on the boulder at the top of the mountain. The cow walked around the rock and then turned toward the forest without any of the wild beasts touching her. In the same way all the cattle walked unmolested past the wild beasts. As the creatures filed past, the dean saw the wood-nymph lower her pine torch over one and another of them. Every time this occurred, the beasts of prey broke into loud, exultant roars, particularly when it was lowered over a cow or some other large creature. The animal that saw the torch turning toward it uttered a piercing shriek as if it had received a knife thrust in its flesh, while the entire herd to which it belonged bellowed their lamentations. Then the dean began to comprehend the meaning of what he saw. Surely he had heard that the animals in Delsbo assembled on Black's Ridge every New Year's Eve, that the wood-nymph might mark out which among the tame beasts would that year be prey for the wild beasts. The dean pitied the poor creatures that were at the mercy of savage beasts, when in reality they should have no master but man. The leading herd had only just left when another bell tinkled, and the cattle from another farm tramped to the mountain top. These came in the same order as the first, and marched past the wood-nymph, who stood there stern and solemn, indicating animal after animal for death. Herd upon herd followed, without a break in the line of procession. Some were so small that they included only one cow and a few sheep. Others consisted of only a pair of goats. It was apparent that these were from very humble homes, but they too were compelled to pass in review. The dean thought of the Delsbo farmers who had so much love for their beasts. Did they but know of it, surely they would not allow a repetition of this, he thought. They would risk their own lives rather than let their cattle wander amongst bears and wolves to be doomed by the wood-nymph. The last herd to appear was the one from the rectory farm. The dean heard the sound of the familiar bell a long way off. The horse, too, must have heard it, for he began to shake in every limb and was bathed in sweat. "So now it's your turn to pass before the wood-nymph to receive your sentence," the dean said to the horse. "Don't be afraid. Now I know why you brought me here, and I shall not leave you." The fine cattle from the parsonage farm emerged from the forest and marched to the wood-nymph and all the wild beasts. Last in the line was the horse that had brought his master to Black's Ridge. The dean did not leave the saddle, but let the animal take him to the wood-nymph. He had neither knife nor gun for his defense, but he had taken out the prayer book and sat pressing it to his heart as he exposed himself to battle against evil. At first it appeared as if none had observed him. The dean's cattle filed past the wood-nymph in the same order as the others had done. She did not wave the torch toward any of these, but as soon as the intelligent horse stepped forward, she made a movement to mark him for death. Instantly the dean held up the prayer book, and the torchlight fell upon the cross on its cover. The wood-nymph uttered a loud, shrill cry, and let the torch drop from her hand. Immediately the flame was extinguished. In the sudden transition from light to darkness, the dean saw nothing, nor did he hear anything. About him reigned the profound stillness of a wilderness in winter. Then the dark clouds parted, and through the opening stepped the full round moon to shed its light upon the ground. The dean saw that he and the horse were alone on the summit of Black's Ridge. Not one of the many wild beasts was there. The ground had not been trampled by the herds that had passed over it, but the dean himself sat with his prayer book before him, while the horse under him stood trembling and foaming. By the time the dean reached home, he no longer knew whether or not it had been a dream, a vision, or reality, this that he had seen, but he took it as a warning to him to remember the poor creatures who were at the mercy of wild beasts. He preached so powerfully to the Delsbo peasants that in his day all the wolves and bears were exterminated from that section of the country, although they may have returned since his time. Here Bernhard ended his story. He received praise from all sides, and it seemed to be a foregone conclusion that he would get the prize. The majority thought it almost a pity that Clement had to compete with him. But Clement, undaunted, began. One day, while I was living at Skansen, just outside of Stockholm, and longing for home, then he told about the tiny midget he had ransomed so that he would not have to be confined in a cage to be stared at by all people. He told also that no sooner had he performed this act of mercy than he was rewarded for it. He talked and talked, and the astonishment of his hearers grew greater and greater, but when he came to the royal lackey and the beautiful book, all the dairymaids dropped their needlework and sat staring at Clement in open-eyed wonder at his marvelous experiences. As soon as Clement had finished, the eldest of the dairymaids announced that he should have the muffler. Bernhard related only things that happened to another, but Clement has himself been the hero of a true story, which I consider far more important. In this all concurred. They regarded Clement with very different eyes after hearing that he had talked with the king, and the little fiddler was afraid to show how proud he felt. But at the very height of his elation, someone asked him what had become of the midget. "I had no time to set out the blue bowl for him myself," said Clement, "so I asked the old Laplander to do it. What has become of him since then, I don't know." No sooner had he spoken than a little pine cone came along and struck him on the nose. It did not drop from a tree, and none of the peasants had thrown it. It was simply impossible to tell whence it had come. "Aha, Clement," winked the dairymaid, "it appears as if the tiny folk were listening to us. You should not have left it to another to set out that blue bowl." End of chapter 30, part 2. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. Chapter 31 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia. In Medelpad, Friday, June 17th. The boy and the eagle were out bright and early the next morning. Gorgo hoped that he would get far up into West Bothnia that day. As luck would have it, he heard the boy remark to himself that in a country like the one through which they were now traveling, it must be impossible for people to live. The land which spread below them was southern Medelpad. When the eagle heard the boy's remark, he replied, "Up here they have forests for fields." The boy thought of the contrast between the light golden rye fields with their delicate blades that spring up in one summer, and the dark spruce forest with its solid trees which took many years to ripen for harvest. One who has to get his livelihood from such a field must have a deal of patience, he observed. Nothing more was said until they came to a place where the forest had been cleared, and the ground was covered with stumps and lopped-off branches. As they flew over this ground, the eagle heard the boy mutter to himself that it was a mighty ugly and poverty-stricken place. "This field was cleared last winter," said the eagle. The boy thought of the harvesters at home, who rode on their reaping machines on fine summer mornings,
and in a short time mowed a large field. But the forest field was harvested in winter. The lumbermen went out in the wilderness when the snow was deep and the cold most severe. It was tedious work to fell even one tree, and to hew down a forest such as this they must have been out in the open many weeks. They have to be hardy men to mow a field of this kind, he said. When the eagle had taken 2 more wing strokes, they sighted a log cabin at the edge of the clearing. It had no windows and only 2 loose boards for a door. The roof had been covered with bark and twigs, but now it was gaping, and the boy could see that inside the cabin there were only a few big stones to serve as a fireplace and 2 broad benches. When they were above the cabin, the eagle suspected that the boy was wondering who could have lived in such a wretched hut as that. The reapers who mowed the forest field lived there, the eagle said. The boy remembered how the reapers in his home had returned from their day's work cheerful and happy, and how the best his mother had in the larder was always spread for them, while here, after the arduous work of the day, they must rest on hard benches in a cabin that was worse than an outhouse. And what they had to eat he could not imagine. "I wonder if there are any harvest festivals for these laborers?" he questioned. A little farther on they saw below them a wretchedly bad road winding through the forest. It was narrow and zigzag, hilly and stony, and cut up by brooks in many places. As they flew over it, the eagle knew that the boy was wondering what was carted over a road like that. "Over this road the harvest was conveyed to the stack," the eagle said. The boy recalled what fun they had at home when the harvest wagons, drawn by 2 sturdy horses, carried the grain from the field. The man who drove sat proudly on top of the load, the horses danced and pricked up their ears, while the village children, who were allowed to climb upon the sheaves, sat there laughing and shrieking, half pleased, half frightened. But here the great logs were drawn up and down steep hills, here the poor horses must be worked to their limit, and the driver must often be in peril. "I'm afraid there has been very little cheer along this road," the boy observed. The eagle flew on with powerful wing strokes, and soon they came to a river bank covered with logs, chips, and bark. The eagle perceived that the boy wondered why it looked so littered up down there. "Here the harvest has been stacked," the eagle told him. The boy thought of how the grain stacks in his part of the country were piled up close to the farms as if they were their greatest ornaments, while here the harvest was borne to a desolate river strand and left there. "I wonder if anyone out in this wilderness counts his stacks and compares them with his neighbors," he said. A little later they came to Ljungjan, a river which glides through a broad valley. Immediately everything was so changed that they might well think they had come to another country. The dark spruce forest had stopped on the inclines above the valley, and the slopes were clad in light-stemmed birches and aspens. The valley was so broad that in many places the river widened into lakes. Along the shores lay a large flourishing town. As they soared above the valley, the eagle realized that the boy was wondering if the fields and meadows here could provide a livelihood for so many people. "Here live the reapers who mow the forest fields," the eagle said. The boy was thinking of the lowly cabins and the hedged-in farms down in Skane when he exclaimed, "Why, here the peasants live in real manners. It looks as if it might be worth one's while to work in the forest." The eagle had intended to travel straight north, but when he had flown out over the river, he understood that the boy wondered who handled the timber after it was stacked on the river bank. The boy recollected how careful they had been at home never to let a grain be wasted, while here were great rafts of logs floating down the river uncared for. He could not believe that more than half of the logs ever reached their destination. Many were floating in midstream, and for them all went smoothly. Others moved close to the shore, bumping against points of land, and some were left behind in the still waters of the creeks. On the lakes there were so many logs that they covered the entire surface of the water. These appeared to be lodged for an indefinite period. At the bridges they stuck, in the falls they were bunched, then they were pyramided and broken in two. Afterward, in the rapids, they were blocked by the stones and massed into great heaps. "I wonder how long it takes for the logs to get to the mill," said the boy. The eagle continued his slow flight down River Ljungen. Over many places he paused in the air on outspread wings, that the boy might see how this kind of harvest work was done. Presently they came to a place where the loggers were at work. The eagle marked that the boy wondered what they were doing. "They are the ones who take care of all the belated harvest," the eagle said. The boy remembered the perfect ease with which his people at home had driven their grain to the mill. Here the men ran alongside the shores with long boat hooks, and with toil and effort urged the logs along. They waded out in the river and were soaked from top to toe. They jumped from stone to stone far out into the rapids, and they tramped on the rolling log heaps as calmly as though they were on flat ground. They were daring and resolute men. As I watch this, I'm reminded of the iron molders in the mining districts who juggle with fire as if it were perfectly harmless," remarked the boy. "These loggers play with water as if they were its masters. They seem to have subjugated it so that it dare not harm them." Gradually they neared the mouth of the river, and Bothnia Bay was beyond them. Gorgo flew no farther straight ahead, but went northward along the coast. Before they had traveled very far, they saw a lumber camp as large as a small city. While the eagle circled back and forth above it, he heard the boy remark that this place looked interesting. "Here you have the great lumber camp called Svartvik," the eagle said. The boy thought of the mill at home, which stood peacefully embedded in foliage and moved its wings very slowly. This mill, where they grind the forest harvest, stood on the water. The mill pond was crowded with logs. One by one the helpers seized them with their cant hooks, crowded them into the chutes, and hurried them along to the whirling saws. What happened to the logs inside the boy could not see, but he heard loud buzzing and roaring, and from the other end of the house small cars ran out loaded with white planks. The cars ran on shining tracks down to the lumber yard, where the planks were piled in rows, forming streets, like blocks of houses in a city. In one place they were building new piles, in another they were pulling down old ones. These were carried aboard two large vessels which lay waiting for cargo. The place was alive with workmen, and in the woods back of the yard they had their homes. "They'll soon manage to saw up all the forests in Medelpad the way they work here," said the boy. The eagle moved his wings just a little and carried the boy above another large camp, very much like the first, with the mill, yard wharf, and the homes of the workmen. "This is called Kukickenborg," the eagle said. He flapped his wings slowly, flew past two big lumber camps, and approached a large city. When the eagle heard the boy ask the name of it, he cried This is Sundsvall, the manor of the lumber districts." The boy remembered the cities of Skane, which looked so old and gray and solemn, while here, in the bleak north, the city of Sundsvall faced a beautiful bay, and looked young and happy and beaming. There was something odd about the city when one saw it from above, for in the middle stood a cluster of tall stone structures which looked so imposing that their match was hardly to be found in Stockholm. Around the stone buildings there was a large open space, then came a wreath of frame houses which looked pretty and cozy in their little gardens, but they seemed to be conscious of the fact that they were very much poorer than the stone houses, and dared not venture into their neighborhood. "This must be both a wealthy and powerful city," remarked the boy. "Can it be possible that the poor forest soil is the source of all this?" The eagle flapped his wings again, and went over to Aln Island, which lies opposite Sundsvall. The boy was greatly surprised to see all the sawmills that decked the shores. On Aln Island they stood, one next to another, and on the mainland opposite were mill upon mill, lumber yard upon lumber yard. He counted 40 at least, but believed there were many more. "How wonderful it all looks from up here," he marveled. "So much life and activity I have not seen in any place save this on the whole trip. It is a great country that we have. Wherever I go, there is always something new for people to live upon." End of chapter 31. Recording by Gerald Moe, Tucker, Georgia.